the amazing thing of beating Germany, the host nation. They beat Ukraine, and I believe they're on their way to the final.
Well, it could be, and they're in the quarterfinals a little bit later on this morning, so we'll be cheering for them. You'll probably be pitch side, get the right shirt this time. We've also got cycling, we've also got the archery starting, so it's going to be a really busy day. But first of all, let's catch up with the highlights from yesterday.
Coming up, all the action from day 5 of the Invictus Games 2023 here at the Merker Spiel-Arena in Dusseldorf. Swimming takes centre stage as we look at the best of the action from the pool. Wheelchair basketball reaches the final stage, and sitting volleyball features highlights from the opening group matches. Swimming at the Invictus Games is a one-day competition, starting with heats in the morning and moving into finals in the evening. Managing energy levels while qualifying from heats was the priority in the morning session. In the men's ISC category, for competitors with impairments to their upper limbs that might prevent their arm or leg cycle in the water, Colombia's Alberto Arciniegas delivered a masterclass in the men's 100 free, and he topped the qualifying times for the final. Americans featured in the field, with Alana Ball coming through the fastest to secure the best lane draw for the final. The motivation for competitors in the pool in Dusseldorf can be wildly different. Some, such as Nazar Wozniak in this race, came to swim fast, but others, such as Danny Stevens from Team UK, were aiming to conquer their fear of water, so she could swim with her son in a pool one day. The finish line was an important objective, but not the only one.
2 minutes off the ball for these competitors and the following heats. They'll stop the clock at 40.
In the women's backstroke, the USA's Alana Ball was again in action, and once again she qualified for the final as the fastest in the field. In the men's 50 metres free, the ISB category includes competitors with lower limb amputations, and the heat was won comfortably by Camilo Sanchez of Colombia. In a competitive women's 50 metres free ISE category, there was no chance of anyone easing up, and it was a close contest throughout the first length. After the turn, though, Team UK's Rebecca York pulled ahead and then had to dig really deep to stay clear. After the turn, though, Team UK's Rebecca York pulled ahead and then had to dig deep to stay ahead. Then the breaststroke began with a familiar name in the field, Camilo Sanchez. The Colombian was once again the one to watch.
Second and last chance to make it
There was a similarly familiar feel in the women's breaststroke ISE category, where Alana Ball again saw off the field, pulling out a healthy advantage towards the end to cruise home comfortably. Angela Hewson was second. Then it was the turn of the mixed relays. It was close between the USA and Denmark in the first leg, but after the first changeover, the USA couldn't be challenged, finishing off with a rapid final leg to qualify ahead of the UK and Belgium. After 2 days of frantic wheelchair basketball action, it was time for the medal matches in the Merker Spiel-Arena. First, Team Unconquered and Team UK competing for the bronze medal. The countries had met in the group stages when Team Unconquered ran out 14-4 winners. Team UK in the red edged the first period, going ahead 11-8 with this basket from Gary Callier. Team Unconquered is largely made up of German and Dutch competitors, and a noisy crowd made for a lively atmosphere. The second period began with a brilliant basket from Chris Quater, one of Team Unconquered's sharpest shooters at this tournament. But Team UK were playing some great basketball of their own, with Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineer veteran Matt Trigg scoring the last basket of the match to seal victory and the bronze medal for Team UK. Then it was time for the gold medal contest, and adding to the excitement of the match between the USA and France was the arrival of VIP guests in Harry and Meghan. The USA have been basketball champions at the last 4 Invictus games, and they set out to stamp their authority on this final, going 6 points up with this basket from Carly James. The Americans were even able to make it look easy. Brent Garlick and Kevin Green here linking up smoothly for the basket. France were trailing 16 points to 0 when they scored their first points, a moment celebrated by everyone in the stands. The French needed to put on a light show of their own in the second half, and although they started scoring more often, the USA kept netting as well. What a shot this was from Danielle Pothou. France were nonetheless enjoying the occasion and scored as many points as the USA in the second period. But when the hooter went, the final score read the USA 29, France 15. The USA had defended their title to win a 5th consecutive Invictus Games wheelchair basketball crown. The presentation saw Team UK join France and the USA to receive their medals, with Harry and Meghan given the chance to personally congratulate the victors.
United States of America, represented by number 3, Kayla Saska.
I'm Jules Grunewald. I'm from the Dutch national team. My injury is a shot wound in my right arm, and I'm playing sitting volleyball, and I'm 26 years old. I heard from the Invictus Games the first time in the revalidation center when I was recovering from my wounding. and they advised me to go look at a training, and that was for me the first moment when I get in contact with the Invictus games. I think the concept of the Invictus games are really good. You come together with a lot of people who are with different woundeds, but with all the same goal, and that is recovery. When you spoke to someone, everyone is saying, we do this together. I had a shot wound in Afghanistan, 16 January 2021. And at that time I had my hand was still on it, but because of the damage in the arm, we decided a year ago to amputate it. And yeah, that was really hard. And yeah, then you have PTSD, and yeah, with that you have to learn living, and no, that's hard to hear. And all your comrades in the army going further, they get a new rank or they go to missions, and for your own feeling you stay, yeah, you're still standing still. You're not going forward, but that's not happening because you make really big steps. But at some moments you don't see that anymore. At that moment, it's like everything is standing still. And you're thinking, will I survive? How I will come out of it? And yeah, you are like in a roller coaster. You're laying down there on a bed in a field hospital, and yeah, the only thing where you think is, what happened to me? How is it possible? And yeah, it was really difficult to yeah, to get out of it. And then the first time you go back in the Netherlands, you saw your friends of your family, and yeah, I think that was the hardest part, when you see them suffer because of you. And yeah, there are still moments that I think, yeah, yeah, I'm not only wounded, but around me too. And yeah, it was really hard. This is the date that I have been wounded, 16 January 2021. I have tattooed the map of Afghanistan on it. It's like you can see it here. This is the compass. So yeah, it's like, for me, it's showing me the way in difficult times. And I have to put this text on it. It means wounded but not defeated. And that is why Invictus means the same. That is what I want to bring out to the younger veterans, that it is too for them, not only for the older. And yeah, I wanted to show them that you can do a lot more than you think. And I hope after the games that I've inspired 1 or 2 people, that's for me winning.
A historic moment at the Invictus Games as Nigeria make their debut in sitting volleyball. The courts at the splendid Merker Spiel-Arena, the perfect setting for the opening match in this eagerly anticipated tournament. The host nation Germany, the opponents. Great anticipation, with the Nigerians something of an unknown quantity, having never appeared in this competition before. Germany, on the left, make a promising start, but the Nigerians had clearly prepared well. Their sharp reflexes were on show as they moved into the lead. Sitting volleyball requires great strength, concentration, and above all, ability. It's a fun sport to watch, and Nigeria are a force to be reckoned with as they took the first set by 21 points to 12. The German fans didn't seem too upset by the scoreline. Nigeria went on to seal victory, a wayward serve giving them a 21-15 win in the second set. No wonder the Nigerians were in party mood after such a confident start to their Dusseldorf campaign. The favourites to win the gold medal are Poland, who met one of 2 teams representing Team Unconquered. This is a mixed team tournament, and the Poles, playing in white, soon showed that they could take some stopping. It was a tough baptism for Team Unconquered, who couldn't find any rhythm in the opening set, Poland taking it by 21 points to 3. It was a similar story in the second set, although Team Unconquered did mount a more sustained challenge, sharing in some excellent rallies. Poland prevailed though, and they're looking a good bet to go all the way in the tournament. (21-3) and 21-8, the final score in a game which didn't last long. Predicting a winner of Georgia's pool match against France wasn't easy. Both teams getting their first taste of a court which has been set up superbly for competitors. It was a match which produced a high standard of play. Just watch as the athletes move around the court, anticipating where the ball might land. Quick reactions are needed, as well as judging the pace and the power of the ball as it travels over the net. Georgia and France served up a classic to entertain the fans. It was the Georgians who came out on top in the first set, 21-6 the final score. Once they were in control, the French found it hard to find a way back. Georgia also took the next set, only conceding 8 points in the process. The United States had already won the gold medal at wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby. What could their sitting volleyball team do against the Netherlands? The Dutch, easy to pick out in their traditional orange. Confident about their hopes, but well aware of the power of a talented American team. The USA lived up to expectations, and despite boisterous support for the Netherlands, they lost the first set by 21 points to 7. The result didn't matter to the noisy Dutch contingent, though, determined to enjoy the occasion. The Netherlands were inspired, making a much better challenge in the second set. However, they couldn't change the pattern of the game, and the USA won 21-12 to run out worthy winners after an enthralling game of sitting volleyball.
My name is Matt Tyndall. I'm representing Team Canada at this year's Invictus Games. I'm going to be competing in swimming, sitting volleyball, and rowing. My injury, I'm a left above knee amputee. I heard about the Invictus Games a few years back from a couple of co-workers who were able to compete in it in previous years. After my surgery and whatnot, I saw the application come out to apply for this year. I discussed it with my wife for a couple minutes, and she said it wasn't even a question, I have to apply to do this. Almost 2 years now. I had a sore leg. It lasted for a couple of weeks, and then my wife made me go in to see the doctor, and why is my leg still sore? And they discovered a tumor going through my femur. It took about 3 or 4 months trying to find a diagnosis of what it was, and the damage ended up being to the point that I'm either going to get an amputation or I'm probably going to pass away in the next couple of years or a couple of months. So it was a pretty straightforward decision. Either I die sooner or we take my leg and I can carry on. So I opted for an amputation. It's in dark times for sure, why me and that, but it was outside of I didn't have any control over it. It's not like there was a car accident where if I had taken that turn or if I had slowed down or something, and all the physicians, the specialists, like oncology and whatnot, they're like, it was a roll of the dice. You have bad luck, I'm sorry. It just happened, so. My youngest daughter, she's 9 now, so I guess she was 7 at the time, when I told her that, hey, I'm gonna be losing my leg on November 2nd this year. she just, oh, that's fine. And she went and played or whatnot. And then she came back a little while later and she goes, Dad, I think I'm sad. And it was very bizarre. Like, she was very vocal about this, like not crying, but just like, I'm sad. I'm like, okay, well, tell me about why you're sad. And she's like, well, Halloween is October 31st and you're losing your leg on November 2nd. So you can't dress as a pirate this year for Halloween. It just pure and wonderful thing coming out of her. You know, it's like, okay, Dad's gonna lose his leg, that's it. Oh shoot, he doesn't get to be a pirate this year. I have to wait till next year to build myself a peg leg and be a pirate. So. Sure, there's an injury. Yes, it's weird, right? Like, this is different. You don't see, like in our community, we don't see a lot of amputees or visually disabled looking people around. Trying to normalize it and just live a normal lifestyle. Can still go hiking, I can still motorbike, I can still bicycle, and just normalizing the injury and normalizing the situation that, sure, it's different, but it doesn't have to be, you don't have to shy away from it. It doesn't have to take over your life. I think I'm going to expect after the games that I've learned that I can do this. This will be my first competition since taking my leg. I think it's going to be a big day, but proving to myself, it's like, yes, I can still compete, regardless of what position I might get and where my hierarchy will be and how well I did at stacking up against other countries. But proving to myself that, yes, I can still do this, and then build from there.
To the swimming pool, where it was finals time. In the 100 metres freestyle ISB category, there was no form guide, as no heats had taken place. So Germany's Armin Wittchak in lane 7 might have been as surprised as anyone to find himself the runaway leader after 4 lengths. The German taking gold ahead of Scott Caroon of the United States of America. In the women's ISE 100 metres free, there was form, with Erin Brigden of Australia having qualified as the fastest. Brigden went in lane 4 and proved her pace from early on, sustaining it through to the last stroke. In the men's 50 metres ISB backstroke for competitors with impaired lower limb function, such as leg amputation, Ukraine's Dmitry Polivion and Colombia's Camilo Sanchez were the 2 quickest in qualifying and went in lanes 3 and 4. And it was Sanchez who came through for the gold, one of 3 gold medals he won in the pool, to go with 3 gold medals from the track. In the men's 50 metres free ISC final, it was the turn of Nazar Vozniuk of Ukraine to dazzle, stopping the clock at just over 30 seconds for 2 lengths of exemplary freestyle swimming. Prince Harry and Meghan found their places in the stands, while Heather Seelover of the United States of America was adamant she'd find her place on the podium in the 50 metres free, and she did just that, with ease. In the men's 50 metres breaststroke ISD category, Richard Davis of Team UK had the pick of the lanes after qualifying, and he put that to good use, emerging as the clear leader towards the end of the first length to take gold for Team UK. Marius Typhus came second for Romania, and Shalom Zanzouri took third for Israel. Typhus was later disqualified. Then it was the mixed 4x50 metres relays, in which Australia were the favourites. Competition would come from the USA and from Ukraine. Though, for once, Australia were ahead and never looked like dropping the pace. The yellow cap, a beacon which the others had to follow. Before we go, one member of Team UK threw herself in at the deep end in more ways than one.
I'm Danny, this is my fiancé John and our little boy Henry. Swimming is a sport that I am terrified of. I've been in the water, and before I had my little boy, never really bothered me. I never even wanted to get over it, but since having Henry, I'm just desperate to take him in the pool and go swimming as a family. So today was really special because I got in the pool, I swam in front of my little boy for the first time.
Both very proud, and it was more, I think the nerves with Danny, but for both of us as well. But we're super proud of his mummy, and hopefully when we get back to Scotland, you'll be going swimming lessons with mummy as well as daddy.
Courage more than anything, that's what it's given me. It's given me the courage to know that I can overcome anything. Like, this was the biggest fear for me, and you know, it's given me the opportunity to overcome that and teach my little boy that if you're scared of something, you can overcome it. There's nothing in this world that you can't face head on and overcome.
Have I, mummy?
Yeah.
Yay! Kisses? Good boy.
We are 5 minutes away from getting competition underway in the cycling.
Well, hello and welcome to the Invictus Games, Düsseldorf 2023, the morning session of the one and only day of road cycling here at these Invictus Games. Thank you for joining us. We have a glorious day for the action at the Circle Cycling Track, and this is a special day because there are no heats in any of this. It's all medal races and time trials the whole way through the day. So really looking forward to your company as we get close to the start of this session. And look at that weather, absolutely glorious today, 13 degrees Celsius at the moment. Humidity is quite high though at 92%, but there is a very low chance of precipitation today, just 2%. The wind, though, is 1.4 metres a second. That's around 8 kilometres an hour, so it's not windy at all. It really couldn't be better for the cyclists who will be in action coming up in just a moment. We have a lot of countries represented, and most of these athletes have been featured in other sports through the week, and this will be their final act of these games, and I'm sure they'll want to go out with a good performance and go out on a high. even if they might not win medals. Of course, most of these athletes, if not all of them, are here to help deal with the aftermaths of conflict, and are using the Invictus Games to, on their path, ongoing path to good wellness and happiness. So we're looking forward to seeing the great spirit that the Invictus Games is now known for and evidenced today. Here is the session for everything coming up today, and we're going to start off with a bunch of time trials in different categories, and we'll explain those categories for you as we go through them. But we're going to start off with some men's time trials. You can see some women's races and time trials are in there as well. We're going to end the session with a bunch of criterium races coming up a little bit later on today, and then the other races coming up in a later session. So that's where we are with the road cycling today. It's all time trials and criteriums. And to explain, the time trial will be a 1.6 kilometre time trial, and each of the cyclists will go at 1 minute intervals. And then the criterium will be a 20-minute race plus 1 lap. And the winner, of course, across the finish line first will be the gold medal winner.
Moments away from getting competition underway in the men's ITB1.
So the first category is going to be the ITB1 category, and that's a tandem bike, as you can see. And these are for the visual impaired riders, and visual acuity of less than or equal to 660 in both eyes with best corrected vision, and or vision field radius less than 40 degrees in both eyes with best corrected vision. So just the two competitors who will be competing in this. One from France and one from Colombia. Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime is the Colombian competitor, and Mark is the competitor from France. So the time trial will be a 1.6 kilometre time trial. So the Colombian team will go first, and then France will start 30 seconds later, and they'll be trying to go as fast as they can around the 1.6 kilometre course. And the gold medal winner will be the one that registers the fastest time. It's as simple as that. Straight after these two riders have gone at their 30-second intervals, we'll be straight into the next time trial, which is for IRB2 cyclists. So there we are. We can see the Colombian is underway. Spot on too, with the time at 9 o'clock in the morning local time. So they are underway, and we can tell you that Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime has already competed in swimming, athletics, indoor rowing, and table tennis, and now Mark, the French cyclist, is underway. Mark has won silver, gold, 2 golds on the track in field, and he's also competed in the indoor rowing and the swimming, where he won a silver medal in 50-metre breaststroke as well. So a great all-round athlete is Mark. And Guatabonza Jaime is also a multi-athlete. There is the first of the IRB2 time trialists away. This is Peter Kalberg of Belgium. Now this category, IRB2, is for impairment to 1 or 2 limbs as a result of amputation, loss of muscle power, range of movement, and or balance impairment. So that's that category, and we have quite a few cyclists in that category, 15 in fact. And there goes the second cyclist away. This is Mauricio Pena Trujillo of Colombia, silver medalist in the IT3 category in the 200 meters in the track. So he's underway now, trying to get around this course as fast as he possibly can.
if you see yourself on screen.
So when these times get confirmed, we will bring them to you. But as two categories are going at the same time, it's going to take a little bit of time as we see Jens Ruths get underway, the German cyclist. He's underway as the third rider in the IRB2 category. So here come the Colombians back to the ITB1, who are going to come home and complete their time trial. They're trying to give it everything as they cross the line. Time sticking up to 2 minutes 30. And I reckon they've just got it under 2 minutes 30. We'll confirm their time. 2:29.379 is their time. So that's the time that Mark and his tandem rider have to beat. And they'll be crossing the line any moment as well. So the time again, 2:29.379 for the Colombian, Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime. As we continue to see the IRB2 time trialists get underway. And away goes another Belgian, that's Thierry Dutrier. So every cyclist absolutely giving it everything in this time trial. There's Belgians coming across the line. This is Kalberg to set the standard in the other category, just a tick over 2:19 for him. So we will keep an eye on that particular category as well. As we get the American underway, this is Jeffrey Peters. He's still active in the US Army. And he's Sergeant First Class as we get Pena Trujillo just outside the Belgians' time. So Kalberg will continue to be the leader after the first of the two competitors have now completed the IRB2 time trial. Away goes number 155. That's Patrice Lambert of Belgium. As we swing back to Jeffrey Peters now. Had a great track and field meet. Second in the 1500 metres in the IT1. Third in the 400 metres, second in the discus, and the fourth in the shot, but he was fantastic in the track and field. Now away is Alberto Almeida Arcaniguez of Colombia. As we see John Cortan coming across the line from Belgium. Or is that Jens Ruth? So it's Jens Ruth, 2:40. So it's still Kalberg's time. That is the leading time in the IRB2 category. Starting soon will be the women's IRB2 category. There's Dutrier crossing the line at 2:26, so it's still Kalberg, the fastest time, 2:19.282.
Of Romania, our first Romanian competitor of the morning. What a beautiful morning it is.
So Jeffrey Peters continues to pace himself nicely. As we're getting set for the next.
Makes his final turn.
Cyclist is underway. That's Mike Witschke of Germany.
We got the time to beat 2:19.
So here comes Thierry Dutrauer, a Typhus, in fact, from Romania, 2:41.157. So he's down the track somewhat. So Peter Kalberg of Belgium, rather, is still the leader. And we've had
Jeffrey Peters should be turning for home. Here he comes.
Looks like 7 riders that have now completed. The time's a little bit slow to come through here on our scoring system. So we will have a look at Jeffrey Peters again. He's outside, well outside the time set by our first rider, Peter Kalberg. So he's got a lead at the moment of 1.789 seconds.
With our next starter.
With Jens Ruths in third place. Beautiful conditions, isn't it? Great day to get cycling today.
German, Romanian, Belgium, Ukrainian, and United States athletes in the IRB2.
So we've got the Ukrainian out on the course as well. Benjamin Bondarchuk. That leaves just one rider left, and it's Patrick Nugent of the USA, who is the last rider who'll go in the IRB2 time trial. And then we'll be into the women's race, or the women's time trial, which will be underway in less than a minute. Here comes Lambert at 3:21, so he's down the track down the field a little bit. So it's going to be fascinating to see if Peter Kalberg is going to be caught here.
Stancu of Romania.
Looks like the Colombians, by the way, have won the gold medal. Doesn't look like Mark from France finished in the earlier tandem category. As we see one of the Colombians coming across the line now, and that is Stancu. And there goes Volput across the line as well. So it's thick and fast as these riders come towards the end of their time trial. So to recap, it's still Peter Kalberg who is the leader at the moment at 2:19.282 seconds. There's Volput getting across the line. Now he's going to go into second place. He's just a second and a bit outside of Kalberg's time. So two Belgians at the top of the standings at the moment.
Ukrainian team of Benjamin Bondarchuk.
Bondarchuk has just finished as well, but he's down the standings. So this is Patrick Nugent, the last of the competitors, the only one that can overhaul Kalberg. Isn't it interesting that the #1 rider out is looking like he could well be the winner unless Nugent does something miraculous here. So Patrick Nugent, the captain in the US Marine Corps, around the final bend he comes, trying to give it everything as he tries to get himself into the medals. So Nugent, to finish this 1.6 metre course down the standings, he is just 9th. So that is the last of the riders. So it looks like Peter Kalberg, in fact it is, Peter Kalberg has got the gold medal. A brilliant effort from the rider that was first out onto the course.
We are expecting,
and we'll hopefully get all those confirmed times for you through as soon as possible. But great run there by, or great cycle rather, by Kalberg. Clearly is cycling is one of his go-to sports. He's competed in the athletics, the indoor rowing and the sitting volleyball.
So we're going to have a 10-minute delay.
So, and Kalberg hasn't medalled.
Is okay.
So,
I think there's been a
well done to him.
Across the line, it wasn't who we were expecting. So that explains.
So we'll wait and can get all those confirmed times for you in just a moment. And as I think you just heard from the ground announcer, we're going to get a delay due to an accident from one of the cyclists on the course. That's a real shame. We hope that person is okay. So what we'll do is we'll just try and get the
on course. So we want to make sure.
Still no times confirmed through other than the first 5 at the moment.
The health and safety of our competitors, absolutely #1 at the Invictus Games.
But when we get those times through, we will bring them to you. But there's no doubt that Peter Kalberg was the winner. Average speed, by the way, 41.35 kilometres per hour. So he was tearing around that 1.6 kilometre course at a good clip. Well, we're going to get a lot of categories through the cycling at the Invictus Games. The cyclists have been split into 9 different categories. And we've now completed 2 of the time trials. The ITB one, which is that section or category for the visually impaired riders on the tandems. And we've had the IRB 1, the IRB 2 time trial for the men. Next 2 events are going to be women's events, and we're going to have the women's IRB 2 time trial, and that will be followed straight or after it by 2 other women's events, the IRB 3 and the IRB 3 Masters. The IRB 3 is for competitors with psychological injuries or minor functional impairments that do not qualify them for a physical impairment class. So here are the confirmed results of the IRB2 time trial, and there's the winner. Congratulations to Peter Kalberg of Belgium, just ahead of his compatriot Stefan Volpot, and Mauricio Pena Trujillo of Colombia was in 3rd. Great day for Belgium with Thierry Ducret just behind in 4th place. So Belgium 3 of the top 4 spots. And as we go down the list, good competitive cycling too from those 4 that completed the top 12 in the standings. So stand by, we'll have the start of that women's IRB2 time trial shortly, to be followed by the IRB3 and the IRB3 Masters. On all, we have 22 cyclists split across those 3 categories, so we'll have that action for you shortly.
confirmation that we are almost good to go and get back underway. It will be the beginning of our women's competition, the IRB2 time trial.
So thank you for staying with us as we move on to our next event. It is the women's IRB2 time trial. Same course for all these time trials, 1.6 kilometres, one lap of the course. Each of the cyclists are going to be departing in 30-second intervals. And here come the three competitors for our women's IRB2 time trial. Elena Mundy, Katrina Brown and Danielle Pothoff. What a star. Danielle Pothoff has been the American at these games. She's won gold in athletics, swimming and wheelchair basketball. 3 sports already. She's won 5 gold medals already. And we'll see her go last in this time trial. But there's Elena Mundy from Ottawa in Ontario. 21 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, diagnosed with MS in September 2020. And we've seen her compete with distinction in the athletics and the sitting volleyball. And she's going to be the first away after this slight delay due to that earlier crash. Reminding you, IRB2 is for impairment to 1 or 2 limbs as a result of amputation, loss of muscle power, range of movement, hypertonia, ataxia, and or balance impairment.
Slightly longer delay. Just been informed the course not quite clear yet, so hold on tight. We will keep bringing you new information. Unfortunately, the crash for the French tandem pair of Mark.
Well, there we are. There's the confirmation, unfortunately, that the French rider Mark in the tandem ITB1 class has crashed, unfortunately, and that's why we didn't see that time posted. So the Colombians have got the win there. Hard luck for Mark. He's a fine competitor at these Invictus games, and well, didn't work out for him in the cycling, but he's taking home 4 medals, 2 golds and 2 silvers. Gold in the IF3 discus and shot put, and the 2 silvers in the IT6 100 meters on the track, and the ISD 50 meters breaststroke in the pool. So we wish him and his tandem rider all the best. Sure, as we've touched on many times through all of these sports, these athletes have overcome a lot of challenges in their lives, and I'm sure Mark will be bouncing back soon. So Elena Murray, we saw her in the Canadian sitting volleyball team yesterday. Here's Katrina Brown, the 40-year-old from Gloucestershire. She'll be second away in this time trial. Yeah, we'll see a few New Zealanders in action today. Coming up in later categories. So not much Mundy can do, but continue to just stay warm. Temperature around, expected to get around 24 degrees maximum temperature today, so very pleasant day in Dusseldorf. Just the tiniest chance of rain, but when the weather forecasters are predicting just a 2% chance, they might as well just predict a 0% chance, I reckon. There doesn't look like there's going to be any chance of rain today in Dusseldorf again, as all the athletes and the fans enjoy a spectacular autumn day here. Yes, Italy, one of the proud countries represented here again this time. So if you've just tuned in, we're just on a slight pause to the time trials because of an earlier crash, with the officials still making sure that the course is safe before the action resumes with the third event of the day, the women's IRB2 time trial. So 14 time trials in all. 13, and we've already completed 2 of them. And then we'll be into the criterium racing. And that won't be happening for some time as we work our way through the schedule today. So again, stay with us. We'll have a resumption to racing shortly.
Okay, the good news is the ambulance has arrived and we've got our athletes flee on their way for attention, which means a week underway position in just a few minutes' time. Again, it is the women's IRB2 time trial. Alana Mundy for Canada, Katrina Brown for United Kingdom, and Danielle Potoff for the United States.
So not too far away from a start now in the women's IRB2 time trial.
2 of our athletes.
So we're not too pretty hopeful they'll start pretty shortly.
Oh, and they've got the pom-poms as well. Really going for
these cyclists. Alana Mundy is certainly in the zone.
27, our official start time, just about 60 seconds away. And Canada's Alana Mundy will kick off the women's IRB2. We'll then have the women's IRB3. The entire family.
So the Invictus Games of 2023 here at Dusseldorf in Germany. Almost set for a restart with the women's IRB time trial about to get underway.
On the starting round.
So Mundy and Brown almost ready to go.
20 seconds until Alana Mundy.
So they're going to, Mundy is going to restart at 7:27. 27 minutes past the hour.
1.6 kilometre, a 1 mile course.
And she's away. Mundy from Ottawa in Ontario, 1.6 kilometre course. Here in the women's IRB time trial, 1.6 kilometre course, and she's got to tear around as fast as she can.
She'll be followed by Katrina Brown of the United Kingdom.
Katrina Brown will be next away from Gloucestershire. As we check out Mundy here. 5th in the discus IF4 category. Also been playing sitting volleyball a couple of games yesterday. So away goes Katrina Brown now. 5 years as a combat medical technician. Tours of Afghanistan and Iraq. And she's undergone life-saving stem cell transplant after being diagnosed with systemic sclerosis after a tour of Basra. So here's Brown really giving it everything. Hasn't medalled yet, couple of fourths in the indoor rowing in the IR5 category. And here goes Danielle Potoff, who's been one of the absolute stars here. She's already gold medaled in 3 sports, athletics, swimming and wheelchair basketball. And she's part of the sitting volleyball team as well that won both of their matches yesterday. So here's Danielle Potoff, who's still, well, was a staff sergeant in the US Marine Corps veteran.
60 seconds away from welcoming Alana Mundy.
So here comes the next category starting now, women's IRB3 time trial. And Samantha Wilcox is about to get underway here from Frankfurt, Ontario. So we're going to have 2 classes going at the same time. Wilcox served 10 years in the Army, 1 year in the Air Force. And she's at the Invictus Games on the advice of some colleagues on how it helped them overcome challenges. And Wilcox said, I'll be into that. So she is standing by for her green light to get underway. And away goes Samantha Wilcox, number 216. Seen her in the table tennis and the sitting volleyball.
It'll be Alana Mundy, followed by Katrina Brown, Danielle Potoff.
So 2 Canadians out on the course in different classes. IRB 3, remember, is the competitors with psychological injuries or minor functional impairments that don't qualify them for a physical impairment class. Now let's swing back to Mundy near here, who's the first of the cyclists to complete the IRB 2 category as more riders leave the starting gates in the IRB 3 time trial. Denise Medina's underway from the United States.
Could take the final right-hand corner.
So here's Mundy, back into the home straight to complete her time trial. Really driving the legs. And she wants to finish nice and strong. Yeah, Mundy stops the clock at 3:03, 6:53. So that's the time to beat for the other 2 riders, Brown and Potoff, as we continue with the riders in the IRB 3 time trial. Away goes Denise Medina of the United States.
As soon as you see her, makes the noise, there she is.
There might be a change to the order, actually, of Tiffany Johnson going later than expected. Away goes Rebecca York. Is that Julia Eirich? It might be Julia Eirich of Germany, so the order's been changed to there. But anyway, here comes Brown now. Katrina Brown. Remember the time to beat, 3:03.653. It's Elsa Skelter in the time trials, let me tell you. 3:24.031. So it's Mundy with a big lead now, and the Potoff, we can see. We'll see if she can.
3:03. The time to beat the American.
We can see if Potoff can beat that and win the gold medal. So just the 3 riders in there, as we see Nicole Favuza, the last rider of the women's IRB 3 category. Now, here's Potoff trying to win a gold in her 4th different sport. Is she going to do it? Danielle Potoff, what a star she's been. 3:25.809, and she will win bronze. So it's going to be gold to Mundy in that category. Well done to the Canadian. She's taken first place with Katrina Brown in 2nd, and Potoff is going to have to settle for 3rd in the IRB 2 time trial. So good category, that one. As we now look at the women's IRB 3 time trial. We have the Masters riders coming shortly as well.
Never quite sure what's happening.
So here comes Samantha Wilcox.
Canada's Samantha Wilcox.
Wilcox is going to be the first to finish in this category. Good time for her, 3:03.235. So let's see how we go in this category. In all, there are 6 competitors.
All the time, relentlessly.
Well, we saw Rebecca York from the UK out there too, the 38-year-old from Somerset.
So we should see Julia Eilig of Germany coming around, unless we can find Tiffany Johnson Ace on course.
So it's the women's time trialists and the Masters is starting as well.
Followed closely by
Wilcox still
Julia
has the time to beat in the IRB3 category. Johnson about to cross the line here. There's 3:23, and look at Eilig right behind her. 2:29.086. She has absolutely blitzed that course. Eilig, she is over 30 seconds faster than Samantha Wilcox in second place. Here comes Medina finishing now, 3:17.359, so she's down in third place at the moment. There's still 2 riders to complete the IRB3 time trial, though, as we see the IRB3 Masters riders now out on the course. There goes Inbar from Israel. She is the 6th rider of 13.
Another good time, sub 2:45.
Very good time from Favuza. She's gone into second place with that ride of 2:43. So fantastic from Favuza. As the Masters riders continue to go on to the course.
Final competitor in the women's IRB3.
That's Colleen Swift, who's out there.
And you know what?
And Rebecca York, 2:44.093. So that's going to put her in third place, but only just behind Favuza. So it looks like the medalists in that category are going to be Julia Eilig, Rebecca York and Nicole Favuza. That's unprovisional. We will have those medalists hopefully confirmed for you as soon as possible. But we can confirm the results in the IRB2 time trial. Elena Mundy from Canada has finished, has won that, ahead of Katrina Brown, and Danielle Pothoff has got third place.
This is the IRB3M of position 253. A small change. So will it be Colleen Swift that we see next for Australia? Or it might be Mandy Graf
So
for
we're
Germany.
keeping an eye on all of these riders.
And it will be the German.
There's rider 757, that's Alex McClellan.
Mandy Graf. Great support for Team Germany, the host nation. Dusseldorf and the
As we check out Colleen Swift.
Oh,
Mandy Graf coming over across the line here for Germany at 3:04.512.
Colleen Swift for Australia.
We'll try again to keep all these. Unfortunately, there goes Irina Alimanova of Ukraine.
And the United Kingdom, which one will we see first on the home straight? It's never as simple as the starting lineup.
As we see Swift, the Australian 43-year-old from Brisbane. She's already been in the wheelchair basketball and sitting volleyball as well.
Of Israel.
Here comes an Israeli across the line now to complete her time trial in the IRB3 Masters competition. She's really giving it everything. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes. And here's the Australian Colleen Swift. 2:41.590. Don't be put off by that ranked 9th. That looks like all of the riders have been grouped into one giant screen there across all the different categories.
Could be on course somewhere, but for the time being, Stephanie Jackel of Germany.
Here comes Stephanie Jackel of Germany, the sitting volleyball representative and the swimmer.
Line 2:37, that's a wonderful time.
Where that puts her, we're not quite sure at the moment though, folks.
On the course. Or will it be Buffy Little of New Zealand that we see coming around the corner?
Here
next?
comes Buffy Little now of New Zealand, the New Zealand team co-captain, former major in the New Zealand Army.
Simple course, this one.
Also played some wheelchair basketball as well. New Zealand had a win over one of the team unconquered lineups.
You turn and you go, and you turn and you go. Coming home next.
Buffy Little out there.
Alex McLennan, here she comes from the United Kingdom.
McLennan, the 41-year-old Army veteran, emergency nurse, is about to cross the finish line to complete her IRB3 M-time trial.
Yana Alimanova of Ukraine.
Alimanova of Ukraine, the only Ukrainian cyclist in action in the women's. She's powering across the line nicely there, 2:48.308. That's a good time for her.
And Buffy Little for New Zealand.
The last couple of riders in the women's IRB3 time trial. Away goes Taryn Dickens, the 40-year-old from Canberra. Vision impaired rider, or cyclist, joined the Navy in 2017. Already won 3 medals at these games, 2 in indoor rowing and 1 in the powerlifting.
Who will we see come around the New Zealand? Could be a straight.
Oh, we can now confirm that Julia Eirich of Germany won the IRB3 category, 229.086. Nicole Bavuza from the United States was second, 243.945. And just a tenth of a second behind in third place was Rebecca York of Great Britain, 244.093. So congratulations to all of those riders who have medalled in that category. There's Hong from Korea going across the line.
Next up, coming home, Buffy Little representing Team New Zealand.
Here comes Little, the Kiwi. Trying to beat at the moment, 253.371. Victoria Khmer's been locked in as the top time, but I don't know if that is actually accurate at the moment, as we saw Little get very close to that time.
Wait for the next. And then we'll go back to the men's competition, which will be the IREB1 time trial.
Colleen Swift now, who was one of the earlier competitors, has been confirmed in the lead at the moment now, 241.590. The scoring system we have here is just a little bit on the slow side, unfortunately, which hopefully we will be able to give you the full results when they are completed. But we're now moving on to the next category, as we're going to competitors with physical impairments that prohibit the riding of a two-wheeled upright bike or hand bike.
Meters from home. A 2:53.
It's Ramona team crossing the line in the Masters IRB 3 women's category, as we see the next category underway. And away goes Benjamin Weiss of Germany.
And we should have Lorraine Kuro for the United States. Our last starter.
So Kuro seems to be the last of the riders. So Weiss, who we saw in the swimming pool a couple of days ago, the ISE 100 metres and the mixed relays as well. Looks like he's going nicely at the moment here on this 1.6 kilometre course. 4 riders in this category, which again is for competitors with physical impairments that prohibit the riding of a two-wheel upright bike or hand bike.
IREB1 time trial, 4 competitors.
This category is the IREB1. Here's the next competitor away. There's Ariel Mariash of Israel, table tennis player. We saw him in action too as we go back to Kuro, the last of the riders in the previous category, the IRB3 Masters. And Kuro's going to stop that clock, 2:48. That might get her in the medals. We just have to wait for some of these other times to be confirmed in that category. 2:37.554. Stephanie Schakel is the fastest of the confirmed times at the moment, but we still have 8 riders to get their times confirmed.
In the women's IRB3. So we saw them starting the men's IREB1.
This is Maria Rash of Israel again. So we go back to the last of the riders, Gregory Qualls of the United States. Retired Army Sergeant First Class. 2 medals in the track and field. And here's the next of the categories is underway as well.
Oh, he takes the corner quickly, my goodness.
So here comes the first of the riders again. Benjamin Theiss of Germany in this IREB1 category. Very efficient performance, 2:32.808. So he sets the standard in that category.
Spot number 1, gold medal position.
Going back to Gregory Qualls, who has medalled in the discus and the shot put.
We'll be looking to go sub 2:32.
He's also in the American sitting volleyball team as well. The riders also out there now in the men's IREB2 category. Slight difference in that category. That one's for competitors with measurable balance impairment.
Looking serious too.
So, slightly different category to the previous one where the riders cannot ride a two-wheeled upright bike due to physical impairment. And we have 2 Americans in this category just only. We have in the IREB2, so it's slightly confusing. Hope I'm not confusing you. Garrett Kuwata and Christian Vega are the 2 in that category.
Did Mariash start? I believe he did, but we've not seen him yet.
So here comes one of the Americans. Very nice, efficient turn. So number 758 is out on the course. That is Kelly McVitie of the UK in the women's IREB1. So all of these riders going great. And there's Gregory Qualls finishing in 2:43.481.
So if we can find Ariel Mariash, that will be a gold medal for Benjamin Thies in the IREB1. Next competition, the men's IREB2.
Jamie Lopez is out there now, the American in the women's IREB1. Navy Hospital Courtsman, First Class. So we actually have 3 categories going at the same time at the moment.
We did have Ariel Mariash.
Here comes Ariel Mariash.
He was overtaken by Gregory Qualls
from Israel.
He's
coming up, he's really digging it in. Garrett Kuwata in the next class down and almost beats him. So he goes 3:03.
So we're expecting.
So again, the timings here across all of these categories are still battling a little bit to keep up with everything. So as soon as we get some confirmed results, we will give them to you.
Straight shootout. Americans.
Can confirm, of course, the 3 categories that have been completed earlier, but we have 5 categories, two that have, well, 3 now that have been completed that are unconfirmed, and another 2 that are already underway.
It is indeed. It will not be the time of Garrett Kawada. So Kawada will be an Invictus Games champion in the IIEB2.
So here's Christian Vega, number 812, the senior airman in the US Air Force. He'll get the silver medal in the IIEB2 category. And it's going to be Garrett Kawada who will win gold in that category. So congratulations to the Americans, 2 Americans who have completed that category. So we look at the women now in the IREB1 category.
Kelly McVitie of United Kingdom, Jamie Lopez and Sarah Rockhold of the United States. 4 competitors. I believe 3 of them will be leaving with cycling medals. And Jessica McElravett.
So they're giving it everything.
Will be just ahead of Kelly McVitie, which suggests Kelly McVitie's.
So here's McCam Revert of the United States.
3:28 for McElravett.
3:28.457, but
3:02 for
Kelly McVitie will be much quicker, so it's McVitie who will lead that one. Lopez and Rockhold are still out there as we move to our next category, which is underway now. So again, it is crazy hectic stuff here at the cycling track, trying to keep up with everything. And now we're into the IHB1 category, which is no or limited lower limb function. It is limited trunk stability, and it's a hand bike class. So in this class, we have 6 riders that are locked and loaded.
So next
328 is not too far away from starting. Gael of France.
We are anticipating Jamie Lopez, Sarah Rockhold, and then we move into
there are 2 age classes in the hand bike categories.
Jamie Lopez for the United States.
Going to have the next class, the IHB2, which will be cyclists who'll be kneeling potentially. There's Jamie Lopez finishing 3:42.383.
And she'll be closely followed.
So away goes Gael of France in the IHB1. This is Lenny Redrose crossing the line for Australia. Well done to him, the 37-year-old from Melbourne. He was super quick, beat 3 minutes. So Sarah Rockhold completing her time trial in the earlier category.
So although it is a fairly short course, changes.
You can see the speeds that these cyclists are able to generate with these machines, and not easy though. Keep that pace. It's a severe physical workout. There's the first of the cyclists, or Suleiman of France. Of course, was overtaken by Lenny Redrose.
Ill for France. 6 competitors in the men's IHB1. Oh, a technical malfunction on the start.
Oh, no, there's a problem there.
Shame. Oh, we don't
well,
want
I
to
guess
see
that can go. That can happen at any stage, but hopefully that competitor will be able to get sorted.
Like a gear slip.
As we continue the time trials that continue now, and we're into the IHB2 category now, and we've got a lot of riders in this one. 14. This is James Barker of Adelaide of Australia. Away goes the Colombian Camilo Castellanos Sanchez. This is Leyland Muller of Canada from Winnipeg. He's keen to push through mental barriers he's created for himself. That's why he's at these Invictus Games. Gael from France out there too, still going pretty well in the IHB1 category.
Yes, indeed.
Muller really searching for oxygen and what's a grueling event. Next in the IHB2 riders is away, Brent Garlick of the United States. So here comes Muller. Almost there. Well done, Layla Muller. And here's Gael of France, who's just behind him. Didn't quite catch him, but he's gained a serious amount of time there. He just broke the 3 minutes. Well done to him on this 1.6 kilometre course. If you're just watching, we just tuned in. This is the time trial, cycling road time trials here at the Invictus Games for 2023, and we have a lot of cyclists out there in different categories. And hopefully when it's all finished and done, we will be able to confirm some winners for you.
The blue of the Italian
So these hand bike riders are certainly doing a fantastic job.
Oh, look at it.
Here's Gael of, or is this the Italian? Matteo Pidiapan, it is.
So
he crosses the line in just over 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Number 828 is ready to go. This is Julius McManus of the United States, a Navy diver. So he's the 8th competitor to go in the IHB2 time trial. There is 6 more to follow him. So this is Castellanos Sanchez from Colombia, who's overtaken James Barker of Australia, 2:36.45 seconds. That is going to be hard to beat in that category, you would think. See the arms just get an absolute test in that category as James Barker crosses the line.
These gentlemen in separate competitions.
And Choi of Korea, who was in the earlier time trial of the IHB1, he was the last of the competitors to finish in that category. What we can do is actually, let's see if we can confirm some of those earlier medal winners for you. Colombia, of course, won the tandem competition after the unfortunate accident that Mark had from France in the IRB2 category. Peter Kalberg's time of 2:19.282 headed all others, and he's actually set the fastest time across all categories today. Stefan Volpot of Belgium finished with the silver in that category, and Mauricio Pinafijilo of Colombia finished in 3rd place. Alana Mundy, of course, won women's IRB2 class ahead of Katrina Brown and Danielle Pothoff of the UK and the United States, respectively. Well done to the Canadian. We can confirm you the IRB3 women's time trials won by Julia Eyrich, 2:29.086. Nicole Favusa finishing in 2nd place, just ahead of Rebecca York of the UK.
Some of our competitors a lot more experienced.
And the Masters IRB3 category was won by Taryn Dickens of Australia, 2:34.468. 3 seconds quicker than Stephanie Jackal of Germany, with another Australian, Colleen Swift, coming home in 3rd place. Benjamin Theiss of Germany has won the IREB1 category. Gregory Qualls of the United States 2nd, and Ariel Mariash of Israel finished in 3rd place in that category. So, well done to those riders. Kelly McVitie won the IREB1 women's title over Jessica McCann-Revert and Sarah Rockhold. So medals there to the UK and to the USA. And of course, we touched on this before, Garrett Kuwata, well done to him, the American, winning the IREB2 over the only other rider in the field, Christian Vega. So we have 3 other categories now that are out there. 2 handbike categories are still going on. And here comes Kim Jong-jun of Korea. and he is in the
Julius McManus.
IHB2 category. So about 7 riders still out there in that category. Here comes Julius McManus, rather. The United States 255.133. Not bad for the chief diver rather in the US Navy.
Some prefer the quick
This is Martin Neubergbauer of Germany, who's out there. And here's 667. The last of the riders in this category, Florin Vuta of Romania. And we'll try and get a look and see where the IHB2 category is at. We have 2 categories to come only after the conclusion of this category.
It looks like it's going to be Neugebauer. It is.
And that will be
final 75 for Martin.
The IRB3 men's time trials for both the Open and Masters divisions.
See it through, look at the face on it.
So Neugebauer crosses the line.
Which means...
So we have the women's IHB2.
Contreras for Colombia. We do. Oh, it's Pedrosa
Is underway, and there are 4
so Contreras out on the course.
competitors in this category. Andrea Collins, Claire Gibson, Heather Sealover, and Corinne Hamilton. 3 Americans and a UK in Gibson. Pedraza Osirio. Oh, he's been a star of these games, hasn't he? Looking, he's been a great competitor from Colombia. Looking forward, we've really enjoyed watching him compete in all the sports that he's been involved with.
Joined us again. You can ignore the ranking score on the arch there. That is a collective ranking for our entire competition, not the individual events.
So Andrea Collins, Claire Gibson,
Pollack,
Heather Sealover and Corinne Hamilton are out there, but there are still some riders completing the previous division, the IHB2 for the hand bikers.
He's having a great time.
Sanchez Maza, and great effort from him. He's overtaken Pedraza Osorio and Sanchez Maza.
Big smiles on
so that just leaves Florin Vuta out there now as we get to see a couple of these other cyclists leaving the gates there, including Claire Gibson from the United Kingdom, who's out there now. Army veteran, combat medical technician for 5 years, across the late 90s into the early 2000s.
Last man off the ramp.
She's the second of the 4 in the IHB2 women's time trial.
Contreras. But Florin Vuta should be home next. Then we have the women's IHB2 time trial, 4 competitors.
So on the starting line here, this is Camille Castellanos Sanchez of Colombia, as we get the men's IHB2 time trial underway.
So who will we see next? The last competitor in the men's IHB2, or the first?
So Florin Vuta is still out there too, the Romanian, as we see.
Let's find out. Looks like Romania's Florin Vuta to me. Yes, it is.
So Vuta is coming up to the finish line now. Vuta doing a great job, the sitting volleyball player in the Romanian team too. So Vuta 402. Here comes Heather Sealover from the United States, 308.078. That'll be interesting to see if that time's competitive in the IHB2 category.
She was followed.
See if Claire Gibson can get on that one.
Of the United Kingdom, Heather Sealover,
Andrea Collins and Corinne Hamilton as well.
And it's Andrea Collins.
Collins is well and truly overtaken by Sealover. She's down the standings a touch. Again, see that rank there of 63. Don't pay any attention to that one, folks. That's across all the categories. And of course, the medals are given out in each category, and there are 13 of them.
Competition-wise, we go right through to around about 10 o'clock this morning. On a little bit
Collins
later,
just
because
pleased
delayed,
to
of course, we get
guide
10,
her
20 or so.
cycle back to the starting area.
Ceremonies.
Suleiman of France has won the men's IHB1 ahead of Lenny Redrose and Gael of France. So well done to the two French riders. That result has now been confirmed.
UK flags here in the stands.
So the women's IHB2 category, Andrea Collins, Gibson, Sea Lover and Hamilton still going on.
Excellent work, 3:49 for
So Gibson with 3:49.726. Good cycle from her. Those arms seriously getting a working out around a 1.6K course. Don't forget too, later on we've got all the criterium races. All of the races will be 20 minutes long plus one lap. And we'll see a few categories going together in those races as well.
And there's Para Contreras. We knew they were out there somewhere. So then he just
One of the Colombians is coming across the finish line in the IHB2 men's category.
And after all that, it's quite a good time, 3:17.
Para
He's done nicely
Contreras.
indeed.
Good race from him. He had a great swimming meet, couple of medals in the swimming pool.
Now
And he also won a medal in the, won silver in the indoor rowing as well in the sprint for the IR2 fleets.
Can't tell, you're not
So
sure.
we'll see if that's been good enough to get a medal in that category as well. And he'll medal in 3 different sports, which would be pretty amazing.
Before we continue any racing. To one, unfortunately, second man out this morning. And as we always do at the Invictus Games.
So let's confirm some results for you. Congratulations to Elena Mundy of Canada, winning the women's IRB2 time trial ahead of Katrina Brown and Danielle Pothoff. So Pothoff from America, couldn't win 4 golds in 4 different sports. That would have been an incredible achievement. Still wonderful games for her in the IRB2 category and the other sports that she succeeded in. We go to the women's IRB3, and Julia Eyrich won that comfortably, 2:29.086. She absolutely blitzed the field with Nicole Favuza just ahead of Britain's Rebecca York in 3rd place. The women's IRB3 Masters, Taryn Dickens has won that from Australia. A wonderful ride from her, ahead of Stephanie Jakel of Germany. So great effort from Taryn Dickens, the 40-year-old from Canberra. Very nice job from her. Colleen Swift won bronze medal in that category, the 43-year-old from Brisbane. So 2 medals to Australia in that category. In the men's IREB1, these are for the riders that can't ride a 2-wheel bike upright. Benjamin Theiss won that one, won that category. So great job to the German camp there for that particular effort. Garrett Kuwata won the other gold in the other IRE category, the American, just ahead of his compatriot Christian Vega. And now the hand biking categories. Well, in fact, just before we get to the hand biking categories, congratulations to Kelly McVitie, Jessica McHam-Revert and Sarah Rockhold for winning the medals in the women's IREB1. Now to the handbike categories, as I touched on moments ago. The two Frenchmen winning first and third there, Suleiman and Gial. Lenny Redrose from Australia split them. He won the silver. So congratulations to Lenny Redrose. The IHB2 category, Camillo Castellanos Sanchez, Colombia, 14 seconds faster than his compatriot, and another Colombian, Alvaro Sanchez Maza, finishing in third. So clean sweep there for the Colombians. An impressive day for them in that category. The women's IHB2, it was Heather Sealover of the United States winning gold, well ahead of Claire Gibson and Andrea Collins. So congratulations to the three medalists in that category. Sealover has won golds now in 4 different sports. How about that, folks? Athletics, indoor rowing, and swimming. So fantastic athlete is she. Looks like we're getting an earlier competitor back out there. One of the Koreans is getting the opportunity in one of the earlier rounds. Choi Seung-min it is who's out there. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to get going at all. He's disappointing there for him. He won a gold in the indoor rowing in the IR2 category, and he looks very disappointed. So hard luck there for Choi.
Now, so unfortunately on screen, that was Cho Sung-min, who we saw earlier have a technical fault as they left the ramp. We allowed them to go again, and the same thing has happened. Utterly devastating for the Korean competitor. So we'll wait and see if we can give them another opportunity. It is absolutely what you don't want to see. No fault of their own, technical problem, for the second consecutive time.
Let's see if Choi can get it together here. It'd be such a shame if he couldn't. Just the 2 time trials remaining, folks. By the way, we have the IRB3 men's and IRB3 men's masters to come. IRB3, remember, is the category for competitors with psychological injuries or minor functional impairments that don't qualify them for a physical impairment class.
20 euros a piece. Tattoos.
Still wait for that one before we get into the criterium races.
Go Poland. I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of Danish flags this week. A huge amount. It took them about a quarter of the swimming venue a couple of days ago. The Danes are absolutely
So those
everywhere.
2 time trials are due to start momentarily, and again they'll follow each other. And we have a lot of riders in both categories. In the IRB Open, 17, and then there is 29 that have been entered in the IRB3 Masters. So 46 cyclists will be out there.
Safety first. Making sure our athlete who had the accident is all right. Cho Sung-min started. We can make an assumption that was the case. The question now is, will Cho Sung-min go for a third time?
Interesting to see how fast some of these riders go around. The 1.6 kilometre course in a moment. Conditions could not be better. So after these two time trials,
in the commentary box, we will let
the last two time trials that will be held, we will be beginning the criterium races.
And
we'll see all the riders that we saw out there earlier back out there again. And competing in a 20-minute race plus one lap.
And sunglasses too, very useful. When they're like this. So hats, sunglasses, sun cream. And how clever have we been putting the stand under a tree as well? Everything was thought about. Oh, lucky bear. And some Danish flags.
So a good crowd here too at Düsseldorf for the cycling.
You won't need that gilet for long.
Well, just coming up to the last day, of course, aren't we, of the Invictus Games, and
Team Australia.
Outstanding event is again, isn't it? It's something special and unique about this particular event, where we, rather than celebrate the high performance aspect of sport, it's all about the recovery aspect of sport, which is a powerful tool in anyone's repertoire to deal with some life challenges. And of course, for all these athletes, many have seen some pretty horrific incidents on the battlefield. Using sport as a tool to tick on with things.
Different flags.
So we are underway in the men's IRB3 time trial now. This is going to be really interesting to see some of these cyclists. Remember, these are not athletes that have physical impairments that fit them into a physical impairment category, so to speak. They have minor functional impairments, and that's it, or they have psychological injuries. Ryan Arthur is out there, the first lieutenant who's still active in the US Army. He competed in swimming and athletics, and now wants to get around this 1.6 kilometre course as fast as he can. David Curtis from the UK is our second rider, 36 years of age from Lancashire. He's Team UK's vice-captain, Army veteran, dad of an 8-year-old daughter who I'm sure is super proud of her old man.
There's a pretty big field, 16 competitors.
So Curtis is out there.
In the men's IRB3.
Won a bronze on the track in the athletics and the mixed 4x100 metre relay.
And if you can see there on the screen, in front
he's out there. Away goes Brian Castillo, and next competitor, Sergeant First Class, United States Special Operations Command.
Brian Castillo of America.
He's competed in indoor rowing and athletics at this Invictus Games. And he's got a good pedal rate going already, Brian Castillo, as he tries to get a competitive time. All of these riders going at 30-second intervals. And reminding you, there are 17 riders in this class, and then we'll roll straight through to the men's Masters category in this division. Next rider is Robin End of Germany. Saw him in 3 events in the swimming pool, and he was on the indoor rowing machine as well earlier on.
There's not a lot to look at on the course.
He's out there as our 4th competitor.
Be aware, it's 3 very sharp corners.
So 2 Americans, a UK rider and a German out there at the moment. Back to Ryan Arthur here.
He will be the first.
Can he get through the grind? find something special on that home straight to post a good time. Dorian Floor is going to be the next rider away. Very influential player in the sitting volleyball team. And he won 2 bronzes on the track earlier in the athletics. So Ryan Arthur coming down the finishing line just as Floor gets underway. So we'll see what Ryan Arthur can do here as he gets across the finish line to post the first time in this category. 241.48 for Ryan Arthur. So we'll see if that is going to be competitive for Ryan Arthur. Here's David Curtis for the UK, who's on the finishing straight now. As the next rider gets away, this is Francois of France as we swing back to Curtis. And Curtis is going to beat Arthur's time, 2:35.859. He's beaten it by 5.6 seconds. So Curtis goes into the lead, but remember, just 2 of 17 have completed. That's Ben Gallagher of the UK, who's out there now, 35-year-old from Gloucestershire, as we get set to welcome Brian Castillo of the United States across the finish line in this time trial.
2:35. He won't move into the lead.
Castillo off his seat, really looking to drive home to the finish line. Oh, he's just outside Curtis's time, 2:38.4 seconds. It's less than 3 seconds slower than Curtis, so he's going to swing into second place for now.
Should be. He is.
Another American is set to go here, Resondo Gutierrez, Staff Sergeant, who's still active in the US Marine Corps. He is on the course now.
Put your hands together.
Saw him in 3 events in the track and field and a couple in the indoor rowing. Here's Robin N from Germany. 2:43, and that's not going to overhaul David Curtis's time. So it's Curtis still in front from the UK. As Gutierrez gets going, and now Floor, we look at the form of Dorian Floor, the Romanian. See Gallagher just sneaking up behind. Was that Francois of France?
Was next off the ramp. Has he overtaken Dorian Floor?
Bob Grantham is away. 28-year-old from Oxfordshire, RAF aircraft maintenance tech on Puma helicopters. You should be good. He's a former triathlete, is Bob Grantham. Seriously injured his ankle in an accident while triathlon training. So we'll see what his form is like. Now Floor's coming across the line here. Time to beat, remember, 2:35.859. Oh my goodness. Wow, look at Gallagher coming up there for second. 2:15.133 Gallagher. Surges into the lead. What a time from Ben Gallagher. What a story he is too, Ben Gallagher. He was shot several times in 2019, has had major mental health struggles. And Gallagher has put those behind him to take the lead in this category, the IRB3. Great ride from him. That's Sean Hillman from Australia, who we just saw vanish into the distance. And now Jimmy Harrison is out there, another rider from the UK, 33-year-old from Shropshire. Has MS and joined the RAF in 2018. And we saw him in the powerlifting and the indoor rowing earlier at these games. So good luck to Harrison as he tries to find his best form.
Who comes home next?
Rosendo Gutierrez.
And Robert Grantham.
Oh, he's being caught big time, isn't he?
It's going to be very hard to beat.
Bob Grantham, remember the former triathlete, is right there. Look at him. Grantham could be one to watch, with Gallagher setting that fast time at the moment. Away goes the Danish rider, Christian Krogaugia. So he's off. 5 more riders to come, but here comes Grantham, who's overtaken Gutierrez. 2:12.574. Overtakes his compatriot Ben Gallagher with a sensational ride there. So it's a UK 1-2 at the moment. In fact, UK 1-2-3 with Curtis still holding down 3rd place. So 2:15.133 for Gallagher, but we just saw Grantham eclipse that. So it's the UK 1-2-3 now. Look at Sean Hillman as we see Bradley Mazaferi as well.
Sean Hillman.
So we'll see what these Aussies can do. The 31-year-old from Adelaide here.
Let's make some noise for Aussie Sean Hillman.
Discharged in 2013 with bilateral Achilles tendonitis from the Army. So 237. What about Harrison here? Harrison looks like he's going to blitz Grantham's time. Oh, he's just missed out by a second. So Bob Grantham still leads. It looks like Harrison's going to slot in to second place, just behind Grantham, and Gallagher is now occupying third place. That's a great time by Sean Hillman. As we go back to that, well, we unfortunately didn't quite see Harrison crossing the line as we look at Jamie McGlinchey from Australia now, the third to last cyclist who's away in this category. Remember, we've got another category starting straight away, the IRB3 Masters time trial, and there's 29 cyclists in that category. That will be the last time trial that we have. And away goes James Rogers, 37-year-old UK's team captain from Wiltshire. Second Invictus Games for him. Has two kids, and I'm sure they'll be cheering for him as he tries to do his best in this. Kragaga of Denmark. He comes down the main straight, followed closely behind by Mazaferi of Australia.
Waiting for the Danish reporters. And he's puffing 241.
Mazaferi is going to get around 220. That's going to get him into fifth place, I reckon. Mazaferi. 220.835. Fifth place, in fact. Yes, that makes sense too, with Harrison just behind. So these results I can give you now are up to date. Bob Grantham leading, the UK rider, 2:12.547. Harrison 1.2 seconds behind in second. Ben Gallagher 2.5 seconds behind Grantham's time in third, and Curtis 2:35.859 has him in fourth place. But we just saw the Aussie Mazaferi come into fourth ahead of Curtis, so he is just outside the medals at the moment. Let's see if any of these other riders here have got the skills to fly around this 1.6 kilometre course and trouble Bob Grantham at the top of the pecking order. So that's the last of the riders, Timothy. Now we've got the next category underway with the IRB3 Masters underway. That's Adam Backhouse, who's out there now from the UK. So here's Sergiu Ola from Romania. Jamie McGlinchey's right there. And look at Rogers. Rogers, I reckon, could surge to the lead. Yes, James Rogers takes over as the leader. 2:08. What a ride from Rogers. Oh, surely he's going to win the gold. This rider here, Timothy's the only one left on the course, and he's got 2:08 to beat the Frenchman. As we have a look at some of the other riders beginning in the next category, that is Bernard Icy of Canada. So here's Timothy, 2:11. I think that's going to get him the silver. Wow, what a finish there from Timothy. James Rogers confirmed as the winner. What a ride from him, the second to last rider. Dramatic finish to that time trial. But Great Britain occupy 4 of the top 5 spots in that IRB3, with Rogers getting the gold, Timothy from France the silver, Grantham getting the bronze. But can you believe this? There was just 7 seconds separating the top 5 cyclists. So great competition, that one, the IRB3 time trial, with James Rogers winning the gold medal. All right, let's have a look now in earnest at this IRB3 Masters. And there we are. There's the first of the cyclists across the line. That was Gil Akobi of Israel. Rider 454. So we'll check his time. It's 2:33.132. Backhouse has just come across the line well inside that. So Adam Backhouse, the 44-year-old from Oxfordshire, is now leading.
Was next off the ramp.
So we have other riders out there. Bernard Casey, Johnny Ball, William Cruz, Mike Cotton from New Zealand is out there as well. William Cruz here, the lieutenant in the US Navy.
Almost every single nation involved in the IRB3.
So we'll have a look at some of these riders as they come close. So in this Masters category, as I mentioned, we have 29 cyclists who have entered. 2 have crossed the finish line and posted times, as we see Justin Donnelly rather out there now. He's the 7th of the competitors. 47-year-old from Queensland, lives in Port Adelaide these days. Long career in the military in Australia. Joined in 1994 the Army and discharged in 2016. Served in places like Afghanistan, East Timor. So let's have a look at Cassie now, the intelligence officer. He's been all around the world as well in his job. So the time to beat 2:16.219. So he's going to lock in 2:37.199.
And now Johnny Ball was the next man out the gates.
Jean-Christophe Genikov from Belgium is away. Now let's have a look at Johnny Ball here. Time to beat, remember, 2:16.219 by Adam Backhouse. So Ball 2:28.566. He's going to be in second for the meantime. It's still a lot of riders to come. Alan Hildebrandt of Denmark is out on the course now. Here comes the New Zealander, Mike Cotton. 2:13.914. That puts Cotton, the Kiwi, into the lead. He has overhauled Adam Backhouse's time and has nipped in front there.
The new fastest time.
He's beaten Backhouse's time by over 2 seconds. About 2.3 seconds.
Or ignore the rankings.
So Mike Cotton, the ex-Airforce man, he actually lived not far away from Düsseldorf for 4 years during postings in Germany in the 80s and the 90s. Another New Zealander underway now, Soren Hall, who left the New Zealand Defence Force in 2022, served in Kandahar. William Cruz coming across the line now.
And the United States,
Time to beat 2:13.914. Mike Cotton of New Zealand. There's Cruz. Good competition from William Cruz, completed in 3 different sports. And he's still got that criterium to come later today. Well, Casper Holm, he looks like he's got a pretty decent cyclist build, doesn't he? He could be a dark horse in this one. Justin Donnelly, 2:29.832. That'll have him down the standings just a touch, but still a decent time. Here's Nick Holyong of Canada. Actually British born in High Wycombe, but lives in British Columbia these days.
He will be Jean-Chris Genikov.
Here's Genikov of Belgium, the 8th rider, crossing the line at 2:30.08 seconds. So still it's Mike Cotton of New Zealand who has the fastest time in this category so far. Brian Hotchkiss out there now, Major US Special Services Special Operations Command, still active in that division of the military. This is Hildebrandt, Alan Hildebrandt, about to cross the line. 2:33.887.
Still Michael Cotton.
Still won't threaten Mike Cotton's time of 2:13.914. Here's another Dane, Kenneth Hiltoft rather. Here's Soren Hall.
We'll move into 3rd position.
Soren Hall coming across the line in 2:24.293. That might have him in middle contention. David Jarvis gets his campaign underway.
Gold medal position.
Well, 2:05 for Casper Holm. We just heard Casper Holm cross the line, and he now has the fastest time of 2:05. That is an incredibly quick time. I mentioned he looked like he had a cyclist frame on him, and I was not mistaken. And he is, in fact, the fastest rider of the day across all categories now. Casper Holm of Denmark. So at the moment, it's Holm holding down the gold medal position. Mike Cotton from New Zealand in silver, and Adam Backhouse holding third at the moment.
That's solid 2:21.
And that will remain with Holm getting close there, 2:21, but still 5 seconds slower than Adam Backhouse's time. Daniel King is out there now, the Aussie from Sydney.
And Kenneth Hiltoft of Denmark for the 13th and 14th medal for round.
Saw him very good in the pool, didn't we? Didn't quite medal though, but he finished in the top 6 in 4 different disciplines. Here's Hotchkiss, Brian Hotchkiss, 2:20. Just 4 seconds outside Adam Backhouse's time in third place.
Wonderful time for Brian Hotchkiss. Someone get that man some aero.
All these riders continuing to get out there. Here comes the Romanian now, Marian Nikula. Oh, here's a fast time from Holtoft, 2:11.02. That's going to put him into second place. So it's Denmark 1 and 2 at the moment. Fantastic performance from Denmark here in this category. Kenneth Hiltoft.
Oh, hang on, this looks quick. This looks really
Hang on. Oh, here's David Jarvis, 2:04.407. He goes into the lead. David Jarvis, that now is the fastest time across all categories.
The bronze medal position.
Well, David Jarvis, the 40-year-old from Scotland, is now in front. So let's recap here. It is Jarvis first and the two Danes second and third at the moment, with Casper Holm holding second and Hiltoft in third place at the moment, squeezing out Mike Cotton now of New Zealand out of a medal contention. Here's Robert Pearce, New Zealand's team co-captain, who's out there. We saw him swimming and running in the track and field earlier. Robert Pearce looking to close a chapter that began in 2003 with the death of a mate in Iraq.
Gritting his teeth through the finish line.
Austin Cardell crosses the line. So he's the 16th rider that is finished now, and we're down to the 22nd starter now. Andrzej Poniatowski of Poland is out there. Saw him competing in the indoor rowing earlier, as we see Daniel King from Sydney crossing the line, 2:31.2, so he'll be out of medal contention. Great to have an Estonian in the field. Toivo Puvi is out there now, and this is his only event at these games, or his only sport rather that he's competing out of these games. So I'm sure he'll give it everything. Good luck and the best of luck to him as we look at Robert Pearce again, the New Zealander. About halfway through his time trial. Earl Olinger, Sergeant First Class Army veteran, sixth in the long jump. Gold medalist in the wheelchair basketball here in Dusseldorf. 2:19.086, that's pretty decent actually. It's going to have him in the top 10, but won't be in medal contention. So repeating the medalists at the moment, David Jarvis from the UK in first at the moment in this Masters division. Casper Holm from Denmark in second, and third it's Kenneth Hiltoft from Denmark. Those are the top three at the moment. Michael Cotton from New Zealand in fourth. Backhouse, Adam Backhouse in fifth. Those are the top five at the moment. Here's Eric Smith, the 25th of 29 out there now. As we have a look at Pearce, Kiwi looking for something from deep within himself to finish his Invictus Games campaign. 2:42, great stuff for Pierce. Henry Tova Acosta of Colombia.
He's in his final 100 meters.
This is his fourth sport at the Games, having competed in athletics, indoor rowing and table tennis. Poniatowski of Poland.
2:37 for him.
2:37.16, so that has him down the standings a touch.
Toivo Puvi of Estonia.
Here goes the last of the French riders, Thierry.
Belgium, Canada,
Their wheelchair rugby
Colombia,
team, which
France,
almost got a medal. They lost
Poland still to come.
semi-finals to the UK 26-19. Hopefully one more medal chance for Thierry today. Just the two riders to come. Rich Waldrum of the UK, a 47-year-old from Gloucestershire.
After Poniatowski.
Cycling's the only sport at these Games that he's competed in. So again, he has nothing to lose here as he gets down into the slipstream position. Rousseau with the Estonian right there too. So Rousseau has actually overtaken the Estonian. 2:39 for him. Eric Smith just behind him might be one to watch here as the Estonian crosses the line here.
Eric
Smith 2:20. Unfortunately, that won't put him in medal position. Third fastest at the moment is 2:11.020. Still a great time for Eric Smith there. And here is the last of the competitors, Rafał Ronaskowski of Poland. He's a gold medalist from the 1500 meters in the IT7 athletics category. We'll see if he can do something very special to overtake David Jarvis at the top of the standings in this time trial.
Seriously going up. Here is Tovar Acosta for Colombia.
Tovar Acosta coming across the line here.
Colombian fans have been raucous this week.
Colombia certainly had an enormous following here, with a number of their athletes doing particularly well.
The French competitor
Tovar Acosta
Thierry,
being one of them.
the UK's Rich
Here's
Waldron,
Thierry.
and Poland's Rafał Ronaskowski. Here is Thierry.
Thierry, he's given it everything, hasn't he? That's determination, pure determination right there, 2:39.238. Well, Rich Waldron could be one to watch here. He's almost caught his compatriot. Remember, 2:11 is the time to beat for bronze, and he's 10 seconds out. Hard luck for Rich Waldron. Great effort, though. So here comes Rafał Ronaskowski, the last of the riders, and he won't win a medal.
He's going to crush it all the way.
But still, he's
to the line.
Gone around a pretty decent clip here. 2:14 is excellent time. That's going to have him just outside the middle placings. Just 3 seconds outside the middle placings. Great right there by the pole. But he is the last across the finish line, which means that in this IRB3 Masters category, the winner will be David Jarvis of the UK.
So don't go too far.
Great time of 2:04 for Jarvis. 1 second faster than Kasper Holm of Denmark, with his compatriot Kenneth Hiltoft coming home in third place. Well, that concludes the time trials. We'll have the results for you. Confirmed results for you as soon as possible, and we're not too far away from a start in the criterium racing. And we're going to have 2 criterium going at, or 2 different criterium races coming up in this session. 3 categories will be riding together, and 2 others will be riding together a little bit later. And all the criteriums are 20 minutes in duration plus 1 lap. So stay with us for those races. We will have those for you shortly. Well, let's confirm those times. What a ride by David Jarvis at 2:04.407, the fastest across all the time trials that we've seen in this session. Casper Holm, brilliant ride from him too, 2:05.140. Kenneth Hildtoft gets the bronze, just ahead of Michael Cotton, with Rafael Ronosovsky getting into 5th place. But some great action in that Masters Series, 29 riders in all. And all of them gave it everything, which was fantastic.
My name is Matt Tyndall. I'm representing Team Canada at this year's Invictus Games. I'm going to be competing in swimming, sitting volleyball, and rowing. My injury, I'm a left above knee amputee. I heard about the Invictus Games a few years back from a couple of co-workers who were able to compete in it in previous years. After my surgery and whatnot, I saw the application come out to apply for this year. I discussed it with my wife for a couple minutes, and she said it wasn't even a question. I have to apply to do this. Almost 2 years now. I had a sore leg. It lasted for a couple of weeks, and then my wife made me go in to see the doctor, and why is my leg still sore? And they discovered a tumor going through my femur. It took about 3 or 4 months trying to find a diagnosis of what it was, and the damage ended up being to the point that I'm either going to get an amputation or I'm probably going to pass away in the next couple of years or couple of months. So it was a pretty straightforward decision. Either I die sooner or we take my leg and I can carry on. So I opted for an amputation. It's in dark times for sure, why me and that, but it was outside of I didn't have any control over it. It's not like there was a car accident where if I had taken that turn or if I had slowed down or something, and all the physicians, the specialists, like oncology and whatnot, they're like, it was a roll of the dice. You have bad luck, I'm sorry. It just happened, so. My youngest daughter, she's 9 now, so I guess she was 7 at the time, when I told her that, hey, I'm gonna be losing my leg on November 2nd this year. She just, oh, that's fine, and she went and played or whatnot, and then she came back a little while later, and she goes, Dad, I think I'm sad. And it was very bizarre, like she was very vocal about this, like not crying, but just like, I'm sad. I'm like, okay, well, tell me about why you're sad. And she's like, well, Halloween is October 31st, and you're losing your leg on November 2nd, so you can't dress as a pirate this year for Halloween. It just pure and wonderful thing coming out of her. You know, it's like, okay, Dad's gonna lose his leg, that's it. Oh shoot, he doesn't get to be a pirate this year. I have to wait till next year to build myself a peg leg and be a pirate. So. Sure, there's an injury. Yes, it's weird, right? Like this is different. You don't see, like in our community, we don't see a lot of amputees or visually disabled looking people around. Trying to normalize it and just live a normal lifestyle. Can still go hiking, I can still motorbike, I can still bicycle, and just normalizing the injury and normalizing the situation that, sure, it's different, but it doesn't have to be, you don't have to shy away from it. It doesn't have to take over your life. I think I'm going to expect after the games that I've learned that I can do this. This will be my first competition since taking my leg. I think it's going to be a big day, but proving to myself, it's like, yes, I can still compete, regardless of what position I might get and where my hierarchy will be and how well I did at stacking up against other countries. But proving to myself that, yes, I can still do this and then build from there.
So we are moments away from the first of our ceremonies this morning. There will be 13 new Invictus Games champions crowned. Plenty of medals to distribute, so don't go anywhere. Celebrate their success with us. And we will, shortly after the ceremonies, go racing once again. We race right through to around 4 or 5 p.m. this afternoon. Plenty of racing to get through, time trials and the criterium races. This is the men's medal ceremony for the ITB1 time trial.
Time now for some medal ceremonies for you. 13 of them coming up in the next few minutes. Started off with the very first category that we had, the men's ITB1 time trial, which was for the vision impaired athletes, and that rode the tandem bikes. And the Colombian team coming out here to grab their medal with the primary rider.
Medals presented by
Uriel Francisco won the Bonza Jaime. He's going to get his
your gold medalist,
third gold medal of these games.
Representing Colombia, Uriel Francisco Guatemala.
He wins a gold in the cycling here, and also won gold in the pool in the 50-metre breaststroke and in the 50-metre freestyle as well. Won silvers in the track and field as well, 3 of them. What a games for this man, Uriel Francisco Guatemala.
Appreciation for your men's ITB1 Invictus Games champion.
And we also acknowledge Mark from France too, who competed in that category but unfortunately crashed. Still a wonderful moment for the Colombian team again here at these games.
This is the men's ceremony for the IRB2 time trial.
Well, out come the cyclists now for the next medal ceremony. Belgium certainly dominated this category, with 3 of the top 4 spots, including our gold medal winner.
Medals will be presented by Miss Nancy Susan Schlegel, Vice President, International Government Affairs. Your bronze medalist representing Colombia, Mauricio Pena Trujillo.
A great ride from Mauricio Pena Trujillo. This is his 3rd medal of these games, having won bronze in swimming in the backstroke and silver on the track in the 200 metres. Great job from him. Great games here in Düsseldorf.
Your silver medalist representing Belgium, Stefan
Wolf, ex-Belgian Air Force, was in there for 30 years, suffers paralysis below the knees due to neurological defects, and he gets his 5th medal of these games. He absolutely, in fact, 6th, cleaned up on the track with 2 golds, 2 silvers and a bronze, and now 1 in cycling as well.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Belgium, Peter Kalber.
What a ride from Peter Kalber for a long time. It was the fastest time of the day. And this is his 1st medal of these games, and he's got a gold, having also competed in athletics and indoor rowing. A great day for Peter Kalberg there of Belgium.
Please show your appreciation for your men's IRB2 time trial medalists. This is the medal ceremony for the women's IRB2 time trial.
Let's move on to our next time trial for the IRB2 athletes. Again, these are for impairments to one or two limbs as a result of amputation, loss of muscular power, range of movement, and or balance impairment. Medalists here from Canada, the UK and the USA.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Jonathan Hoyle, Chief Executive of Europe, Lockheed Martin. Your silver medalist representing the United Kingdom, Katrina Brown.
Oh, great job by Katrina Brown. Yeah, that's how you want to see someone celebrate getting a medal, don't you? Katrina Brown, awesome. 40-year-old from Gloucestershire, Army veteran, tours of Afghanistan and Iraq.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Canada, Elena Mundy.
Here's Elena Mundy from Ottawa, 21 years in the Canadian Armed Forces. Diagnosed with MS in September 2020, and she stands on top of the podium. Gets a gold medal at these Invictus Games.
One more time, show your appreciation for our women's IRB2 medalists.
Good on Mundy and Brown there, brilliant. Great effort. And the women's IRB2 time trial.
This is the medal ceremony for the women's IRB 3-time trial.
Well, come the winners now for the IRB time trial. This is for competitors with psychological injuries or minor functional impairments that do not qualify them for a physical impairment class. The winner from Germany, decisive winner as well.
Medals will be presented by Major General Klaus Flaunholz, Chief of the Development for Army Development, Germany. Your bronze medalist representing the United Kingdom, Rebecca York.
Rebecca York, great game she said. She was competitive in the pool. Got a bronze in the 100-metre freestyle in the ISE category. She competed in powerlifting and indoor rowing as well, and has battled mental health issues along with a hip injury. She's a great musician too, performed at Prince William's wedding and the London Olympic Games. Well done to Rebecca York from Somerset.
Your silver medalist representing the United States of America, Nicole Favuza.
And Nicole Favuza from the USA, active in the US Air Force still, the Senior Master Sergeant. She's had a great games too. She won gold in 2 events in athletics, in the 100 metres and the 200 metres, and now has a silver in the cycling. Congratulations to Nicole Favuza.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Germany, Julia Einig.
Julia Einig, well, she was 14.8 seconds faster than everyone else in this division. What a ride, 2:29.086. She gets her second medal of these games, having won a bronze in the 4-minute endurance indoor rowing competition for IR6 athletes. And now she wins gold here in the IRB women's time trial. Well done, Julia.
For your women's IRB 3 medalists. This is the medal ceremony for the women's IRB 3M time trial.
Well, out come the medalists now in the women's IRB 3 Masters time trial competition. 2 Australians getting medals here.
Medals will be presented by Major General Boswell, Chief of Army, New Zealand. Your bronze medalist representing Australia, Colleen Swift.
Great ride from Colleen Swift, 43-year-old from Brisbane. This is her only individual competition. She's been in the wheelchair basketball and the sitting volleyball teams here. And really cool for her to get up to 3rd place in a 13 competitor field this time. Colleen Swift, oh yeah, great scenes there, means a lot.
Your silver medalist representing Germany,
Queenslander.
Stephanie Jackel.
Stephanie Jackel of Germany. This is her first medal of these games as well, having competed in swimming and sitting volleyball. Can't get the smile off her face either. Well done, Stephanie.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion representing Australia, Taryn Dickens.
Yeah, Taryn Dickens. Ex-Navy, vision impaired, sensitive to light, which has led to some anxiety and depression issues for her, but she'll be feeling, I'm sure, very happy with getting on the podium here again. This is her 3rd gold medal of these games, having won 2 in indoor rowing, also won bronze in powerlifting. So she's medaled in every sport that she's entered here. Taryn Dickens, one of the stars of these Invictus Games.
One more time, your appreciation for your women's IRB 3M medalists. This is the medal ceremony for the men's IREB one-time trial.
Now we move to competitors with physical impairments that prohibit them from riding a two-wheeled upright bike or hand bike. A couple of categories here, including the IREB1 category. So Ariel Mariash.
He will be presented the medal by a representative.
Unfortunately not available to get the medal, but he's getting a bronze, so that's really cool for Mariash, who competed in table tennis here as well. So well done to him.
Your silver medalist representing the United States of America, Gregory Qualls.
Gregory Qualls, retired Army Sergeant First Class. Third medal of these games, having won bronze in discus and second in the shot put. And here is the winner, getting his first medal of these games. He swam in some ISE 100 and the relay races, but he wins comfortably here, cycling around the 1.6K course. 11 seconds faster than Qualls. So there are the medalists: Benjamin Tice, Gregory Qualls and Ariel Mariash. Congratulations to all three athletes.
This is the medal ceremony for the men's IREB2 time trial.
Well, just the two medalists in this category. Both Americans, Gareth Kuwata, Christian Vega. In this category for competitors with physical impairments that prohibit them from riding a two-wheel upright bike or hand bike. In this category, the competitors have measurable balance impairment.
Nancy Zuzenschlegel, Vice President of International Government Affairs, Lockheed Martin. Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United States of America, Garrett Kuwada.
Garrett Kuwada, good on him. Chief Master Sergeant in the US Air Force. Got a bronze in the pool in the 50-meter breaststroke in the ISC category, and silver in the shot put in the IF6 category, and now gold here in the cycling in the IREB2 time trial. So he's completed the set. Bronze to gold for Garrett Kuwada.
Champion in the men's IREB2. This is the medal ceremony for the women's IREB1 time trial. Medals will be presented by Mr. Jonathan Hoyle, Chief Executive of Europe, Lockheed Martin. Your bronze medalist, representing the United States of America, Sarah Rockhold.
Yeah, Sarah Rockhold, congratulations. Hospital, second-class courseman with the US Navy. And first medal for her of these games, having previously competed in powerlifting, indoor rowing and table tennis.
Your silver medalist, representing the United States of America, Jessica Merker.
Jessica McCam-Revitt, Chief Yeoman with the US Navy. Closest she's got to a medal was 5th in the 100 metres in the IT7 category, but she gets a silver here. Well done to her. But, our gold medal winner dominated this race, this time trial.
Invictus Games champion, representing the United Kingdom, Kelly McVitie.
Yeah, Kelly McVitie was 26 seconds faster than McCam-Revitt. RAF veteran, joined as a nurse in 2003, 3 tours of Afghanistan, 3 years in Brunei. Injured in Afghanistan 2012. Medically discharged in 2020. And she's on the podium here with another gold. That's her 5th of these games.
IREB1 time trial medalists.
How good has Kelly McVitie been? 50 metres breaststroke IOC champion, and she won the IGJ3 long jump, IT3 200 metres, IF2 shot put in the athletics. Kelly McVitie, 4 golds at these games. Congratulations to her. Brilliant performance.
This is the medal ceremony for the men's IHB one-time trial.
Well, these guys are something special, aren't they? The hand cyclists. Got a few categories to get through here. The IHB1 category, no or limited limb function, limited trunk stability, with or without upper limb impairment. And this was France's day. Suleiman getting the gold medal just ahead of his rivals.
Your bronze medalist representing France, Gail.
Gail has had a great games, 4th in the wheelchair rugby, just missing out on a medal there. 2nd in the wheelchair basketball when their team lost to the USA in the final. Now he gets the bronze, 2:59.503. Gail, a great time for him. Very tight
representing Australia,
trio here, only 4 seconds separated them. There's Lenny Redrose, the 37-year-old from Melbourne. He's a T4 paraplegic after surgery in 2016, a former great footballer, and he gets his 2nd medal of these games, having won bronze in wheelchair rugby as well.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing France, Suleiman.
And here is the winner, Suleiman. Got a bronze in the indoor rowing in the IR1 category. 4th in table tennis, 4th in wheelchair rugby, 2nd in wheelchair basketball, and now 1st in the IHB one team trial. Fantastic. Got better as the games went on. Nice touch there for him.
Show your appreciation for your men's IHB1 medalists. This is the medal ceremony for the men's IHB2 time trial.
Well, we hope you enjoy these medal ceremonies. They're certainly very cool. And we have just a couple more to go after this one. 3, in fact, as we now go to the IHB2 time trial. Another handbike category. Incomplete loss of lower limb function. Normal, almost normal trunk stability. Trunk and upper limbs can be used to propel the handbike. So, and this was a complete sweep for Colombia.
Medals will be presented by Major General Boswell, Chief of Army, New Zealand. Bronze medalist representing Colombia, Alvaro Sanchez Maza.
Well, Sanchez Maza picked up a couple of medals in the athletics. Silver in the 100. Bronze in the 200, and now bronze here in the cycling. Also competed in powerlifting, table tennis, sitting, volleyball. He's been a busy man, and he's going home with some medals, which is fantastic. Well done to Alvaro Sanchez Maza.
Silver medalist representing Colombia, Euclides Feria Avila.
Euclides Feria Avila. He's been really busy too. Won gold in the 100 metres ITF category on the track. Got a silver and bronze and another bronze in longer races. And now a silver in the cycling too. Very fine, multi-talented athlete, Euclides Feria Avila.
An Invictus Games champion representing Colombia, Camilo Castellanos Sanchez.
Well, this guy here, I talk about other stars of the games. How about this man? He won 3 golds in the pool. He won 4 golds in athletics. And now 1 gold here in the time trial. So that is amazing, isn't it? It's his 8th gold medal of these Invictus Games. And he was a delight to watch in the swimming pool, and he's a delight to watch in the IHB2 time trial as well. There we are. Great day for Colombia. Gold, silver, and bronze in that category.
This is the medal ceremony for the women's IHB2 time trial. by Miss Darlene Barrett, Vice President of Philanthropy of Monster. Your bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Andrea Collins.
Well, Andrea Collins gets the bronze in this category, the IHB2 women style.
Silver medalist representing the United
US
Kingdom,
Marine Corps.
Claire Gibson.
Multiple silver medalist in athletics and indoor rowing, and now she gets bronze here. Here's our silver medalist, Claire Gibson, 48-year-old from Oxfordshire. And she cleaned up on the track in the IT8 category, winning 3 golds.
Games champion representing the United States of America, Heather Seelover.
And Heather Seelover has done it again. 4 golds in athletics, 2 in indoor rowing, 2 in the pool, and now here in the time trial. And there could be another one coming too in the criterium. Heather Seelover on fire.
One more time,
Major Heather Seelover.
Time trial medalists.
Wow, 3 outstanding and very successful athletes there winning in that category.
Don't go anywhere. We have 2 more ceremonies remaining, and then we get into racing once again. Okay, Dusseldorf, we have 2 more ceremonies to come. And we've got some very special guests on their way too. And we need to let them know that we are having a good time in Dusseldorf. Make some noise! We're going to play a couple of tracks to get ourselves a bit more excited here as we get on to our last 2 ceremonies before we go racing, okay? So when our special guests arrive, no clues whatsoever from me, okay? Could be Buddy the dog, who knows? We do love Buddy. Buddy's a wonderful dog. If you've not had your photo with him yet, make sure you do. And we are moments away from our last 2 ceremonies. When we hand out these medals, you need to show our guests that we are having the best time at the cycling, okay? No clues, but get your phones ready. Yeah, clap along, let's do it. We're having fun in the sun. This is the medal ceremony for the men's IRB3 time trial.
Oh, great to see Megan Markle. Involved in presenting the medals to the winners in this category, the IRB3 time trial.
Medals will be presented by Megan, the Duchess of Sussex. Your bronze medalist representing the United Kingdom, Robert Grantham.
Well, Robert Grantham did great. 2:12, what a great ride that he put in. 28-year-old from Oxfordshire, RAF Aircraft Maintenance Tech, and great day for him.
Representing France, Timothy.
His first medal of these games. Now, what about Timothy? He was the last rider out on the course. He won gold on the track in the 400 metres in the IT7 category.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United Kingdom, James Rogers.
And James Rogers came out just before him and won the gold medal. He is UK's team captain, lives with inflammatory arthritis. Has 2 kids and gets gold in his second Invictus Games. Got a bronze in the wheelchair basketball, and that was a great competition, the IRB3. with just 7 seconds covering the top 5 cyclists. Well done to James Rogers, the gold medal winner.
We have one more ceremony to come. Let's keep the energy high. This is the medal ceremony for the men's IRB 3M time trial. Medals will be presented by Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. Bronze medalist representing Denmark, Kenneth Hiltoft.
Wow, a fantastic performance from these men here. 2 Danes and the British winner. Great that Harry is there to congratulate Kenneth Hiltoft on getting the bronze medal.
Silver medalist representing Denmark, Kasper Holm.
These two were sensational in their riding. Kasper Holm, both in the sitting volleyball team as well, in the Team Unconquered side. They both fair ripped around the course. Kasper Holm, great that Denmark got second and third in this category, but
medalist and Invictus Games champion representing the United Kingdom, David Jarvis.
No one did better today in the time trial than this man, David Jarvis. He posted the fastest time across all the categories that we've seen having medal ceremonies. 40-year-old from Scotland, served for 20 years, 3 tours of Afghanistan, discharged in 2022. But he's a great cyclist and he crashed suffered a serious injuries, and he's come back and to win a gold here. Congratulations to David Jarvis. What a ride. And he's a master as well. Amazing performance. Well, that concludes all the medal ceremonies for the time trials. David Jarvis enjoys the spoils of victory. We're going to come back soon with the criterium races. The first of which will combine 3 categories into the one race, and the second will combine 2 categories.
Make some noise for every single one of your medalists, every one of your competitors. And how about a little cheer for our special medal presenters, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. That concludes our medal ceremonies for the time being. There are plenty more coming up later in the day. And we will shortly go racing once more, our criterium races this afternoon. Wonderful scenes, wonderful noise, wonderful support. Thank you all so much for joining us at the cycling track. We are only halfway through our programme of cycling events, so don't go too far. Please do keep yourself hydrated. Make sure you find shade whenever you can. Let's keep you safe, just like we keep our competitors safe.
Well, hello and welcome to the Invictus Games of 2023. And we are now moving to Criterium Racing. And we're going to get Criterium in the IRB2 men's in just a moment, as the cyclists come down to the start line. There's also going to be two other categories in this race too. So 3 and 1 here. So the Criterium's in the IRB2, the ITB1, which is the vision impaired cyclists from Colombia, and there are 3 women in the race too, the IRB2 women's category. So both the men's and the women's IRB2 categories, and they are impairment to 1 to 2 limbs as a result of amputation, loss of muscle power. So we're going to have a 20-minute race with 1 lap plus 1 lap.
Every time they come round the home stretch.
So let's hopefully we can follow this through okay. Reminding you that Peter Kalberg won the gold in the men's IRB2 Criterium, rather time trial. Stefan Fulfulpot won silver. Mauricio Pena Trujillo won the bronze. And in the women's IRB2 time trial, Elena Mundy won gold. Katrina Brown won silver. So let's see how all of those medalists go. And Uriel Francisco Gurtabonza Jaime, the vision impaired rider, riding on a tandem. Can't quite see him on the start line. So we've got 2 Criterium races to start with. This one, which combines 3 classes, and another one coming shortly, which will combine another 2. The women's IRB3 Open and Masters categories. And those are for cyclists with psychological injuries or minor functional impairments that don't qualify them for a physical impairment class.
They are all at 20 minutes plus 1 lap. We'll keep you updated. Race getting started.
So for many of these athletes, this is it. This is the last event of the Invictus Games this year.
In the ITB1, Julio Francisco Guatemala Hiame.
Well, there we are. We do have the vision impaired cyclist out the back there. There he is, Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime, who is out there. Unfortunately, Mark from France, who was injured in that crash earlier, won't be competing. Really cool to see him out there.
Jeffrey Peters and Patrick Nugent. In the women's IRB2.
So in the men's IRB2 Criterium, we have 4 Belgian riders, 2 Colombians, 2 Germans, 2 Romanians, 1 from Ukraine, and 2 Americans. So they form the bulk of the field, with the 3 other riders from the other 2 categories. So here we go, the Criterium underway. 3 classes in one here, the men's IRB2 and women's IRB2 classes, and the men's ITB1 class. So this Criterium's going to be 20 minutes plus 1 lap.
ITB1, IRB2 for the men.
It's going to be interesting to see how these cyclists attack this course. There's Katrina Brown and the visually impaired cyclist bringing up the reel on the tandem bike, Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime from Colombia. And already we're seeing a group of about 5 that are pulling away from the rest of the field. And that's not long after the first corner.
Pot off Pride. Beautiful.
It looks like 3 Belgians.
On the screen
just trying to see one of the Americans is there. But these riders here already giving up some distance to their competitors.
And the leaders of the front pack, they will be absolutely flying around these corners.
So there are the top 5 already. It looks like these 5 here in the IRB2 category are going to sort out the medals as this pack continue to chase hard. Now Patrice Lambert off the back here from Belgium. He finished quite high up in the time trial, so that's probably what we're looking at here.
You might see some breakaways where one competitor thinks, you know what, I'm going for this. They try and build a big lead up.
So we'll keep an eye on how it's going 2 minutes into the race.
Reel them back in over time. Well, you may often see a group of
Get off the back here, 3:21.32.
Just holding things together.
There's the leading group.
The +1 lap is very important. So they'll bunch together.
So Peter Kalberg is out in this leading group. So is Stefan Vulfulpot. Mauricio Pena Trujillo of Colombia. He's in the blue.
On the closing lap or two. Well, whoever's at the front is just going to hold off a
So here they come to complete the first lap. Time ticking over 2:40 as they cross the finish line. Yeah. So it's Vulfulpot who's going over the line first. Jeffrey Peters is in that group as well. 3 Belgians and opportunity for them to work together. The 3 Belgians in that leading group, Peter Kalberg, Stefan Vulfulpot and Thierry Trier. Also keep an eye on the cyclists in the other category. So at the moment it's Dutré who crossed after the first lap. Vulfulpot was in second. Pena Trujillo and Jeffrey Peters and Peter Kalberg off the back. Those are the leading 5 riders in the IRB2 category in the tie criterion, which are leading this race. Now the visually impaired rider, Uriel Francisco Guatabonza Jaime, has come through in 3:03 in his first lap. So he's going great with his tandem rider. Elena Mundy, 3:24 flat, she came across the line. And Katrina Brown and Daniel Pothoof of the United States are there as well. They're currently 33 seconds behind Elena Mundy, who is leading in that women's IRB2 criterium after the first lap.
It might get confusing to watch. We'll keep you up to date, don't worry.
So here's the leading 5 again in the IRB2 criterium.
Is our front 5.
Peter's just hovering off the back there with the 3 Belgians still looking to maneuver themselves into a strong position. And the Colombian is still there too, Mauricio Pena Trujillo, who also medaled in the time trial. He got the bronze.
The smallest American flag I've seen this week, but you wave them all with pride.
So this 5 quickly got out to a lead if you've just joined us.
There is our leading pack.
In this criterium race, 20 minutes long plus 1 lap. Just through the 5-minute mark, as you can see, so we're still a long way from the finish.
And
these 5 riders. It'll be interesting to see how Peters and the Colombian Pina Trujillo actually handle having 3 other competitors from the same country in this league group. Coming up to complete the second lap. Great to hear the riders getting a good cheer as they cross the line too. So it's Detru who still leads out. Colombia moving into second place. Kalberg, he's the one with the beard. And here is our visually impaired cyclist again, Uriel Francisco Bonza Jaime. And good to see him really digging it in with his tandem teammate.
Very clearly to, if they're being overtaken, they move to the right-hand side. So you might witness this in the home straight. The rider moves to the right. That is to let those behind overtake in a safe manner. Already had 2 accidents.
Romanian Stanciu riding by himself at the moment. He's well behind that lead group of 5 though. As we just see a little bit of movement now, looks like the pace just increased a touch down this section of the course.
Alberto Almeida Arcillegas of Colombia going through solo. Canadians and Germans get ready to cheer. Mike Much.
Jeffrey Peters just happy to bide his time off the back. Still active in the US Army, Sergeant First Class. Very busy at these games. He competed in 5 swimming events, 4 athletics events. He was also competing in the indoor rowing and table tennis. And here he is competing in the cycling too. So that's not a bad effort. 5 different sports for Jeffrey Peters. Not too many have competed in that many. He's currently holding 3rd place, just behind the Colombian, and it's Dutrier still leading, with the other two Belgians rather just having to bide their time out the back there. Stefan Fulfulbot and Peter Kalberg. Now something's happening at the 7.5-minute mark. Dutrier is off the back here. Just trying to see which Belgian has decided to make a break here about 8 minutes in. It's Peter Kalberg, who won the gold in the time trial. The other 4 can't seem to catch him at the moment, and he's already putting some severe distance. Remember, Kalberg won the time trial quite comfortably over the other 4, and already he's now looking to make the decisive move, perhaps, in this criterium race. Pina Trujillo is coming back in second. So it's Kalberg and 8:26 coming through the 3rd lap. And he's got a 4-second lead over the Colombian, who's got a 2-second lead back to Dutrier.
So Peter Kalberg of Belgium has made a move.
Colombian is desperately trying to get on his back wheel.
Alberto Almeida Arcillegas, also in that group of 5.
It'll be amazing if he could catch him, but Kalberg seems to have made the break that he needed to. Look back there just to check that he was still ticking along all right. Isn't this pair riding beautifully? Uriel Francisco with the Bonza Jaime. They're riding by themselves to win a gold. You're going great in the ITB1 category. So we go back to Kalberg, who's got the lead by 4 seconds at the end of that 3rd lap. Update you on the women's race as well. And
medals up for grabs. Just a gold and a silver.
As we check now, and Alana Mundy still to complete the 3rd lap, but she is almost a minute and a half clear of the other 2 riders in the race. So she has got that one, it seems, well and truly wrapped up as Kalberg continues to cycle at a strong rate. 1:51 he is, and well, he competed in athletics, indoor rowing as well. sitting volleyball.
Canadian and German pair.
Didn't go so well for the Belgian team in those matches yesterday, but Kalberg looking to put that behind him with back-to-back goals in the cycling here.
And big smiles on the screen. Oh, someone's tired, aren't they?
Still getting at a good rate, and you can see the Colombian in the background there now, Mauricio Pena Trujillo. He's trying his best to stay with
We're going to welcome our front five again.
Kalberg, but it's proving a tough task. Wonder if Kalberg's got the get left in the tank after spending a lot of energy. Here he comes to compete in lap number 4 now.
Broken away on the front.
Remember, this criterion is 20 minutes long plus 1 lap. So you can see there's 9 minutes left before the last lap. Colombian's still there, but Kalberg is through the 4th lap in 11:07. And that lead was 4 seconds at the end of the 3rd lap. And it's stretched to 11 seconds. So it's a comfortable margin at the moment. But can he keep it going? That's the question. 3rd at the moment is Thierry Dutré, another Belgian. He's 6 seconds behind the Colombian. He's got a 10-second lead over Stefan Vulpot. And Jeffrey Peters is right there with Vulpot. But both of them are 10 seconds off 3rd place at the moment.
Nugent in the men's IRB2 and Plotov in the women's IRB2. There's some team tactics being played.
Well, he seems to be going very well at the moment. He's got great stamina.
Belgium, such a strong team here in the cycling, and it is no surprise whatsoever.
And he looks like he is in a comfortable margin at the moment. As we have a look at some of the other competitors, there's our visually impaired rider again, Uriel Francisco Gutabonza-Jaime.
To cycle the 1.6k track. And it looks as though
just pulling up, are they? They've got a puncture there.
Have a look at that back tyre. A little bit soft, maybe.
They're going to carry on, they are, looks like, which is great to see. Yeah, Kalberg is no doubt carrying on as well. He's got a gold medal in his sights. Still got a bit of work to do, though, with 7 minutes still left in this criterium race. When this lap ends, it'll be interesting to see where.
Even catchable with that lead just in the background.
It seems to have really stretched out now. Remember, it was 11 seconds at the last lap.
Everybody.
Kalberg comes across the line to finish another lap.
And that was Peter Kalberg. Now the competitors maybe just caught unaware.
Kalberg crosses after that lap in 13:55. Remember, the gap was 11 seconds at the last lap. So we'll see the Colombian crossing the line quickly, and there he goes, crossing at 14:57. So it's lengthened out to 22 seconds. Kalberg has actually doubled his lead. Now, concern here for the Colombian is Dutré, who is only 4 seconds behind now in 3rd place. Vulpot rather has crossed in 4th at 14:30. Peters has now fallen off the pace. He's back still in 5th place. And he's 14 seconds behind Vulpot, so he's found the pace just a little bit too hot now. So Kalberg at that last split. We saw the visually impaired rider there walking his bike. That was a bit of a shame. So maybe he does have a puncture. So Calby at 13.55, 22 seconds clear.
Every competitor, every nation will have their own tactics. Here comes Peter
Of second place, who is the Colombian Mauricio Pena Trujillo. So Calby has just got to hang on here, but he'll still be looking to put in good split times here, because he knows that even though time is ticking, only 4 minutes to go before the last lap, probably means he'll still need to complete 1.5 laps.
Here's Tefas for Romania going strongly. Inside the top 7 right now.
Calby at the moment is lapping at around 3 minutes per lap.
Comes round for another lap.
There's Katrina Brown, who's currently in second place in the women's race.
Big Union flags waving.
She crosses the line to complete another lap. Let's give you the update on where that is at, that women's IRB2 criterium. And Elena Mundy just absolutely dominating it at the moment. She's almost 2 minutes clear of second place.
2 more coming around the corner.
Who is actually Danielle Pothoff, with Brown trailing now back in third place, some distance behind the American.
Flying our leader.
Here is Calby again, 16.45. He crosses 16.46 in fact, and he's got the bell, as you just heard.
There's absolutely no stopping him.
He is just machining it. He's gone around that lap in 2.52.
He's got to stay upright.
We've got a real go for second, as you can see now. All 3 riders are back together again. The Colombian and the other 2 Belgians are there. So we're going to have a big scrap for second. If they get the bell as well. So Mauricio Pena Trujillo has given up his chase, but what stamina does he left to compete for the bronze medal? So right there
still racing for medals, these guys.
Is the other 2 Belgians, and at the moment it is Duclair who's just ahead of Pena Trujillo for second, but Stefan Volpot's right there as well. But really, Peter Calby, who made that break
Jeffrey Peters rocks on through
about 2 laps into the race, has not been headed and is stretched away by a significant margin.
Those that have been overtaken or lapped
at that last split.
They do not need to go on a complete 7 laps. The leader
he was
through
a
to the 7th lap ends the
severe
race.
distance ahead.
The line, that is the end of their race too. So we still get the confirmed times and the places, and that's why this
Well, Calby is just dominating.
He raced the first lap with 4 other men.
41 seconds he was in fact clear on that last split. So he had been adding about 10 seconds a lap, which is amazing.
Has been able to stop Calvert, the Belgian.
So barring an absolute mishap here, mechanical failure or something of that nature, Calvert is going to be a double gold medalist here in the IRB2 criterium to go with his gold in the time trial.
Here's Patrick Nugent once again along the side.
Absolutely dominating, and really has no reason to look around now.
Here comes our leader.
So here comes Calvert to take the gold medal for Belgium.
And he won't stop now either. He'll push all the way to the line. Peter Calvert, your Invictus Games champion.
Calvert's going to win.
Crosses the line.
Over he goes to win the gold medal.
What a victory.
Stops the clock at around 19:38. Hugely impressive performance. And we've got a great race coming up for second though, so stand by, strap yourselves in for this.
So now we await our silver and bronze medalists in the IRB2.
He's going to finish more than a minute clear, it seems, 19:38.
In the women's IRB2.
So let's see who's going to go for second. Here they come now. just around the home straight. Looks like the Colombian's got him. Has he got the stamina? Hold on here, Peter Trujillo. He has. Great right by him. He's going to get the silver. And it's Thierry Dutrier who gets the bronze medal. Just ahead of Stefan Vulpot.
Now for all confirmed placings.
Great race though, and there is the winner, deservedly champion.
Next, we need the winner.
Peter Calbier. And well done to the Colombian too. He tried his best to stay with him, couldn't, and found enough energy to bring it home.
Wanting to break off some of that gold medal for him. A great performance again.
So Elena Mundy.
Invictus Games champions.
There she is, winning the women's title. Comfortably taking that ahead of Danielle Pothoof of the USA and Katrina Brown of the UK.
Every single competitor crossing the finish line now.
But all the spoils really to Peter Calbier. That was a great ride by him.
We're still waiting for either Danielle Pothoof or Katrina Brown for the silver medal in the women's IRB2. Unless, in all the excitement, I missed one. I don't think I did.
Just a couple of these other riders to finish this criterion before we get the next one underway.
So 18 competitors in
Hostile stunt shoes really giving it everything, the Romanian.
Really sad to see a non-finisher for Uriel Gratin-Bonzahame on the tandem.
Now, unfortunately, as we said, the visually impaired rider with the tandem with a either a puncture. And there goes the Romanian across the line. He's going to come home in 6th place. Pretty decent effort from him.
5 more criterion races.
Just outclassed by the other 5, in particular the winner. Here's Patrick Nugent. And just behind him is Danielle Pothoof, who looks like she's going to claim the silver in the women's race.
This is Patrick Nugent. He's been supporting Danielle Pothoof the entire.
So the winning time for Elena Mundy of Canada was 20:51. And here's Pothoof down to win another medal at these games. Won 2 on the track in the athletics. She won 3 in the pool, won a wheelchair basketball gold medal, and is now silver in the criterium here in cycling. Fantastic all-round athlete she is.
Support Danielle Pothoof in the women's IRB2.
Staff Sergeant in the US Marine Corps. So she's going home with quite a haul of medals. 7, in fact, which is a wonderful effort. So congratulations to all the medalists. Peter Calbier, who won gold in the IRB2 criteria. Mauricio Pena Trujillo, who won the silver. And Thierry Dutrier of Belgium winning the bronze. And the winners of the medals in the women's IRB2 criterium, Elena Mundy, of Canada, and Danielle Pothoof of the United States of America. Well, we still have another criterium to come in just a moment. We're going to have the women's IRB3 category. And here are all the riders almost set to go. We've got the Open and Masters races together in this 20-minute race.
Confirmation of the results.
Riders to keep your eye on in the IRB3 Open category. Julia Eyrich, who won gold in the time trial. Nicole Favuza of the United States, who won the silver. Rebecca York of the UK, who won the bronze. Samantha Wilcox, Tiffany Johnson, Denise Medina are all in there too. And in the women's IRB3 Criterium Masters race, which is also going to be part of this, we have the silver and bronze medal winner, Stephanie Jackel of Germany and Colleen Swift of Australia. The gold medal winner from the time trial, Taryn Dickens, is not racing in the time trial. Let's look at these confirmed results, though. Katrina Brown, Alana Mundy, and Danielle Pothoff where it was at in the criterium. And just confirming those results in the IRB2 men's, very strong win there for Peter Kalber of Belgium. Gutsy ride from Mauricio Pena Trujillo to pick up the silver just ahead of Dutrier and Vulfupot.
Coming up shortly, 2 more races in our next criterium.
So stand by for those for the next race, the women's criterium IRB3 Open and Masters. That's coming up shortly.
4 competitors in the women's IRB3 and 9 in IRB3M. Again, we will keep you up to date as best we possibly can.
So here are all the riders that are competing in this race. So 6 competing in the open race. 3 Americans, Canadian, a German, and Rebecca York from the UK. Reminding you, it's a 20-minute race, plus 1 lap. Looking back at the highlights now of the previous criterium we just had. And we saw that group of 5 quickly break away after the first corner. And then 3 Belgians, the Colombian and Jeffrey Peters from the United States. By the time the bell was sounded, Peter Kalber had bolted, really, and had built up a massive lead. And he lengthened it all the way to the finish line in what was a very good solo ride, pretty much for around 3/4 of the race. So double gold medalist at cycling. Questioning there whether he had another lap to go, but got the word that he didn't, so it was time to celebrate. Great run through Dutrier to pick up 3rd, just behind the Colombian, who did a fine job to hold on. So that women's criterium not too far away. Stay with us.
Welcome our competitors to the start, please. The women's IRB3 and the women's IRB3.
So here come the riders to start the criterium race in the IRB3 category. Reminding you that the IRB3 is for competitors with psychological injuries or functional impairments that don't qualify them for a physical impairment class.
The United Kingdom, Rebecca York. The United States, Tiffany Johnson. And for the United States, Nicole Fabuza. In the IRB3M competition, representing Australia, Colleen Swift. Representing Germany, Stephanie Yackel. For Israel, Yael Imbar. Representing New Zealand, Buffy Little. Representing the Republic of Korea, Hyung Min Yang. Representing Ukraine, Yana Almanova. Representing United Kingdom, Alex McLennan. Representing the United States, Lorraine Kuro. And representing the United States, Victoria Camray. Your starters in the women's IRB3 and IRB3M competitions. Once again, approximately 20-minute races. The way this works after the first lap, our timing bot here in the suites will calculate a prediction of laps needed to win. I will let you know what that is. It'll be anywhere between 7 and 10 laps potentially, maybe a little more. As soon as we know, I'll let you know. The athletes will know when they hit the bell,
field of
the finish line for the final
6
time
for the IRB3 Open category and 10 in the Masters category. So underway in the criterium race. Riders to keep your eye on. Julia Eirich from Germany, Rebecca York from the UK, Nicole Favuza of the United States, Stephanie Yackel of Germany, Colleen Swift of Australia. They were all the medal winners from the time trial. Taryn Dickens, who won gold in the time trial from Australia, the IRB3 not racing. Oh, and straight away we've got a couple of mishaps on the first corner. Like Tiffany Johnson might have come a cropper there and has lost valuable time
so as soon as
to her competitors.
Laps will need to be completed after the end of the first lap. Our team here.
Well, straight away, it's one of the Germans that's hit the front and already starting to look in a dominant position. It is Julia Eirich, who absolutely destroyed the field in the IRB, or the IRB3 time trial. Eirich won by 14 seconds in that one lap time trial. So based on averages there, if she, say, is 14 seconds faster than every other racer here, she's going to have a massive lead coming towards the end of this race. So Rebecca York, you can see, just slotting into third at the moment.
Try and grab the numbers of the others too.
Eirich already putting some serious distance between the rest of the field. She is a very good cyclist. And she was pretty amazing in the indoor rowing as well, winning a bronze medal in that as well.
Alex McLennan in the UK there on the screen.
Two riders, in fact, not started that have listed in the IRB3 Open. So there's just 4 riders in that category now. Samantha Wilcox from Canada hasn't started. Neither has Denise Medina of the United States.
And then we'll know as well
So,
Lap 1.6 kilometers.
looks like it could be a bit of a solo ride here for Eirik. Saw the men lap at around 3 minutes. Eirik out there riding her own race.
Right there, out in front, representing Germany.
She is well clear already.
Julia Eirik.
Around in 2:53. That is
a peloton behind. Next time, grab some numbers here.
just a bit slower than her time trial time. Babuza and York leading the peloton. They medalled in the time trial as well, but they're 20 seconds behind Eirik after the first lap. Oh, Eirik is, based on what we've seen here, is just going to be far too good. You can see her well in the distance there, can't you? There's our motorbike with the camera on there. It's keeping up with her. So, some serious distance already as we have a look at Hong, the Korean there. It's all about Eirik. Finished 6th in the 100 metres IC freestyle, 6th in the 50 metres freestyle, competed in the mixed 4x50 metre relay as well, and in the indoor rowing, 12th equal in the 1 minute sprint, and 4 endurance event, she was 3rd. Gold medal in the time trial here, and she has a little peek back at the peloton just to check the distance, but she's going to find a lot of tarmac between her and the next riders.
Official classification through 1 lap.
So while Eirik leads in the IRB3 Open race, it's worth mentioning too that we've got another race going on in this criterium, and that's in the IRB3 Masters competition. After the first lap, Yarina Alamanova of Ukraine and Colleen Swift of Australia crossed the line first, but there was nothing between the first 5 riders. The other 3 in there, Yael Umbar of Israel, Lorraine Kuro of the USA, and Buffy Little of New Zealand.
So we might get some decent sized gaps.
So we need to keep a very close eye on that too, because that race is going to be a ripper. It's shaping up as being tight. Whereas the IRB3 Open race is seemingly one-way traffic at the moment.
Inclusion of this criteria. We'll see the women's IREB 1 and the men's IREB 1 and 2. The places to come before that is Julia Eirik, our leader. And she will be cheered every...
So there goes Eirik through in his second lap. Still on just under 3-minute pace. So she's lapping very quickly indeed.
Oh, they've been whittled down.
Interesting to see.
Just 1 mile ago.
The pack can somehow work together, but they've got a lot of road to make up. But there are the leaders of the IRB3 criteria, the IRB3 Masters in there as well. See the Australian Colleen Swift is right there. Rebecca York is in that group. There's Buffy Little of New Zealand. And Nicole Favuza is in there as well. Lorraine Kuro as well. There's 2 Americans in that group.
Both backs right now.
They need to really work together in the hope of maybe Eirik might fade. That's really the only way you can see this race tightening up.
That was out in front. Here we go, double German victory.
Those lap times are pretty impressive from Julia Eyrich. Can she keep that pace going, though?
So based on that, when you see someone look over their shoulder in cycling, maybe she's gone out a little bit too hard. It certainly was.
You wouldn't like to speculate on anything at this point. We're only 7.5 minutes into the race.
Standing and stomping.
So Eyrich has been out in front by herself, racing her own race right from the start. Can she hold it, though? That's the question. Eyrich not far away from lapping the first of the riders.
2 laps down.
Hong
5 to go.
Mi Hyang about to be lapped.
Very clear bells as they cross.
Not even quite halfway through yet.
Or final lap even. There's Ollie H looking on there. Looking okay. No maybe breathing just
So
yet.
here she comes to complete her third lap.
Welcome her through for the end
There's
of her
Eyrich.
third lap. German flags are plenty. Julia Eyrich looking dominant.
Just a tick over 3 minutes now per lap. But still a pretty solid pace by the German. No real difference, just maybe a couple of seconds slower that lap than her previous one. So here come the next chasing group. The gap is going to be around 30 seconds.
Let's try and pick out an ordinary.
Just over 30 seconds, in fact, as Colleen Swift comes across the line. 37 seconds.
So the difference in times now.
So in the IRB 3 race, open race, Eyrich through a 9:16, York through a 9:52. So that's a 36-second advantage with Favuza right there. So they are going to be the 3 medalists in there, with Tiffany Johnson well off the pace, the other Americans. So that's the margin at the moment. Now let's have a look at the IRB3 Masters standings after that third lap. And we have a group of 3 in there that could be deciding that race. Stephanie Jakel of Germany, Colleen Swift of Australia, and Yarina Alamanova of Ukraine. The other riders now that were in that earlier group, Invar, Kudo and Little, have fallen off the pace. Now more than 30 seconds behind the leading 3 in the IRB3 Masters race. So it looks like we've got halfway through, we could have a really exciting finish to that particular category.
Ceremonies coming up for a few of our races soon. Jakel, Swift and Alamanova. They're your top 3.
So the other 5 riders still there. Remember, 2 of them are in Eichel's group, and the other 3 are in the Masters. They're all chasing Eyrich, though.
Julia Eyrich, 36 seconds over Rebecca York, and 1 more second to Nicole Favuza. Looks like they might be in a battle for silver and bronze. So Julia Eyrich looking fantastic.
Tiffany Johnson off the pace now, the American. She's struggling a little bit, the US Army veteran corporal. Didn't get it twice in track and field here. Bronze in the discus, IF4 shot put. Bronze in the shot put, rather got a silver. Now here's Eyrich again down the home straight. Still clocking at around 3 minutes a lap.
Julia Eyrich comes through again, 4 laps down. She is 3 laps from victory.
So she's gone through in 12:21. So that clock you can see on your screen there is just slightly behind the official time at the moment. She went across the line in 12:21.
She's looking like she needs your energy here.
So she went around in 3:05 in that lap. Some pretty decent times, really.
Maybe just struggling in the heat ever so slightly.
So here's the other 5 riders. The top 3 from the Masters are still in there, and the other 2 riders are racing for second place, it seems, in the Open. Rebecca York and Nicole Favuza are in there. And the other 3 in there are the leading 3 in the Masters category. Stephanie Yarkle, Colleen Swift, and
the difference has grown. It's 47 seconds now.
Irina Alamanova of Ukraine.
In the IRB3. IRB3M.
So let's have a look at the margin now of Irix. Bearing in mind it was a very healthy 36 seconds at the last split.
So let's make this very, very clear for you. We have our leader, 180 from Julia Irick. In that group of 5 competitors behind, 47 seconds back. Right now, all 5 will be medalists. It's just to decide the order, 3 laps to go.
So the riders continue. Some good efforts going in down the field too. Not easy cycling and crawling event like this. Zyrick laps another competitor. Coming through the 15-minute mark. .47 seconds was the margin, so she'd actually increased it by around 10 seconds. So Irick really untroubled in this race. Right from the first corner, where she streaked away.
Julia Irick. 5 down, 2 to go.
2 more laps to go for Julia Irick. And over she goes in 15:25. So again, the lap times are so consistent. That one, 3:04. Just riding so consistently is Julia Irick. Remember, she was 14 seconds better in the time trial than anyone else. And there's nothing here that has changed from the last lap. These 5 are together still.
It's all about the order. This is that 5.
Nicole Favuza and Rebecca York
I'll let you know the order
in the Open, and the other 3 from the Masters. It'll be fascinating to see who comes through here. Will it be Colleen Swift, Irina Alamanova, or Stephanie Yarkle? And in that group of 5, there's 2 races going on there. A race for silver in the Open and a race for gold in the Masters.
We're going to see our first sprint finish for medals here in this criterium.
So it's going to be an exciting finish coming up.
And your pending
Or
champion,
might one of those 5 riders decide to have a crack
never over
and try and put it all out there. Glorious conditions today here in Dusseldorf. It really is a lovely afternoon. Quite as hot as it was earlier on in the week. 21 degrees at the moment.
Just for your information,
Humidity's dropped to around 53%. Really couldn't be better conditions.
10 seconds per lap right now.
This is some ride from Julia Irick. I mentioned those consistent lap times of around 3 minutes and 4 seconds. They've only slightly dropped since the start of the race.
In that pack of 5 for silver and bronze. In the big pack.
Julia Irick still powering away with one more lap to go after this one. Here she comes around the final bend again. So Irick, last split time was 15:25. And there is the bell for Julia Irick. So that time, 18:33. So that lap was 3:08 for her, so 4 seconds slower, but she's got such a commanding lead over the other two, York and Favuza, that she, barring that mechanical mishap or a puncture or anything like that, she's going to be a double gold medalist here at these Invictus Games. But how about this here? These 5 still happy to keep riding as a pack as they enter their final lap.
Plenty of bells now for final laps.
So around the bend they come for the penultimate time. That's Favuza hovering off the back there, the American. York right next to her.
Someone will bounce eventually. They'll look around, they'll wait till they'll
The head of the pack there is the German Stephanie Jakel. So she's going to cross over first with 1 lap to go in the Masters. Colleen Swift right there. Alamanova is right there too, the Ukrainian. The lead for Irick now is over a minute and 13 seconds. Incredible performance from her. But who's going to finish second? Will it be York or Favuza? And who's going to win the gold in the IRB3 Masters? With Swift, Alamanova and Jakel still a blanket you can throw over them.
You're halfway around now.
All going through in 19:46 with 1 lap to go.
McLaren for the UK. Making her way around on her final lap.
Irick. Is she just going to cruise to the finish, or is she setting some standards for herself here? What an amazing performance from Julia Irick.
Julia Irick not far away.
Still got a bit to go yet.
On the screen right
the German.
now, approaching the final corner.
She won bronze in that indoor rowing IR6 4-minute endurance competition earlier on, and is going to win 2 golds now in the cycling, and deservedly so. She has been so much better than anyone else in this IRB3 category. So down to the finish comes Julia Irick. Wonderful solo performance here in this criterium race here at the Invictus Games. Fantastic performance to win gold here for Julia Irick. 21:42 is her time. Magnificent performance. Now we've got all eyes on the next group of 5.
Are they still in the group?
Who's going to win silver in that category? Is it York or Favuza? And what about that other race for the IRB3 Masters title between Swift, Jakel and Alamanova? Here they are, the 5 of them now. It's York in front, With Swift right there. So Swift leading the Masters at the moment. You're coming into second perhaps here for the open race. So those two are going to kick clear, it seems. York on the inside is going to win silver. Swift putting in the hard yards right there for the Australian team. And Swift's going to win gold in the Masters. Great race. York's got the silver in the open. Really good race from her. So congratulations to Colleen Swift to win the Masters race in that sprint finish. Means so much to her to be an Invictus Games champion. Check that out. Awesome scenes there for the Australian team. She's won it by 4 seconds. Stephanie Yakel of Germany's got the silver, and Yarina Alamanova from Ukraine has the bronze in the Masters category. Awesome win there for Swift, who got the bronze in the time trial ahead of or behind Yakel. So those two have switched positions this time, and there is Colleen Swift. Awesome win for the 43-year-old from Brisbane. Well done to her in the Masters race, and in that open race, let's confirm that Rebecca York has come home in second place. Nicole Favuza has got the bronze medal from the United States. So we're just now welcoming home some of these other competitors in the Masters race. That's the Israeli coming home in fourth, Yael Inbar. And Lorraine Kuro of the United States has just crossed the line in fifth.
Still pushing all the way.
And here comes the New Zealander, Buffy Little. So she'll come home in sixth place.
Giving everything to the end.
With just a couple more riders out there now. Alex McClellan is out there still. And Victoria Khmer of the United States.
Wow. Is that everyone home? It looks like it is.
Oh, Buffy Little gets a nice Trans-Tasman embrace there by the champion, Colleen Swift. Buffy Little, the New Zealand team co-captain. New Zealand Army Major. Oh, Tiffany Johnson still putting in the hard yards here. Fourth and final rider in the open race. Johnson still to finish. Pretty gutsy effort from Tiffany Johnson here. He's been in the athletics and the sitting volleyball. Tough ride for her. We see her or saw her fall off her bike right at the start. It's a tough ride for her. Good work from Tiffany Johnson. Always cool getting to the finish line. Getting some good support from her compatriots. So let's confirm these results. Julia Eyrich there, dominant win by almost a minute in the women's IRB3 criterium. Gutsy ride by Rebecca York from the UK to get the silver, just ahead of Nicole Favuza, who won the bronze medal. And Colleen Swift in that sprint finish, too good for Stephanie Yarkle. So gold to Australia, silver to Germany, and Yurina Alamanova of Ukraine coming home in third place. Great ride from her too. Well, it was a fine effort from all the riders. But one stood out right from the start, and there she is right there, Julia Eyrich. She took off from the first corner and just progressively moved clear in what was a very good ride for her. Well, that group of five stuck together like glue the whole way. But Eyrich just kept gaining around 10 seconds a lap. What was a masterclass of cycling from her in this criterium. And what about Colleen Swift there? And some personal achievements for other riders as well, but Swift, that's how to do it. Well done, Colleen Swift. That was awesome. We've got two medal ceremonies coming up before the action resumes, so stay with us.
So ahead of our medal presentations coming up, particularly the IRB2 for the men. We are looking in the cool room for Colombia's Mauricio Pena Trujillo. Mauricio Pena Trujillo, please make your way to the cool room for the medal presentation, or a representative of Colombia if he's not available. Again, Colombia's Mauricio Pena Trujillo to the medal ceremony collection area, please, or a representative from Colombia. So, just to keep you up to speed, we will have 2 medal presentations very shortly. Just got a short break as we have 1 athlete on track, just getting some support. Still 1 athlete on track needing some support. So we'll get underway with these presentations as soon as we can, once everyone is safe and looked after. This is the medal ceremony for the women's IRB2 criteria race.
Just the 2 medalists in this medal ceremony, and just the 3 riders involved in there, and another great win here for Canada in this category.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Paul Ladwell, Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs, Canada. Your silver medalist representing the United States, Danielle Potthoff.
Wow, what a Invictus Games for this athlete here. Medals in all sports that she's competed in except 1. Gold and silver in athletics, 3 golds in swimming, gold in wheelchair basketball, and now silver in cycling. Great job done by Danielle Potthoff.
Representing Canada, Elena Mundy.
And here's Elena Mundy, who gets her 2nd gold in the cycling. Won the time trial in decisive fashion and won this one here by an emphatic margin, almost 3 minutes. Well done to Elena Mundy from Ottawa.
One more time, your
in Ontario.
For your women's IRB2 criteria medalists.
Mundy suffers from MS. It had a fine career in the Canadian Armed Forces, 21 years, and she wins their second goal of these games in the IRB2 category.
This is the medal ceremony for the men's IRB2 criteria race.
Well, another great day for Belgium in this category, dominating the time trial. And again, in the criterion.
Your medal presenters is Emma Morgan, Global Manager, Military Affairs, Amazon, and Dr. Michael Hoydinger, President of Boeing Company and Central and Eastern Europe. Your bronze medalist, representing Belgium, Thierry Dutroux.
Great bronze medal for Thierry Dutroux. Silver in the athletics. Bronze in the indoor rowing and now bronze in the cycling. So great games there. 3 medals across 3 different sports for Thierry Dutroux. Unfortunately, Mauricio Pena-Trujillo is not there to receive his silver medal. That's a gutsy ride from him. But Peter Calbert, by far and away in a class of his own again, just like he was in the time trial. Calbert winning by almost 2 minutes. Broke away but on the second lap and was never headed. So gold and bronze, Belgium in that class, silver to Colombia.
Okay, a little bit of time for you to sit back and relax. Our next race is getting underway at 2 p.m, so 16 minutes away. It'll be the women's IREB1, the men's IREB1, and the men's IREB2 criterium races. 3 races again for us, getting underway at 2 p.m. sharp.
Well, welcome into day 6 of the Invictus Games. It is the sport of cycling that we bring you on this very warm day in this beautiful part of downtown Düsseldorf. Been remarkable days racing so far with athletes across the individual time trial, and of course athletes now in one of the most challenging forms of cycling, criterium racing. Another busy schedule to look forward to, but men's IR2B2 criterium race final. They'll be joined on the start line by those athletes in the IREB1 criterium final race, and also the women's IREB1 will be joining them as well. So we'll have 3 different categories all at the start line together. Followed by that, we'll continue with women's racing in the IHB2 criterium race and men's IHB2 criterium race. It culminates today with the men's IRB3 criterium race. A full field on that. That should be incredibly exciting. It is a tough sport. Hope you have been enjoying the coverage of the Invictus Games. Whatever sport you have been watching, 10 disciplines, 21 countries, 500 athletes. Simply remarkable. You would have heard fellow commentator talking about a number of the athletes who have picked up multiple medals, not just in today's cycling action, but across the pool, track and field. A number of these athletes crossing over into some of the team sports, wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, sitting volleyball. What a remarkable sport that is. Really has been a remarkable 6 days. Started back in 2014, the vision of Prince Harry, who had seen some of the atrocities of war.
Information through from the head of events.
An opportunity for wounded servicemen, whether it be physical or mental.
I'm Jules Grunewald. I'm from the Dutch national team. My injury is a shot wound in my right arm, and I playing sitting volleyball, and I'm 26 years old. I heard from the Invictus Games the first time in the revalidation center when I was recovering from my wounding, and they advised me to go look at a training. And that was for me the first moment when I get in contact with the Invictus Games. I think the concept of the Invictus Games are really good. You come together with a lot of people who are with different wounds, but with all the same goal, and that is recovery. When you spoke to someone, everyone is saying, we do this together. I had a shot wound in Afghanistan, 16 January 2021, and at that time I had my hand was still on it, but because of the damage in the arm, we decided a year ago to amputate it. And yeah, that was really hard. And yeah, then you have PTSD, and yeah, with that you have to learn living, and no, that's hard to hear. And all your comrades in the army going further, they get a new rank or they go to missions, and for your own feeling you stay, yeah, you're still standing still. You're not going forward, but that's not happening because you make really big steps. But at some moments you don't see that anymore. At that moment, it's like everything is standing still. And you're thinking, will I survive? How I will come out of it? And yeah, you are like in a roller coaster. You're laying down there on a bed in a field hospital, and yeah, the only thing where you think is, what happened to me? How is it possible? And yeah, it was really difficult to yeah, to get out of it. And then the first time you go back in the Netherlands, you saw your friends of your family. And yeah, I think that was the hardest part, when you see them suffer because of you. And yeah, there are still moments that I think, yeah, yeah, I'm not only wounded, but around me too. And yeah, it was really hard. This is the date that I have been wounded, 16 January 2021. I have tattooed the map of Afghanistan on it. It's like you can see it here. This is the compass. So yeah, it's like, for me, it's showing me the way in difficult times. And I have to put this text on it. It means wounded but not defeated. And that is why Invictus means the same. That is what I want to bring out to the younger veterans, that it is too for them, not only for the older. And yeah, I wanted to show them that you can do a lot more than you think. And I hope after the games that I have inspire 1 or 2 people, that's for me winning.
I feel honored. I feel great to be among the pioneers, the first African country to represent in Germany. I feel on the Invictus Games, and I feel very, very happy. I'm excited to be the team captain of Team Nigeria. It's not easy, but I feel honored. I feel honored. I'm very, very happy.
It's exciting. It's an experience for us, and we are elated as a nation that we are part of these games, and I'm part of a community, and it's something you can't purchase, you can't buy. And an experience is more than the medals, the love, the food, meeting different people, different nations, different languages. It's an experience. It's an experience. Feedback from the boys, they are excited that they could meet people like them, and the love for them is massive, and they're enjoying every bit of it. For me, and it's a clarion call to other nations in Africa, that this is something that we would want them to be part of. I'm the first team manager in Africa. I pride myself with that title, and it's a clarion call that Africa needs to join this community.
It's really exciting for us, for all of us. It's the first time for Colombia, the first Latin American country participating in the Invictus Games. We're really proud to be here. We prepare ourselves for that. They were training many times or preparing for this competition. So, but it's not only about competing. We like to share with other countries. So that's the most important part. Sharing with others, sharing experiences, and doing our best.
For Colombia to be here for the first time is very important, because it's a good opportunity that people around the world know what the soldiers in Colombia are doing all the time. We have internal conflict, and we have many soldiers who was injured during the service, and this is very important because people know what happened in Colombia right now.
It's the first time we come here. It's the first international race we do, all of us. And you meet a lot of people, a lot of injuries. It's very interesting. To be part of the Invictus is unique, it's huge, it's amazing things going on here. I would recommend to all of the countries to join the Invictus.
I'm Danny, this is my fiance John and our little boy Henry. Swimming is a sport that I am terrified of. I had an accident in the water, and before I had my little boy, it never really bothered me. I never even wanted to get over it, but since having Henry, we're just desperate to take him in the pool and go swimming as a family. So today was really special because I got in the pool, I swam in front of my little boy for the first time.
Both very proud, and it was more, I think the nerves with Danny, but for both of us as well. But we're super proud of his mummy, and hopefully when we get back to Scotland, you'll be going swimming lessons with mummy as well as daddy.
Courage more than anything, that's what it's given me. It's given me the courage to know that I can overcome anything. Like, this was the biggest fear for me, and you know, it's given me the opportunity to overcome that and teach my little boy that if you're scared of something, you can overcome it. There's nothing in this world that you can't face head on and overcome.
High five, mummy.
Yeah.
Yay. Kisses. Good boy.
My name is Erica Moore. I'm participating in the Invictus Games. I will be doing rowing, swimming, and seated volleyball. My injury, I had major surgery for cancer. When I heard the news that I was part of the games, I jumped up and down in my living room. I couldn't believe that they had selected me. I was so happy, and immediately I called my aunt, and we were cheering together, and we were crying and laughing together, and this opportunity is the most amazing thing in my life. Invictus Games are so very special because it comes from the heart. Our team.
And then on the women's side, a good group of women too. Kelly McVetti, Jamie Lopez, Jessica Mitchum Revert, and Sarah Buckhold.
Representing the United States of America, Christian Vega. We are 2 minutes away from the start of our race. Hold tight, guys and girls. We're going to start back on 2 together, and they see a little count you down when we're ready.
Fascinating form here for these athletes. Spots clearly set up around their degree of impairment, but the principles of cycling still apply. Primarily, you will try and look to get into the slipstream of the in front of you, force them to take the wind, and benefit from what we affectionately call a drag coefficient, or drafting as such. So good to see a strong American contingent. So both Christian Vega, Garrett Kawada out of the United States.
Seconds out from race start.
So these athletes have significant to poor functional strength and trunk, and in a lot of the extremities, and thus you see them on the tricycle type setups. And so about to get underway in what should be some fascinating cycling. We are underway, and let's see which one of these cyclists wants to try and take this out relatively quickly. Which one of these cyclists is happy just to sit back, bide their time and wait. Immediately we see Benjamin Tice of Germany. Happy to go to the front, happy to try and dictate terms early.
Number 8-18, Garrett Kawada.
And what
a selfie stick quickly thrown.
And what all of the cyclists will be doing is just using the first lap to maybe get just a little bit of an environmental scan. What is the wind doing on the course, if there is any? What do the corners look like? Any slight uphill areas, any slight downhill areas? And then they sort of map a plan in their head in terms of perhaps how they might approach it a little bit later on in this criterium. And if it does come down to maybe a bunch finish, or they're all in a bunch with a lap to go, use that analysis to maybe try and come up with some sort of strategy to get clear on that final lap and ultimately pick up one of the medals on offer.
After the conclusion of the first lap. Oh, that's lovely.
So it's interesting that we've got a little bit of a split in the road. Really, they want to try and get in one long line, try and use that drafting effect. The athlete on the work will be on the front, will be doing a lot more work than the athlete behind. Now we do start to perhaps see these riders maybe look to try and come across and just have one big long line. But very much we've got two riders clear. And so Benjamin Tice of Germany just try and determine which one of the Americans is currently sitting on him. Good support scattered around this criterium course on this absolutely stunning day. And Dusseldorf, the 6th Invictus Games. 500 athletes in all across 10 sports, representing 21 countries. And you can just see the glare coming off the road too, so it is warm, mercury is rising. And for all of these cyclists, they will have to self-cater in terms of fluid and food intake. They'll all have a strategy, they'll all have a plan, and have all some sort of hydration system that they'll be able to tap into. There's no one template for it. It's very much a case of what works for you. Races are not particularly long, so it might just be a simple case of just having to maybe just take the odd sip on a drink bottle. I'd imagine they're well and truly hydrated and they've got their energy levels up prior to the start.
So we have a leading pair representing Germany, Benjamin Tice. Oh, fantastic night out here for Becky. Here they come down the opening lap. We'll soon find out how many laps they have to complete. The German Benjamin Tice and the American Gregory Quarles. They're in the IRED1 for the name.
And so it is Gregory Quarles,
In a moment,
this American who currently sits in second place.
it's going to be probably 6 or 7.
Yeah, and just trying to work out how many laps it is. Normally a criterium is based on a certain amount of time, and then they normally then add 2 laps on top of that time. Certainly will give the athletes the belt lap. So on the women's side here, we do have Kelly McVeety, Jamie Lopez, Jessica Mickham-Revert and Sarah Rockhold. It's Jamie Lopez leading this women's race at the moment. 818 is Garrett Kawada and then Christian Vega tucked in. Their level of impairment is at a higher level of impairment than the fellow athletes out on this course, so they are in their own category in themselves. We just had a look there at number 758, Kelly McVitie from the United Kingdom. And now you can just see here that this clearly is a downhill stretch. And so for Gregory Corrales, he's finding that probably from a safety point of view, easier here at this point just to get out of the slipstream. Generally you'll see the two cyclists working together, but that's not the case today. There are some unwritten rules, but primarily it's still a bike race. And so they'll have a method of being able to change their gears. And clearly on a downhill stretch, they'll be in a much harder gear. Any uphill stretch, they'll be in an easy gear. It'll be based on their own physiology. And you'll see some riders riding with a much higher cadence, revolutions per minute. A number of times they're tuning the pedals, others will be a much lower cadence, won't be tuning the legs as much. And that just comes down to, again, your own physiological makeup, what's comfortable for you. You tend to see more of the elite cyclists tending to spin a lot more, tending to have a much higher leg turnover. As we have a look at Ariel Mariash of Israel. But it is still Gregory Corales and the German Benjamin Theis who lead these IR2B categories. Yeah, don't underestimate too just the core strength required for these athletes just in that seated position there. And sometimes a sign of fatigue, and these athletes all look pretty good at the moment, form's good. You tend to look at head movement or any sort of just upper body movement. You just start to see the form just start to disappear to a degree, and that's generally a sign of fatigue. Some will clearly have a look of anguish on their faces when they're going to come through to complete their second lap. A little flick of the elbow generally means, hey, come through, take a turn. I want you to come to the front. I want you to do a little bit of work, and I'll sit on you. It's in our best interest just to make sure that we stay well and truly clear with the rest of the athletes. Jamie Lopez, the United States, currently sitting in third place, we understand. High-tech chairs, a lot of science goes into these, a lot of engineering. Most of the day these days the bikes are made of a carbon fibre or a titanium type compound. And the man from Israel, Mariash, certainly enjoying himself, number 433. And now our leading women, and this is a really good example of what it should look like. One big long line, one athlete on the front. I affectionately call a pain train, certainly if the pace is on. And some athletes just like to go to the front, they like to lead, they like to empower themselves, they like to take control, don't want to be dictated to, rather dictate. And one of the areas too where athletes struggle a bit is if the pace is constantly on and off, it's constantly changing. Some athletes just want what we call a nice steady state, a comfortable pace, one pace, without it chopping and changing too much. Don't want their heart rates going up through the roof and then finding themselves back in a comfortable state where they can hold a conversation, then suddenly it goes back up again and it's very on and off. And we will see a little bit of that later on when we see a number of the athletes come out on the traditional bicycle, and we do start to get some bigger fields, and then it does start to get ugly. And this is great to see, isn't it? So Christian Vega, Garrett Kawada. And it is Garrett Kawada there on the front with the selfie stick. And really good here from Christian Vega, just sitting back as well.
You're in a race.
Just see those deraillers at the back, or the gear shifters. A little mechanical piece hanging down for the non-cycling aficionados. Both these athletes just deciding to go with more traditional spoked wheels. We're not seeing a lot of carbon fibre with deep rim dish wheels. Clothing these days is high tech, of course, as well, and very aerodynamic, very breathable. Pushing the sweat to the surface and then drying quickly. It's just all about trying to find that little 0.001% of performance, bringing it all together to just try and gain that advantage. So Benjamin Tice taking the inside line here, come through to complete their third lap. And it's almost an action replay of what we saw on the previous lap. Benjamin Tice just happy to lead, with Gregory Corrales happy to sit second wheel. So Lopez in third place, and Sarah Rockhold of the United States currently leading the women's IRE B1 criterium race. There he is, Ariel Mariash, number of Israel. Oh, it's great to see the spirit, isn't it? Been through some major trauma in their lives. Most of us will never really truly understand, and what a wonderful opportunity to represent your country and be recognised, thanked for their service.
On every single corner. Rockhold, McVitie.
As we now go back to the women's race, and it is Sarah Rockhold who continues to lead. And
Your beards look fine, lads. Honestly, they look great.
Jamie Lopez, number 826, just tucked in as well. Kelly McVitie of the United Kingdom. This could come down to a very good finish. It'll be very tactical, it'll be physical at the moment, then it becomes mental. It's more at the tactical side of it. As I said, they will get a pretty good idea of parts of the course where they'll know the pace is on, they'll feel at certain points where the pace is on. And is that the opportunity to maybe jump those other riders in front of you? You've got to have your wits about. You don't want to be too far back either, particularly coming out of the corner. You often find when you're having to come out of the corners, the athletes up front are back up to full speed, still coming into the corner break, and you've got to work that much harder to get back on. And you get that little sort of a bungee cord effect or that slingshot effect, and that can hurt you in a multi-lap bike race.
So those four girls right there, they are all the entire four competitors in the IREB 1. Which means...
So that women's race is the IRE B1.
One of them is going to be safe. So it's all friendly at the moment, but I think that might change at some point.
The race is normally around about 20 minutes, so coming up to that 14-minute mark, there will be a point where they will come out, give them the bell lap, and then they'll probably just shake hands and say to each other, well, the best woman win, maybe the best man win. I'd imagine within that too, there'll be a number of the women that'll be trying to make sure they get to some of the men. Some of these riders will have heart rate monitors on, and their coaches will have them on instructions to ride at a certain heart rate. particularly early on, and also one of the other technical components they'll have attached and set up on their bikes is what we call a power reader, and they'll be able to read the amount of watts they're pushing out every time they turn the pedals. And so a lot of athletes will train on wattage, and what that does, it doesn't really matter what road surface you're on, it'll always measure the power you put through the pedals accurately. And it's been a great change in the technology when it comes to the sport of cycling. You used to have to ride on average speed and heart rate, and combine the two. If your heart rate was too high and your average speed was up, then sometimes a change into an easier gear would bring your heart rate down.
Likewise with Christian Vega and Garrett Kawada, they're together, one medal available. I've got a feeling that one of them will let the other one just have it and go. We see everybody in this field we've seen across.
And just see the setup there, really good shot at those carbon fibre wheels and the technology that does go in. Of course we see this category of bikes at the Paralympics, so there has been a lot of work done in terms of the evolution of these bikes. I'll always say this though, it doesn't matter what form of cycling, you cannot buy your way to the front. You've still got to do the work, but it does help when you've got nice equipment.
Ariel Mariash, he has spent the entire race so far completely on his own.
And here is the man from Israel, Ariel Mariash. Certainly enjoying himself, isn't he?
What a superstar.
Beautiful conditions in downtown Dusseldorf. Crowd starting to build too. Plenty of action to look forward to. Some of the other cyclists in the category still to come will be interviewing these athletes immediately following finishing, asking them about the course, where the wind was, where the uphills were, what were the corners like, what sort of gear ratios did they use.
There's our leaders heading towards, in the very distance, the final turn here. Then they'll have one.
They're now starting to talk to each other just a little bit.
You'll hear the bell ring.
I imagine it's all in good spirits, but United States versus Germany, if we want to put it at a macro level, at a micro level, it is Gregory Corrales up against Benjamin Tice.
Here they come onto their final lap. They have been side by side for 5 laps.
So 1 lap to go. Here we go, folks. So I always like to say in a situation like this, assuming the race is 20 minutes, 21 minutes, you might go 15 minutes of hope and 5 minutes of truth. Well, with a lap to go, I think we're approaching that threshold. Now, this comes down to concentration. This comes down to who takes the best lines on this final lap. Who still has a little bit left of the tank. Who has been smart when it comes to the hydration side of it.
Christian Vega and Garrett Kawada. But one of those two men is going to be a gold medalist, and one of them is going to go on the cycling empty-handed in the criteria.
So we understand too in the women's race, Kelly McVetti, Jamie Lopez, Mitchum Revert and Sarah Rock hold all in the same category. 4 athletes, 3 medals. Going to be tough on someone missing out. Now you just start to see a little bit of urgency starting to creep in. Are we going to see a sprint finish over the last 100 metres, or is one of these athletes going to take the initiative out of one of the corners? Now starting to chuck down into the big gears. See that big chain ring on the front that they are pushing. Got a smaller chain ring just on the inside there that they'll use generally either into a headwind or on an uphill section. Just got to make sure you change through your gears carefully. You don't want to be dropping a chain because you've not worked through your gears and you've gone from a hard gear to a really easy gear without maybe going through the middle stages of those gear changes. So all of those little things they'll need to factor in here. And so they come out of this corner nicely. They're about to come up on some of this field and lap them. Now, is this the opportunity for one of them having to make their way through the traffic?
Oh, they're coming up to traffic, our leaders.
And we do now start to see the American. So, Gregory Corrales, he has taken the advantage. He has decided that enough is enough. Saw the traffic up ahead, said, look, I can use that to my advantage. Now, the question is, has Benjamin Tice of Germany jumped across and covered?
Some people not such a big fan.
As we see this women's race of Kelly McVetti, Jamie Lopez, Jamie Mitchum-Revert and Sarah Rockhold, and it has just come apart a little bit. And all eyes on the front, and it is the American now, Gregory Corrales, who has gone to the front, arguably for almost the first time in this race. He's got just that little bit of a gap, and so Benjamin Tice now just needs to try and get up on that back work, get on his slipstream, take a few deep breaths. He'll find it a lot easier when he does, and then look to try and jump him in this final straight. So we're going to come into this last 200 metres. It is Corrales of the United States. It is Benjamin Tice of Germany. Corrales the American takes the final turn. They'll come down here and now you start to see them put the hammer down. Good cadence. He's gone clear. I'm not sure Tice is going to have anything in it, and it will be Corrales who takes the gold medal. The German is silver.
Takes gold in the IREB1. The silver for Benjamin Tice. And in the women's,
and now another lap to go for our leading female athlete in this women's IREB1 criteria final.
Sarah Rockhold, just ahead of Lopez.
And so we will confirm those women's results for you. Just a little bit of cake in terms of that counts. I can tell you. We'll confirm those results for you on the women's side.
Just one gold available. One will miss out.
And so Kelly McVetti and Jamie Lopez has taken the gold, and it will be Kelly McVetti and Sarah Rockhold who second and third. Will confirm those results for you. So the big round of applause goes up for Ariel Murray-Ash.
You are creating memories for these competitors.
And now these two characters of boy, they've received great plaudits around the course. Christian Vega of the United States and Garrett Kawada.
Is he giving instructions to Vega?
And it is Garrett Kawada, 818. And the 812 on the back is Christian Vega. And now they come around, and do they cross the line together? Isn't this just wonderful sportsmanship and camaraderie from these two great Americans? And look at that. Oh, that's wonderful. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Christian Vega is going to come down and take the gold medal. Garrett Kawada has said it's all yours, my good man. Wonderful sportsmanship from Garrett Kawada. Christian Vega takes out the gold medal.
All yours. And he's built him across the line on his own GoPro.
And that is, boy, that is great reward. That is just such a wonderful level of sportsmanship. You give up the gold medal for your fellow teammate, perhaps understanding that his level of is at a much higher degree, and he deserves the plaudits, he deserves the accolades. That is very much the spirit of Invictus Games.
And there have been some beautiful service dogs here this week too.
Crowd certainly appreciating the racing. Still got wonderful racing to come as well. And we'll confirm those results for you. Still to come, we've got the men's IHB 2 criterion final.
Coming up for our IRB3 women's race and the IRB3M women's race. 6 more medalists and 2 more Invictus Games champions will be crowned very shortly. Stick around and celebrate with us.
So we've got some medal ceremonies to come. Great to see the Australians in force. Such a incredible sporting nation.
Race through the round of 8. $4:30, 5 o'clock-ish. Let's do 2
You gotta love them, don't you, Ariel Mariash? As we just go back and take in some of the highlights of this first race of the afternoon in the criterium in the downtown streets of Dusseldorf. And there is the moment that you see Jamie Lopez one of the many volunteers and technical officials. They've been absolutely superb in creating just this wonderful atmosphere. Means a lot to them, doesn't it? Gurgi Corrals, they're the only ones that are truly aware of the journey that they've taken to get here. And as we look back over the beautiful city of Dusseldorf, venue to the 6th Invictus Games. So, I can tell you that Jamie Lopez, in fact, has finished 4th in that women's IRB 1 criteria. Kelly McVitie of the United Kingdom, who takes 1st. Jessica Meacham reverts 2nd. Sarah Rockhold in 3rd. And there's the overall winner of the men's IREB 1, Gregory Corrales, Benjamin Tice, and Ariel Mariash of Israel in the time of 22 minutes and 33 seconds.
1.5 days left to pick up some merchandise from our official stores. Plenty of memories and photos to take home with us after almost 6 days of action. There's the archery and the closing ceremony tomorrow. So our merchandise stores in the main arena.
Christian Vega, Garrett Kawada, great sportsmanship being shown by Garrett Kawada.
Plenty of hoodies, bags, pin badges, stickers, clothing. Get your hands on some for you and family and friends. Take them home. Something to remember.
And just confirming the result, gold medal there for the United Kingdom for Kelly McVitie. Silver for Jessica Mitchum Revert, and bronze for Sarah Rockhold.
Plenty of Invictus clothing too.
Hope you are enjoying coverage on day 6 of the Invictus game. It is the sport of cycling. Plenty of criterium racing still to come on this beautiful afternoon. Plenty of action to look forward to as well. So we'll have those medal ceremonies next. And now it is the medal ceremony for the women IRB3 criterium race.
Your bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Nicole Favuza.
Nicole Favuza, the bronze medalist. Lovely smile. Great achievement. Wonderful race from her. That'll be a moment she will cherish. Everybody dreams of standing up and being presented with a medal at a world-class event. And Nicole Favuza. And now Rebecca York will pick up the silver medal. And now your gold medalist and Invictus champion for 2023.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing Germany, Julia Ayek.
And Julia Ayek picks up that gold medal. What a moment for her. There it is. Julia Ayek. Oh, forever will always be an Invictus Games gold medalist, and no one can ever take that away from her. United Kingdom, the United States and Germany sharing a common bond. And now the medal ceremony. This will be a special moment for Australia, Germany and the Ukraine. Yana Elmanova of the Ukraine will pick up that bronze medal. This was a close race, not much in it. 5 seconds separating top 3 in the finish.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Jason Coward, National Chairman of the Royal British Legion. Bronze medalist representing Ukraine, Yana Elmanova.
Yeah, took the lead early on. Was very aggressive. Just put herself in a really good position. And rewarded today with a bronze medal. And now representing Germany, Stephanie Yackel, the silver medalist. Was right in the mix towards the end of that race, and then really it just came down to that last 500 metres where Colleen Twist of Australia got away. A wonderful race from the German.
And Invictus Games champion, representing Australia, Colleen Swift.
And Colleen Swift from Australia, your gold medalist. Total time of 22 minutes, 41 seconds. Such a rich history in the sport of cycling across all disciplines. And that carries through to the Invictus Games.
One more time, in appreciation to the winning IIB3M Criterium Racing medals.
Yeah, plenty of support for the Ukrainians. And the party continues. It's very much been a party atmosphere as again we go above the beautiful city of Dusseldorf for these Invictus Games. Just over 500 athletes, 10 sports. It is day 6. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. More exciting criterium racing to come, and arguably one of the toughest forms in the sport of cycling. Yeah, don't go away, folks, because up next we will have the women's IHB2 criterium, the men's IHB2, and also the men's IHB1. 3 races will start together. They'll race for around 20 minutes, and then the commissaires will determine at what point they'll ring the bell at. Of course, due to different speeds, criterium racing's always been based on time rather than a certain number of laps. So the schedule just running behind a little bit today. A race originally scheduled for 20 minutes after 2 local time. Now coming up to almost 2:45 in the afternoon. But certainly we have seen the thrills and spills of individual time trials, just individual athletes against the clock, and then of course the tactical side of criterium racing. And it is a tough form of the sport. It's not a particularly technical criterium course. Almost a large sort of rectangular shape. A lot of criteriums around the world can be very tight, very short, very sharp, lots of corners. Where you're having to brake heavily at times and then accelerate out of the corners, which can make the sport incredibly tough, incredibly brutal.
Right, we are 6 minutes away from competition restarting. The competitors just making their way onto the track. On the far left-hand side, that's where the team tents are. They'll make 1 lap of the course. A little bit of a warm-up. Join us on the start line. And then at 2:50, we will kick things off. It is the men's IHB2 criterium race and the men's IHB1 criterium race. Plenty of competitors in both. They will make their way around the track and join us. And as we've done already, we will count down to kick off this race. We've actually got the women's IHB2 in this one as well, my mistake. 3 races here.
Day 6 of the Invictus Games. It is the sport of cycling, the toughest format of it. It is the sport of criterium racing. Claire Gibson, Corrine Hamilton, Andrea Collins and Heather Sealover will be taking part in this particular race. Men's start list in the AHB1 will also feature Lenny Redrose, Leyland Muller, Suleiman of France, Gael of France, Matteo Petitpin of Italy, as well as Seungmin Cho of Korea. Big field 2 in the AHB2 with Barker of Australia, and then just an absolute team of Colombians, and boy, some critical mass in that with Mazza Sanchez, Avila, Rios, Osorio, and you've got the likes of Nita Para, Contreras, Martin Nugbauer, Yusuf Pollack, Jakob Gershoni, Zhong Chun Kim, Florent Vuta, Brent Garlick and Julius McManus, also part of that field as well.
And they're just coming around the final corner.
And so these athletes in the IHB1, IHB2 and women's IHB2 have limited hand grip, no lower limb function, or an impairment that prohibits the riding of an upright bike or hand bike, paraplegia or lower limb impairment. So remarkable athletes, and so that's why you do see the hand cycling, a big sport of the Paralympics. Redrose, the Australian there, part of the IHB1 classification.
And the women's IHB2 criterium races, 3 more Invictus Games champions to be crowned.
Seeing the remainder of the field there in the background. So just taking on board as much fluid as they can. Mercury is rising. Warm day here in Dusseldorf.
Okay, we are just about ready to go.
And just have a look at the carbon fibre on these bikes, high-tech machinery.
And then we'll count down together. As soon as you see it, we can go.
And about 20 minutes of racing, anywhere from 6 to 8 laps.
Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we go.
Okay, we are racing now in this criterium. 3 gold medals up for grabs across 3 different classes. We've got the guys and the girls racing together. It's an opportunity for the faster girls to jump on the back of some of the stronger men. And of course, it's all about trying to get into the slipstream of another rider. Try and stay in that middle of the bunch, conserve as much energy as you possibly can early. You don't want to burn too many matches. It's often a metaphor they tend to use in cycling, that you've got your energy. The metaphor is that that's represented in matches, and you just want to make sure you're not burning too many too early. You want to keep your energy 20 minutes, so around about 15 minutes of hope and 5 to 6 minutes of truth. And so we see the cyclists spread out across the road. This generally means the pace is not necessarily on. Start to see one long line, then you normally know that the pace is on, but automatically we are just starting to see 2 groups form on the road. Number
different races so far in the criterium. We've
got Jakob Gershoni of Israel, number 435 up there. We've got Alvaro Sanchez Mazza, number 235, who I think leads at the moment.
at the very, very end. Of course, in this one, we've got 3 races, so we've literally all sorts. In the men's IHB1 for Australia, Lenny Redrose. For Canada,
and now we do just start to see a split here in the peloton as expected. And these athletes just going across the road, just trying to see if they can get rid of a few cyclists out of their slipstream, and accordingly also too just making sure they maintain the momentum coming into the turns. You don't want to be too far back coming in and out of the corners. It makes it very difficult with the athletes at the front up to full speed. Athletes at the back still braking coming into the corner to go much harder to try and get back on.
Also for Colombia, Francisco Pedraza Osorio. For Germany, Martin Neugebauer. For Israel, Yosef Polak. Also for Israel, Jakob Yushani. For the Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-jun. For Romania, Floyd Rita. And for the United States, Brent Garlick.
A really good example here of just trying to take those corners and trying to maintain that speed coming out of them. You can just now see this starting to splinter a little bit, so it's in their best interest for these athletes. They can try and just form a small group of 3 or 4 like these two, and then just change it around. Just move out, let the next rider come through, work together, all share the workload on the front. It is that much harder up front versus sitting on the back of another rider. You just see a lot of that upper body strength, and not similar to what you see with traditional 2-wheel cycling, but it all comes down to cadence. Some athletes will be turning those arm pedals a lot higher, a lot more revolutions per minute, perhaps others. And it's based on individual physiology, the strength of each rider. I know what works. There'll be parts on the course clearly where they'll be slightly downhill and they'll feel like they're getting a bit of a free ride, and therefore they will be in a much harder gear because they can push that bigger gear. The pleasing thing for all these riders, no real wind to consider. So Castellanos, Contreras, the 2 Colombians, first and second at the moment. Vidia Elvila of Colombia. So we've got Colombia dominating 6 out of the first 6 spots, and then it is Martin Neugebauer of Germany who currently sits in 7th. 2 athletes out of Israel. Jakob Gershoni currently sits in 6th, and Josef Polak in 8th, and then the Australian James Barker currently in 9th. That is in the category of the HB2 class.
They all go now. Full field through.
And most of the riders across the 3 different categories now coming through to complete that first lap. They've got a pretty good idea of what parts of the course they are enjoying, what part of the course they're going to need to maybe just focus a little bit more on. Just confirm through the first lap who was leading the women's IHB2, and it is Heather Sealover. And then it is Corrine Hamilton. Claire Gibbs, the United Kingdom, currently came through in 3rd place. Andrea Collins, the United States, sitting there on the same time as well. So a really good race beginning to develop for 3rd, with Gibson and Collins stuck together like glue. I'll just update the IHB1 for you. And through that first lap, that was Suleiman of France, Gale of France, and Rose of the United of Australia. They are the top 3. And there's a little bit to get to. Sungmin Cho of Korea, Mathieu Petitpont in 5th, and Leyland Muller of Canada in 6th place in the IHB1. So those athletes with a very high degree of impairment.
In the IHB2, it comes back to Colombia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, nice work being done by the riders. Just trying to make sure they can just close that gap down. See if they can just get onto the back of the cyclist in front of them. You can save it up to 30% energy. What they call a drag coefficient, or drafting, common term for it. But it is very much the Colombians when you've got this many riders from one country in a bike race, it's very hard for an individual rider from another country to win, because you can just constantly attack that rider, send a rider up the road, force the rider from another nation to chase. You then sit on them. Once they're perhaps caught the rider that's gone, you just send another rider up the road. Eventually, it's just a game of numbers. It is Colombia, and it is Euclides Vieira Avila who leads, Camilo Castellano Sanchez in second, Nida Para Contreras in third, Francisco Pedraza Osorio currently sitting in fourth, and so it is Colombia in the first 5 places. Interesting though that Martin Neubauer of Germany currently sitting in 6th place, but is 17 seconds back from the leader. So he's got some work to do. He wants to try and close that gap. Just need a little bit of hand from those riders, the likes of Jakob Gershoni of Israel and Jongjun Kim, to come through, do some work, share the workload. .640 is Jongjun Kim. That's really, really good drafting. It's a wonderful display of criterium riding. One big long line, which means the pace is on. And the further you get back, sitting back about 3rd or 4th, probably the best place to be. You tend to do it fairly easily, or certainly easier than the rider on the front, but you also are not too far back that you're not getting slingshotted out of the corners here. That's a really good example. We've got the rider here on the back. He's just having to work that a little bit harder to try and get back on now, because they were still braking or slowing coming into that corner, where those other riders up front have come out of the corner or back up to full speed. And so physical at the moment, we'll start to get tactical shortly. Seen a real shift in the technology of the bikes too. Riders these days riding a much wider tyre than what historically they used to ride. Not so much the case for these tricycle setups, but used to be bike tyres that were 19 to 22 millimetres in width, and you'd put 130 to 140 psi of pressure in. Well, it's gone the other way. Now we're seeing riders on 26, 27 millimetre tyres with air pressure no higher than about 90. Almost with the revolution and the science behind it, it was almost counterintuitive for bike riders around the world. It just didn't make sense. What do you mean I'm going to go faster on softer tyres, wider tyres? That is what the science says. And it had been a game changer. You just don't get the vibrations coming up through the body with the slightly softer ride, which actually equates to less fatigue. You're not getting that friction on the muscles, not because of it. And it is a sport that a lot of science goes into. And the other big revolution is the power meters that they all have to measure just how much power they're putting through with every pedal stroke. Whether it be with these hand cycles or whether it be with traditional powered machines. But it is Camilo Castellano Sanchez who comes through to lead that lap. So Contreras, Vida and Sanchez, along with Osorio, all working nicely. So 4 riders working beautifully together to try and take control of this race. 3 the grabs, 4 riders in contention. And Colombians have had just a remarkable Invictus Games. Number 3 there is Gale of front. We'll just go back and update the other 2 categories at the time of this race. So we're currently looking at the men's IHB 2, but those athletes with an even higher level of impairment. It is Suleiman of France who continues to lead, Lenny Redrose of Australia in 2nd place, and Gale, who we just saw, here on picture at the moment, currently sits in third, so in the bronze medal position. And on the women's side, in the IHB2 criterium race, as we're just over halfway through, still of the United States, who has comfortably cleared. Claire Gibson, the United Kingdom, Corinne Hamilton and Andrea Collins chasing hard, looking to try and pick up one of those other medals on offer. So I think this will be absolutely just a fascinating race between the Colombians, and now we just start to see a few little cracks beginning to open up. So no longer full riders, a few splinters, a few attacks have gone on. You can see the urgency now coming. And for the first time, we just start to see it splinter a little bit. This is where you've got to concentrate. This is where you've got to focus. Great bike racing. Brilliant from the Colombians. Nice job being done here by 246, Francesco Pedraza Osorio. Can he hang on? Can he get into the slipstream of one of his fellow teammates? I'm not sure he can. Might be down to 3. Osorio in a bit of trouble. So we've got Sanchez, Contreras and Avila up front. 4 has become 3. They're going to have this little right-hand turn. They'll still have at least 2 to 3 laps to go. But it is going to be difficult out there on your own. You want other riders around you. You want to share the workload. You want to roll through on each other. It is no man's land. It is a tough place to be. It becomes an individual time trial now for Osorio. So let's see which one of the 3 Colombians leads. We've seen different changing. And it will be Avila. So it was Avila. Euclides Maria Avila who attacked, and then it was Camila Castellano Sanchez who jumped immediately across, and Nita Para Contreras currently sits in 3rd place. Not such good news for Osorio. Lost 8 seconds in that little attack coming from his fellow countryman, Faria Avila. Love the helmet, that is brilliant. So we've just seen Sea Lover come through, leading the women's race. And Jacob Gershom alongside of Sea Lover from Israel, so the guys and the girls working well together. So Heather Sea Lover of the United States having an absolutely blinding race, great race from her. But still, the pace has been put on up front. 3 Colombians absolutely dominating it. But it's 4 went to 3, and there's now 3 going to 2. Concentration required here. Out of this turn, now they'll be very familiar. They'll be aware of the slight downhill parts on it, the gear changes required, what sort of gear ratio they need to get into, what parts of the course have got the slight elevation, where it's just going to hurt that little bit more. Do not underestimate the lactic acid at the moment that is running through the arms of these remarkable athletes. They are affectionately what I call being in the hurt box. It's a well-known cycling term. It's a tough place to be too, not just physical, it now becomes mental. You've got to focus, you've got to concentrate. You just got to find your happy place in a steady state of fatigue. So 3-2-3 here is Suleiman of France. So Suleiman in a different category to the Colombians. So it is still Euclides Faria Avila who leads Camilo Castellano Sanchez, and then Nita Para Contreras of Colombia. Merker of the United States has just gone through on the women's side of it, and the bell let go. So it is game on now. And now we start to see the Colombians who wants this one the most. And now we're going to have to get through some of the traffic too, which is another part. They've got to be smart. This is tactical. They will be aware of that too. They'll use it to their advantage. It is Sanchez who leads.
Which is Sanchez. Just trying to grab the extra number that he's up there with.
So Camila, Castellanos, Sanchez.
Here's another big group coming up towards the line. They'll hit the bell too.
All of the riders almost will have come through and picked up the bell lap. And that'll be a huge relief for a lot of them. And so the races within the race, the races within the other categories starting to play out here. And this is the most beautiful part of Dusseldorf.
One more time around the course.
Right, right-hand turn. Downhill stretch. Chuck it down into the big gears. To see the power going on. Rider sitting back there on second wheel. You'll see naturally a slightly higher arm turnover because of the fact that they're not having to work as hard, making advantage of the drafting of the slipstream. So Sanchez, Conida Para, Contreras, they are the two athletes at the moment vying for overall line honours, vying for gold and silver in this men's IHB2 race. Now, nothing to lose here. I remember talking to a great criterium rider out of New Zealand, and I said, look, describe to me just how tough it is, how hard it is, how much you're hurting. And he said, you are simply at times so oxygen deprived that you're literally trying to breathe through your eyelids, just trying to get the oxygen anywhere. There will be bonfires in the arms here. This will be tough mentally as well, having to maintain that form. And now, not too far away from sorting out this gold and silver. I'll come round now here onto Victory Lane. We're about to see a sprint finish for gold. Here we go, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one. Sanchez and Contreras of Colombia. It'll be a gold silver. It'll be a double for the Colombians. They do come down, they cross the line. And it will be Nita Putter. We will just confirm that for you. It is Camilo Castellanos Sanchez, we think, who has picked up that gold medal. Nita Putter Contreras, the silver.
James Barker and the IHB2 goes through.
You've got the Australian Lenny Redrose having gone through.
Brings the garlic, the number 790. For Korea, Kim Jong-jun.
So Kim Jong-jun going through, the Korean.
All of these.
Great racing, more riders coming into Victory Lane now.
Continue to come home. Race on behind. In the battle for the
And here we go.
These four.
It'll be Suleiman of France, will it? More of the Colombians looking to try and pick up medals. And look at the hurt, look at the anguish, the oxygen deprivation. Tough sport. Wonderful athletes. And that goes from a grimace to a smile to one of relief. God, it can be a tough sport, not always not necessarily the best riders always win. Sometimes it's the smartest, those that know how to use the dynamics of a bike.
For the first 5 laps. One of them will take silver, one of them will take bronze.
So, not far to go for these two.
They push on, and it will be, oh my goodness, this is close. Oh.
The race within the race.
Claire Gibson.
Another great finish.
That was close to the wall, wasn't it? Crikey.
They're dealing with really small margins.
And Andrea Collins.
So this Colombian domination. So again, still the lap to go. So it's still 250 metres of racing for these two. I do apologise for any confusion. Just with the 3 races undergo at once and the number of riders out on the course, does make it difficult. But now, coming into the last part of this criterium. And we did see more riders competing, but it is the gold-silver duo of the Colombians who
all the way
come down,
to the line.
just come down and enjoy the applause.
Great to see. Rolling through, enjoying the moment.
And it will be the Frenchman
He's not having a back.
who will come through. So Avila Fiera getting across the line in first place. We will confirm all of these results for you folks. A little bit of confusion, we do apologise.
His day is done for Romania.
So Suleiman of France has crossed the line. Gale of France, it'll be a first and second for the French in the IHB1. Lenny Redrose up the bronze medal.
Korean flag being waved proudly.
In the IHB2, it will be Castellanos Sanchez, Euclides Fiera Avila. Who picks up the silver medal.
Australia. This must be
And expecting Goat Pedraza Osorio to pick up the bronze. It'll be gold, silver and bronze for Colombians.
Another Aussie home. Just a few more out on the course.
And now on
the left-hand side.
the women's side,
And on the right.
it'll be gold to Heather Sealover of the United States, Corrine Hamilton, silver.
Garlic finishing his day's race.
And still waiting to see whether it'll be Claire Gibson or Andrea Collins who will take out the bronze medal in that particular division. But Heather Sealover, a dominant performance from her. So still that race out there amongst our women in the IHB2 criterium.
I believe that is everyone home. Let's have a look then. In the women's,
And we will confirm those results for you.
Head of Claire Gibson, Andrea Collins. We'll have their presentation later on in the day. In the men's.
In fact, we can tell you Heather Sealover picks up the gold medal.
Results, we'll bring you those shortly.
Claire Gibson of the United Kingdom, we think, has picked up the silver. Andrea Collins the bronze. We will confirm those results for you. And wonderful work being done by all of these athletes. That is just a tough day at the office. That is hard. And you can just have a look at the engineering involved for allow these athletes, based on their level of impairment, to be able to enjoy the sport of cycling, get that acceleration of speed and the challenges of having to go uphill, handle some of the cornering. As we go back and look at some of the images from what has been another spectacular criterion here on day 6 of the Invictus Games. So And there it is.
Compilation. Sullivan, gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, ahead of Australia's Lenny Redrose and Francis Gale.
Yeah, wonderful images. Just all about staying streamlined, aerodynamic, trying to reduce the drag, and it culminates with a lot of emotion. Crowd certainly enjoying the occasion. We've got the men's IRB3 criterium coming up next. That is a large field indeed. Representation from Australia, Denmark, France, Germany, Romania, the United Kingdom and the United States. And most of the countries have more than one rider, which means team tactics certainly play out, which had another dynamic to it. And so confirming those results, James Barker there at the time of 24 minutes, 26 seconds. Good performance from him. So now the medal ceremony for the women's IRB1 criteria, raced a little bit earlier this afternoon. Really special moment for Kelly McVitie of the United Kingdom, Jessica Mitchell-Rewert of the United States, and Sarah Rockhold.
Your bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Sarah Rockhold.
So Sarah Rockhold of the United States, bronze medalist. Finished 15 seconds back of Kelly McVitie. So Jessica McCarm-Rewert, the silver medalist. Really close finish between her and Rockhold. Just 1/10 of a second separating silver and bronze.
Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United Kingdom, Kelly McVitie.
And Kelly McVitie ended up winning it comfortably in the finish, but certainly moving on. It was very much in a duel with the other two Americans, but she will forever be remembered as a gold medalist at the Invictus Games in Dusseldorf, the 6th Invictus Games. No one can ever take that from her. And a proud moment for her. Absolutely delighted, Kelly McVitie. That certainly is just a lovely shot. Jessica McCarm-Rewert, Sarah Rockhold, Kelly McVitie, your medalists in the women's IREB1 criterium. Great ceremony too. There you go, Mummy, another gold. Great line. That's what it is all about too, friends and family. Quite difficult when you're an elite athlete or training full-time for a sport. It can be quite sometimes, and human nature often means that you tend to take out that fatigue and frustration sometimes on those closest to you, and it's only after the race that you sort of, you know, maybe look back and reflect a little bit, but you do have to remember that you can't do it on your own. It's very much a one-team approach, and you've got to have family, you've got to have friends, you've got to have people there to pick you up on the bad days, and sometimes just remind you of the good days.
This is the men's IREB1 criterium race medal presentation ceremony. medals will be presented by Major General Setzer, Deputy Chief of Cyber and Information Domain Service, Germany. Your bronze medalist representing Israel, Ariel Mariash. Silver medalist representing Germany, Benjamin Tice. Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United States of America, Gregory Qualls. This is the medal ceremony for the men's IREB2 criterium race. Rachel Berrigan, Mobility Manager, Boeing Australia, and Invictus Games 2018 Team Australia competitor. Your gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United States of America, Christian Vega. concludes our ceremonies for the time being. We have 2 more races scheduled this afternoon. And this next one, the IRB3 criterion for the men, is going to start within the next 10 minutes.
My name's Tony Harris. I'm the Senior Operations Manager for Outbound Operations at LCY3. Competing the Invictus Games, for me, marked a milestone. It was the end of my rehab and recovery. Amazon's done so much for veterans. They see the value of what we can bring to the different teams that exist in helping others. I think what you see at the Invictus is the culmination of that.
And here come our competitors in our penultimate race of the day, the men's IRB3 criterium. Southern team competitors. Big team from the UK, several from Australia.
Well, our second to last race here on day 6, 17 in the field. in this ARB3 criterium. Hillman of Australia, McGlinchey of Australia, Mazaferi of Australia. And we've got Christian Kragaga of Denmark, Timothy of France, Francois of France, Robin End of Germany, Sergiu Ola of Romania, Dorian Flora of Romania, and then a large contingent of United Kingdom riders: David Curtis, Ben Gallagher, Robert Grantham, James Harrison, James Rogers, and then 3 from the United States: Rosendo Gutierrez, Brian Castillo, and Ryan Arthur. So this will be interesting, because do we see team tactics come into play? Do we see riders riding for each other here? Do we see riders to try and get other teams to chase? I need to drag the Rabbits team up with them, and then they launch another attack. Looking forward to this one.
17 competitors, only 3 medals. 1 will be the Invictus Games champion. 30
This is a tough one. Just 3 medals up for grabs, 17 athletes. So IRB3 is minimal to no physical impairments. So it's not to say that some of their injuries, the mental side of it, psychological injuries, and they do get underway. Okay, settle back, folks. 20 minutes right there or thereabouts. 15 minutes of hope, 5 minutes of truth. Maybe throw another lap in, and let's see who is prepared to go off the front early and who's prepared to put the pace on. Key thing in the criteria is having a good, making sure that your nervous system up, making sure that the don't be too far back early on. You already see the rider there on the back having to just work that much harder to try and get back on the front. And number 662 is Sergiu Ola of Romania, just ahead of him. We've got a large group of riders. Number 278 there is Christian Kragaga of Denmark. But it looks like the Australians are looking to get towards the pointy end of this bike race. Now, one big long light, so they are going to use the dynamics of drafting. 743 there out wide is Robert Grantham. Needs to try and get himself in that line, needs to try and get himself on the wheel of another rider. That's where you want to be. It is amazing just how much energy you save if you can just get onto the wheel of the bike rider, if you can get yourself into the bunch. But a number of riders looking to just try and attack. It's the riders out of the United Kingdom. So United Kingdom, Australia, looking to try and get into that early break, putting some real pressure and hurt on the rest of this field early on too.
But as soon as we know, after the conclusion of lap 1, we will let you know.
Number 409 there, Robin End of Germany.
I think you can get an Invictus Games dummy in the merchandise shop. Don't count me on that, but make your way there and have a look just in case. These laps are not going to take long, maybe 2.5 minutes, maybe less, maybe as low as 2 minutes, depending on, and this does depend on how hard they're pushing. They might.
You know, kind of thoughts on what happened. That'd be really useful, just so I know things about the rules and that.
The pace, test the field.
So one big long line, you can just see them strung out. Riders here from the United States, and if you do find yourself back and it's splintered a little bit, you want to just try and form a little bit of a group of riders around everything. You've got to get turn on the front, you've got to sit at the back. You can't just expect one rider to do the work the whole time. And now you can see here the United Kingdom, boy, they've got critical mass, haven't they? I think 4 out of the 6 riders from the United Kingdom. In fact, Robert Grantham first across the line, then James Rogers, Ben Gallagher, James Harrison, Brady Mazaferi, followed by Timothy of France, 7 is James McGlinchey of Australia. 8, Brian Castillo.
For a very large number of athletes, this will be their last day of competition.
Robert N just goes through from Germany, 21 seconds back from Robert Grantham. So France, Australia and 4 riders from the UK in that lead group. 4 should have the ability, if they understand the sport of cycling, to prevent Bradley and Nazaferi of Australia and Timothy of France from winning the gold medal. In a simple case of a numbers game. They have the ability to send a rider up the road, which then puts the pressure on the Australian and the Frenchman to do the chasing. And if they do chase and catch, well, the riders from the United Kingdom then just send another rider up the road, and eventually it just becomes too much for both the Australian and the French rider. So whether or not the riders from the United Kingdom have a team leader here, they are individually prepared to sacrifice the gold medal in the name of one rider, or there is just this agreement: we won't play team tactics, it's every man for himself.
Our hosts along with the city of Düsseldorf. So still a comfortable pace at the front, and 1 second is for 3 or 4 laps in. Making their way down already.
So it is a good group. It's a good group. So you don't want it too big. Generally, when you can get 5 or 6 riders, you work nicely together. Particularly if you're ahead of a large peloton, that's not the case. He says now this is the race within the race. This is the medals will be lost. Let's just have a look at how they do handle these turns. You'll just sort of see just how those riders sitting 3rd and 4th work, sort of soft pedal coming out of the corners, not having to work that hard. But I do like what the Australian Bradley Nazaferi is doing here. He is just hanging tough, just sitting there second wheel. And one thing the riders won't want is too much of a change in speed. They want to keep it nice and even. Pace drops off too much and then suddenly it goes back up. If you haven't trained that way, it's incredibly hard. You cannot train and then expect to race differently on the day. Human racing is often about pace on, pace off. So you do have to do a high level of interval training so that your body learns to adapt and can deal with that. 1 minute you can be sitting there holding a comfortable conversation. The next minute, well, your heart rate's through the roof. You're literally breathing through your eyelids.
Again, that front 6, James Harrison.
So James Rogers sitting on the back there, number 777. He's done his work on the front. He's just having a little bit of a rest at the moment. They would have got a pretty good idea now if there's any wind on the course and where that wind is. Is it on the next straight? When they turn right, does that become a headwind? And then when they take another right, suddenly does it become a crosswind? Not a lot of wind out here today, but they're just the little environmental factors they do just need to be aware of, particularly when they start to get towards the end of this race and it becomes incredibly tactical. If there is a headwind, you don't want to be on the front, and if you are on the front, you generally just soft pedal a little bit. You just sort of see the pace has gone off here a bit, so a little bit of indecision in terms of who is going to come to the front. You just got to be a little bit careful because that often opens the door for the chase group, which includes Ryan Arthur, Christian Krogager of Denmark, Rosendo Gutierrez of the United States, David Curtis of the United Kingdom, Sean Hillman of Australia, still in contention. But the United Kingdom, boy, they have complete control of this group. Comes down to a sprint finish. Who's got the engine? Who's got that ability to chuck down the big gear, increase the pedal cadence, and launch themselves down this home straight? It's a boom sport of cycling, so big revolution has come with the width of the tyres on the bikes, a lot wider than historically they used to be. Not as much air pressure as they historically used to be. Science backs it up, even though it can be a little bit counterintuitive. For so long it was about hard tyres, narrow tyres, and it's gone the other way. A lot of technology goes into the clothing. Of course, they will have power meters on their bikes, so they have the ability to see how much power they're putting through their pedals every time they take a pedal stroke. I'd imagine a number of these guys would have written criteriums coming into this, and they would have downloaded those power meters and shown their coaches of the different levels of power used throughout a 20-minute criterium, and then they'll set their training up accordingly to try and get it. So it becomes the as we see the next group of riders come through the start-finish line. Plenty of support here in Dusseldorf.
Rosendo Gutierrez, Sean Hillman, Brian Castillo, Dorian Floor, David Curtis. Our Danish contender, Christian Kroeger.
So
that's the second main group.
740 is Ben Gallagher, just sitting on the back. He led through the last lap.
Ideally, what they want to do is break that down to maybe 4 or 5 in the next lap.
Very, very tough to drop riders at this point. It's going to require somebody at some point to launch himself off the back and really hit them hard. And in that moment of hesitation, when they're all looking at each other and who's going to chase it, that gap opens up. And now we do see Timothy, the Frenchman, coming through to the front. And at the moment, he doesn't really need to do too much either. And he doesn't need to sit there, and I mean it purely in a sporting sense, but he doesn't need to get bullied by the United Kingdom riders. So they're making him come through and do some work. They've got 4. They believe the gold medal's in their hand. So both the Australian and the Frenchmen just sit back here and go, no, you guys take it. You guys have got the numbers. And we're about to see a rider just getting shelled here. A little bit of work to be done. Needs to get back and close that wheel. And that is just the danger sometimes of being that last rider. Really good example here. If we just come through the corner, we'll see the rider here on the front. A hard turn. But they're up to full speed. That rider just has to get out of the seat, work that little bit harder to shut that gap back down. And now we do start to see maybe the Frenchman looking to try and attack, putting some real pressure now here on the riders from the United Kingdom. Might have dropped 1 or 2 in the attack, so that is a good move coming from France. And you can just see the hurt that he's put on the rest of this group. I'm just going to make sure he hasn't hurt himself in the process. 777, and that is James Rogers. Now we're going to see Dorian Flawari and Sergi Ola here coming through as well. A man from Romania. One thing you'll have to look at cycling too, particularly in that front group, never look at the facial expressions of riders. Start to see too much shoulder movement, head movement. That generally is a sign of fatigue. You'll often see riders too, they tend to, when they start to get tired, they seem to lean on bigger gear, harder gear. Aidan suddenly is not quite as high, the revolutions per minute, all sorts of little signs that these riders will be able to pick up in that group. Oh yeah, he's feeling good, he doesn't look so good. Some will try and talk and see if they get a response. So, very tactical. Just trying to get a bit of a read on what everyone else is doing. Good little chase group here, working nicely together. Then we go back to the front end of the bike race. And there is Bradley Mazzaperi of Australia. And we certainly have lost one of the United Kingdom riders. So what was a bunch of 6 is now 5. Attack from the of France. So really, really smart bike riding. They'll come through. They'll have 2 laps to race. Frenchman showed his ability to attack. Notice the deep carbon rim wheel riders are using these days. That seems to be the preferred wheel choice on a course like this. A long time ago it was just purely aluminium boats, but they keep carbon fibre. Aerodynamics makes the wheels a lot stiffer.
They won't want 5 going into the final lap.
So let's just see who is going to attack here. Just got to be a little bit careful. Somewhat surprised here by the tactics of the Australian Mazafiri. He doesn't need to come through. He doesn't need to do any work. And he's got just a slight gap at the moment. If he's going to go, he needs to go.
He's definitely got something wrong with that bike. He's fallen further off the pace. Here we are then.
So it's the Australian who will lead through. 2 laps to go. And the 3 riders there, the United Kingdom, having a bit of a conversation now. One of them looks to try and attack. That's a good move. So the Australian's just been on the front. He's looking for a little bit of recovery. In that moment of recovery, the 2 riders from the United Kingdom attack. And suddenly, the Australian and the Frenchman find themselves in the hurt box, having to work really, really hard to try and get back on. So good tactics from the United Kingdom. The Australian's gone down. He's taken a crash. He went wide. No, that's a disaster for the Australian.
When they cross the line next time.
And now our lead group down to 4. So Bradley Mazafiri, hopefully he's okay. Plenty of medical support around. That's just that fatigue that kicks in, and sometimes with fatigue, that level of concentration. But it is a tough sport because of the close quarter nature of racing. It can be just a little bit predatory, certainly not by design. Certainly not intentional, but that is not good news for the Australian Bradley Mazafiri. And now just the yellow flag comes out just to warn them that there is in fact an accident up the road, just to be a little bit careful. And hopefully he is okay, because it was a courageous, gutsy race from the Australian. So now it is 3 Brits and 1 Frenchman. And they'll come round soon, they'll get that belt lap, and then it is game on. We saw earlier on the ability of Timothy of France, his sprinting ability. Now they start to look at each other. Who wants this one? Who's going to grab us? Fascinating race. Tactical now. Got a big enough gap over the chase group that they can afford to look at each other a little bit. Now the Frenchman's deciding to go. Here he goes, Timothy again. Good stuff from the Frenchman, covering every little break and move. Sitting back there though, poised. Biding his time is Robert Grantham, number 743. Conserving as much energy as possible. The United Kingdom will not want to lose a gold medal with 3 in the peloton here. The only way the Frenchman can win is if this team out of the United Kingdom don't work as a team. Really, one of them needs to attack now, force the Frenchman to chase. They do get the bell lap.
1.7 kilometres.
So just over 1.7 kilometres, so just over a mile.
You may have lost Bradley Mazafiri.
Yeah, the news has come through that Bradley Mazafiri was the athlete that did crash out of Australia. Still getting a bit of medical support there just to the side of the road. But settle back, folks, because here we go. Not too far away from determining gold, silver and bronze in what has been an enthralling criterion as we go back through the rest of the field. Clearly, Invictus Games, it's not just about the elite side of it. A lot of athletes is simply just getting to the start line. And that is well and truly understood. Then now, it is Gallagher, James Rogers, Robert Grantham, Timothy. So Harrison, Gallagher, Grantham.
They've really slowed down into the penultimate corner.
Now it gets tactical. Don't underestimate the Frenchman Timothy here. Smart bike rider. We know he's got the ability to attack. We know he's got the ability to sprint. But he's got 3 riders here. And now we're looking to see Grantham maybe come out, be part of that lead-out train, line this up for his sprinter. Which rider is that? They'll come down and then they'll have the right-hand turn. Now we start to see the tempo go. The Frenchman Timothy comes to the front. Needs to just sit back here. Needs to launch himself off the back to two wheels of the United Kingdom riders. And here we go, folks. Not too far away. From coming down into victory lane. At the entry, he has right-hand turn. Just see. And now we go, and now the Frenchman Timothy goes. He's decided to take it out. This is a smart move. He's to take it out right to the final turn. Smart. Shorter stuff. He feels he's got the strength to do it. This would be a remarkable goal for the Frenchman. One rider, three riders from another country. The Frenchman might just do it. That is unbelievable. He'll come down. He'll win the gold medal. What a performance from him. That's a superb Frenchman. Wow. 3 versus 1, 1 wins the victory. How smart was he? Decided to go 300 metres all the front straight away. The riders of the United Kingdom looked at each other. They had no answer, and that is a superb from the Frenchman. One of the great performances in terms of tactical house.
That is how you do it. When nobody's watching, you jump and you go.
And there we go, Robert Grantham, United Kingdom, will finish in second. And then we'll be to see whether it's Ben Gallagher, James Harrison, who pick up the bronze. But we saw what he was capable of earlier on. He put a little bit of attack in just after the halfway mark, which forced the group from 6 to become 5 very quickly. And he will be forever now Invictus Games gold medalist. As we see more of the riders coming in and finishing, getting to wear the colours of their country, and a really, really tough sport. A lot of these athletes here across a number of disciplines, so don't necessarily make cycling their specialist event.
James Harrison was the man who got the bronze.
And so we can confirm you, James Harrison picking up the bronze medal.
Ambulance on the way, so we'll be making sure before we do any more racing, everyone's safe and home.
It will be Ben Gallagher.
And a big congrats to all of our competitors in the second and chasing track.
Now we'll confirm those results for you. Just getting some mixed messages on our timing system here, but we can tell you without doubt that it was the Frenchman who ended up taking the gold medal. Timothy, Robert Grantham unofficially the silver, Ben Gallagher the bronze, and James Harrison will end up finishing 4th. That of course is unofficial. We'll wait for those final results, but boy, that was smart bike riding from the Frenchman. And really, United Kingdom, they had control of that bike race, but just basically hijacked in the last 300 metres by some just wonderful tactical nous. Well, party continues here in downtown Düsseldorf on a stunning day, day 6. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. What a moment for the Frenchman Timothy. Seen a bike racing on the time, and that was tactically as good as I've seen. He had no choice. He was outnumbered. And I think with the athletes from the United Kingdom look back here, probably should have played it slightly differently. They needed to hit him a little harder, a little earlier, force him to chase, take the legs away from him on that final lap.
Presentations in total.
And some wonderful highlights, some really good display of bike riding. Gotta love the socks. Gotta love the socks. Just have a look there. They're looking at each other. They're chatting. And he just decides, well, enough is enough. It doesn't surprise you, such a rich history in the sport of cycling, the French, and doesn't it mean a lot to him? Look at the emotion. That is just fantastic. Wow, that's one of the best bike races I've seen. And there are those results. Timothy, Grantham the silver, Gallagher the bronze, Harrison finishing fourth. And so Great Britain fourth in the top five. Got a feel for Bradley Mazzaferri taking a crash on the second to last lap after being in contention, after being in that front group. Sergio Ola there, certainly endearing himself to this large crowd here, showing plenty of personality. And great performance from all of the athletes. We will have some more medal ceremonies for you shortly, folks. And then we will have our last criterium of the day, which will be the men's IRB3 criterium race final. We will hand out medals shortly. The IHB2 category for both the men and the women, and also the IHB1 men's race.
This is the medal presentation for the women's IHB2 criterium race.
medal ceremony for the women's IHB2 criteria. So those athletes with an impairment that prohibits the riding of an upright bike or hand bike, paraplegia or lower limb impairment, and they do have the use of their trunk. So wonderful, wonderful athleticism under adversity, and what a moment it will be for the United States and the United Kingdom.
Your bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Andrea Collins.
So Andrea Collins of the United States will pick up the bronze medal. Silver medal will be Claire Gibson from the United Kingdom. But what a moment for Collins.
Silver medalist representing the United Kingdom, Claire Gibson.
Yeah, well done to Claire Gibson.
Gold medalist and Invictus Games champion, representing the United States of America, Heather Seelover.
Yeah, Heather Seelover of the United States, your Invictus Games gold medalist and champion. Dominant display from her. Means a lot. You can see the emotion, so it should. A lot of adversity to get through to get here. And a lot of determination, a lot of hard work. And one of the toughest sports, the sport of bike racing.
This is the medal presentation for the men's IHB1 criterium race.
Next of our medal ceremonies. Another really special moment for three remarkable athletes, three remarkable human beings.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Spurley, Head of the Department's Future Mission Solutions Robotics of KMW. Bronze medalist representing France, Gaia. Bronze medalist representing France, Gail.
So Gail from France, the bronze medalist. A remarkable performance from him today.
Silver medalist representing Australia,
Lenny Redrose picks up the silver medal. Time of 21 minutes and 3 seconds. He was 10 seconds back on the winner. Absolutely delighted though, Lenny Redrose keeping up the great tradition of success at major international sporting competition by Australians. They really are a remarkable sporting nation. Now our champion and Invictus Games gold medalist is Suleiman from France. He writes a chapter in the history of the Invictus Games and will forever be Invictus Games gold medalist in the IHB1 criterium. Well done to the young man. Little message there for family and friends.
one more time to show your appreciation for your Invictus Games medalists.
And that's what it's all about, family and friends, and going from sheer adversity and through sport, being able to put a smile back on your face and inspire that next generation and show yourself that anything is possible. And very much the story and the flavour of these Invictus Games.
This is the medal ceremony for the men's IHB2 criterium race.
And now the medal ceremony for the men's IHB2 criterium, nominated by the Colombian. Gold, silver and bronze. Absolutely rode it to perfection. Understood the team dynamics, worked together nicely, and they just had numbers in the finish. courageous performance from Jakob Gershoni of Israel, who ultimately ended up finishing 4th.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Spurling, Head of the Department's Future Mission Solutions Robotics of KMW.
So bronze medal will go to Francisco Pedraza Osorio.
Your bronze medalist representing Colombia, Francisco Pedraza Osorio.
Given the same time as the silver medalist and just 1 second back on the gold medalist. Average speed of 30 kilometers an hour.
Your silver medalist representing Colombia, Euclides Ferreira Avila.
Euclides Ferreira Avila, the silver medalist. Really good run. An average speed of 32.59. And absolutely 0.001% of performance separate silver from gold.
Your gold medalist,
could have gone either way.
Invictus Games champion, representing Colombia, Camilo Castellanos Sanchez.
Camilo Castellanos Sanchez is your gold medalist. And what a moment for Colombia. Gold, silver and bronze. Really good tactical display. He was the strongest athlete all day. He was responsible for it, just splitting the field apart at key points. Thoroughly deserves to be forever known as Camilo Castellanos Sanchez, Invictus Games gold medalist. And now another opportunity to receive the recognition from the Screwy Good crowd here on day 6 of the Invictus Games.
Now we have got just over one race and 1 day of competition at the Invictus Games. I'm sure you've taken as many photos as I have, but if you want some mementos to take away with you, please do visit our official merchandise stands, where you can get not just a flash bundle, but badges, stickers, everything you could wish for to just add an extra special element to those memories. There's 2 available in the main stadium just outside Centre Court. and in our Invictus village. Make sure you pick up some merchandise on your way out today. Just earlier this week at the opening ceremony, you would have enjoyed Macklemore. Well, this Saturday it is the closing ceremony from 8 p.m. inside the Merker Spiel-Arena. In Sam Ryder and Rita Ora live on stage. It is also our last chance of the week to celebrate all of our athletes, give them our thanks and cheer them through, show our respect. The opening ceremony was unbelievably good. Cannot wait for the closing. Tickets available at Invictus Games at 23.de.
Well, looking forward to this one. Welcome back. It is the day 6 of the Invictus Games, and this is the final race of the cycling program, the IRB3 criterium. It is a full field. The United Nations have gathered. We've got 2 out of Australia, 2 from Belgium, 3 from Canada, individual rider from Colombia, 3 from Denmark, rider from Estonia. We've got France represented, Germany, Israel, 3 riders out of New Zealand, Romania, and the United States. The largest field of the day. And these athletes have minimal to no physical impairments. And this should be an absolute cracker. So Justin Otley of Australia, Daniel King of Australia, Jean-Christophe Génicot of Belgium, Jody Rousseau of Belgium. He won't start, in fact. He has pulled out. Bernard Casey of Canada, Nick Malone of Canada, Eric Smith makes up the third of the Canadians. And we are underway. We've got Henry Tovar Costa of Colombia, Kasper Holt of Denmark, Kenneth Holtoft of Denmark, Alan Hildebrand of Denmark, Toivo Puvi of Estonia has withdrawn, which is a shame. Thierry of France, Thorsten Kardell of Germany. Teammate will be Christian Munster. We've got Gil El-Kobi of Israel. We've got Michael Cotton, Soren Hall and Robert Pearce of New Zealand. We've got Adam Backhouse, Johnny Ball, David Jarvis and Richard Waldrum representing England. Polinger, William Cruz, Brian Hotchkiss representing the United States. Maria Nicola of Romania. Pian Tulski of Belgium. And Ron Nowicki of Poland as well. And automatically we do just start to see a few riders fall off the back, which is expected. There will be a real spectrum in terms of abilities in a bike race like this. Some athletes here just wanting to get around it, just wanting to participate. Others clearly having put a lot of work in, hoping to get themselves on the dais. It is one of the toughest forms of bike racing criterion. You've got to have your wits about you. You've got to understand that it's going to be a real change in pace. You have to be comfortable with your heart rate going from what we call a nice aerobic state, we can hold a conversation, to being well and truly putting in the hurt box where the heart rate goes through the roof, and it's a real test of mental fortitude. So you can just see the pace on, already a number of riders coming off the back. One of the New Zealand riders, one of 3. And some of these riders, if they end up getting lapped, could actually play a part in the tactics of those riders up front. Often if you do get lapped, they will pull you off the course, just purely from a safety point of view, because they are short laps, and these laps are about 1.7 kilometres, around about 20 minutes of racing. So I always like to use the analogy that sort of around about 15 minutes of hoe, 5-6 minutes of truth. It is the rider from England at the moment, or the Kingdom, who's decided to go to the front, get the pace, and automatically we've got a split in the group. So 4 or 5 riders have gone clear early, somewhat of a surprise. And it is Grantham. 5 riders who have got away. Another 10 riders back in that chasing group. Great to see the crowds out in numbers, encouraging, inspiring all of these athletes to just get out there, give it a bit of a go. For these riders to be a bit of a time trial, it's in their best interest to try and just form some groups, work together, all have a turn on the front, and just roll through. Amazing just how much easier it is sitting on the back wheel of another bike rider. One of the Colombians, boy, what a wonderful Invictus Games Colombia have had. Henry Tovar Acosta.
We can make noise for them every single time they come through, from first to last. The 8 laps in this race.
So 8 laps we've heard. So what they basically do, try and work out the average speed of a lap and then say, right, how many laps can we get within the 20 minutes? So not a predetermined laps, but with 3 laps to go, they will be told it's 3 laps to go, and then of course they will get the bell lap. So it will be a simple case early on of just trying to find out who's got the legs, who hasn't, in regards to who's feeling good. Sometimes it can take just a little bit of time to find the legs, start to feel good for these riders who have minimal physical impairment. And that's not to say that they have psychological and mental health impairment.
So you can ignore on the arcs there the results from the previous race. We'll get you those up as soon as we possibly can.
So a leading group of 5 riders to come through, complete their second lap. Good to see the 2 riders from Denmark in that group as well. One from the United Kingdom. And we've got David Jarvis on the front. We've got Kasper Holm, Kenneth Holtoft. And a rider there from Poland as well. And Rafael Roniuszewski, Michael Cotton of New Zealand. And then it's 9 seconds back to the chase group, which is led by Brian Hotchkiss of the United States, Adam Blackhouse of the United Kingdom. Now Blackhouse, depending on whether they're riding team tactics or not, can be in that chase group and be a bit of a disruptor because he's got a bike rider in the lead group. A professional bike racer would just simply be his job to sit back, act as a policeman and not do a lot of work in the chase group. Here, maybe not the team tactics, maybe it is just all about the individual. And that is the understanding between the riders from that representing the same country. Look, we don't have the depth and the critical mass in terms of ability to play pure team tactics, so take your chances. So Ron Siski of Poland, number 613. Now the New Zealand sort of go to front, Michael Cotton. Now, got to be control the emotions here. Bike about being patient. Yes, you want to take some work. It's in your best interest to get away from the rest of the chasing group. You look at it and go, well, we've got 5 in the group. It was up for grabs. We can slow it up, and suddenly we've got 10 in the group, and your chances don't become clearly as high in regards to picking up a medal. As they complete a lap, they'll become aware of some of the environmental factors out on the course, what direction the wind's blowing, what part of the course will have the headwind, and some of them will be starting to visualise, right, this is where I think I can attack the rest of this field when I do get into that last lap, or I can possibly make my move, look to try and jump the rest of the bunch. Number 654, and that is Marian Nikula of Romania. And now we can just see the New Zealander on the back, just in a bit of trouble here, hanging on, hanging tough. And so just needs to probably get himself into second or third where we'll find it easy. It's coming out of the the damage can be done. If you have just joined us, you've heard us talking about it throughout the afternoon, but if you turn back and the pace is on coming in and out of the turns, those riders at the front of the bike race tend to be back up to full speed when you're at the back braking coming into the corner, and it makes it just that much harder to get back on. Really good group here, talking, working together nicely, enjoying the crowds, enjoying the moment. And now the 2 riders from Denmark, Kasper Holm, Kenneth Holtoft. So Holtoft, number 276. And there he is, Rafael Roniuszewski of Poland. Really, Michael Cotton, who was struggling somewhat coming through that last lap. Just needs to be smart here. Not the strongest bike rider in this group, so if he's going to go to the front and do his work, he doesn't have to. Then he needs to choose a moment. He needs to do it on part of a bike course where it's going to remain even, whatever happens. David Jarvis riding a very intelligent race from the United Kingdom at the moment. 276 Kenneth Hiltoft of Denmark, just sitting back of the bunch. Doesn't look too troubled at the moment. And now just starting to look at each other a little bit. So you can just sort of see the bunch just starts to spread out. That generally means the pace is off, and then you get a little surge. And we get that one long line. I affectionately call it the pain train. And it can be painful. But that's what makes criterium racing so hard. It's just a constant change in brakes, a constant change in lead. Just when you think it backs off, somebody goes to the front and looks to try and attack again. But good performance here coming from David Jarvis. He looks comfortable, beautiful bike position, nice and smooth, no upper body, no head bobbing up and down. And that's always the good sign of a bike ride. Look at the form of the rider. Got a nice smooth pedal cadence. High cadence. And all these riders having the deep carbon rim wheels. And you can just see the hurt that David Jarvis is putting on the two riders from Denmark. It is Kasper Holm sitting second wheel on Jarvis. And then Kenneth Hiltoft, second of the Denmark athletes. We've got Rafael Suski of Poland, Michael Cotton of New Zealand. And Ron Zitke there having to work a little bit harder out of that corner. And this is the chase group of 6, not a lot of urgency there. They need to start talking to each other. Somebody needs to take the initiative in that chase group. Sometimes it just requires one athlete to go empower themselves, get a bit of buy-in. As I said, United Kingdom athletes have David Jarvis up the road. So they're playing team tactics, they don't need to chase. Put the pressure back on the Australian, the other New Zealander perhaps. A little flick of the elbow there coming from the Danish athletes. They come through, do some work. Michael Cotton's just got to make sure the New Zealander here that he doesn't get conned into doing too much work. Pushing a big gear, not the highest cadence. And what we mean by cadence, revolutions per minute, the number of times they're turning the pedals. And it just shows you just how easy it is in there on the back. This is where the danger is. That little gap opens up. You just got to get out of your seat and just work that little bit harder to get back on. But they'll be well and truly now familiar with. Yes, they need to use some different corn. How much braking is required. Where the tailwind is, where the headwind is, if there is any crosswind. And they'll be starting to use that in terms of the tactics. And we are going to get to the business end very short. 12 minutes gone, around about 20 minutes of bike racing to go. So two riders from Denmark, one Polish rider, one New Zealander, and one rider from Great Britain. So Denmark have the advantage in the pack. They can use it to their advantage. If Kasper Holm decides to attack, it then puts pressure on David Jarvis, Ron Suski and Michael Cotton to chase. If they work to chase Kasper Holm, they do pull him back, then Kenneth Hiltoft, who's done nothing in the chase other than sitting on the back, can then attack. And again, it's that same group of riders then have to try and chase him. Do they have the ability to do that? Do they understand the tactics involved in criterium racing? They are not professional bike riders. Generally, when you've got two riders from one country in a group this small, the odds are in your favour for one of your countrymen or countrywomen to pick up that gold medal.
New Zealand absolutely loving his time in Düsseldorf. It's so wonderful to see how much each athlete has enjoyed their time during this week. Yes, competition, yes, medals.
So Kasper Holm,
yes,
Rafael, Ron Suski, Michael Cotton, David Jarvis, Kenneth Hiltoft. That's where you expect the medals to go. As we see the chase group come through. New Zealand just loving that. One of the Kiwi boys, Robert Pearce, I think.
Behind our it's remarkable to see how many pairs and groups are sticking together here. The second group of six, I can't believe they'll be able to settle for.
So Michael Cotton, the Kiwi, still on front. Now what Michael Cotton wants to do here is come around this corner and then drop to the back. Doesn't want to go through that motion coming into the corner. Now just sit up and just allow the rest of them to roll through and then get a decent stretch sitting on the back. So this rider here from Belgium just has been lapped, and that is so the rider from Belgium will just try and pick him up. We think is Jean-Christophe Genikov.
They'll be coming round for that Southern very shortly.
Yeah, good smooth pedal cadence there, looking balanced, looking comfortable. Nicely set up on his bike too, and it is important getting the bike positions right. Often people ask what's the best position, and you can get the most comfortable one, the one which makes you feel like you can get over the top of your gears. So Michael Cotton, the New Zealander, he's well and truly locked in. Hard part of the criterium often is those first few laps. You can warm up what you want, but you're just not used to the attacks that can often happen early in the sudden build-up of lactic acid. Sometimes the athletes who are a little bit older describe themselves as diesel engines. It takes them a little bit longer to get going. There's Cotton home on Suzuki, and then 2 more laps to go. So just over 3.5 kilometres of racing. And I just like the way that we have seen the British athlete, the United Kingdom athlete David Vajavis, just smart, just sitting on the back, biding his time at the moment. So more riders coming through in this chase group. It is the change in speed. I keep emphasising that. It's just a constant up and down the attack, what we call VO2 max, that makes this such a tough form of sport of cycling. You just don't get the long periods where it's comfortable. This is not that technical, of course, but it's still got some aspects to it where you've got to have about you. And I think we are down to 4 now. I just wonder whether the New Zealander has just taken its toll, and maybe
we lost one of the days at the front. It's 5:04.
We have got the 2 Danish riders. We've still got the rider from the United Kingdom and Ronzuski of Poland.
No, there's the day in front. Who have we lost?
So we've lost the New Zealander, Michael Cotton.
A man down on course.
So I'm not sure whether he's been dropped or he's possibly crashed, but certainly.
In fact, good news. They went down and they're back on 2 wheels. Showing the spirit of Invictus.
So here are our leaders.
Drops Michael Cotton from the front 5:04.
So now it becomes intriguing. Now, not just physical, it now becomes tactical. They'll come get the bell lap, and it is game on. Who has burnt too many matches, whose legs are starting to feel like jelly. One of the great bike racers out of New Zealand, gentleman by the name of Graham Miller, one of the great criterium riders back in the 1980s, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, once said to me, in a sport like this, he said, what does it feel like? Describe the pain. He said, you are literally breathing through your eyelids because that is the only means of being able to get oxygen into the body. The heart rate is that high. So Casper Holm, David Jarvis, Rafael Ronczewski and Kenneth Hiltoft are our 4 riders looking for gold, silver and bronze as we have a look at the chase group coming through. And now we do start to see things just start to get a little bit more interesting. Fascinating bike race.
So this time, to confirm, this time we will hear the bell, okay? We're going to get one more lap.
Okay, just you might actually just hear the commentator in the background saying that maybe the bell lap is still to come, and that is the nature of criterium. It's not a predetermined number of laps. It's generally based on a time plus 2 laps or plus 1 lap, and that is sometimes based on the velocity of the riders or the level of the bike rider.
Everyone happy to be here. We will have one more lap. You'll hear the bell on this.
So David Jarvis of the Kingdom in that group. Ronczewski of Poland.
Oh, let's hear it for New Zealand.
Kenneth Hiltoft of Denmark.
Now I've called it. Please raise your hands. Every time.
So just grabbing a little bit of fluid. This is smart too. Really hard thing to do is sometimes under duress have the discipline to stay hydrated. I see a lot of athletes in training who are very good at absorbing fluid and eating, but they're generally what we call in a aerobic state where they can hold a bit of concentration. Very difficult thing to do when you're under duress. During those hard sessions in training, learn to eat and drink when heart rate's a bit higher, and how to absorb. So the bell lap now, 1.7 kilometres to go. Here we go, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one. Should be a beauty. David Jarvis of the United Kingdom, Ronczewski of Poland, Kenneth Hiltoft of Denmark.
We're going to play a little game. And there's Michael Cotton. You know what, they're just giving a little taste.
There's a little bit of conversation going on.
Michael Cotton catch them, he wasn't that far behind. So he was absolutely steaming through.
You've got to be careful that they don't open the door for the chase group by being too casual.
This time when they come through, they look incredibly relaxed right now. That will change with a few hundred meters to go. That is some serious dance.
So what is going through the minds of these bike riders?
That's a week of practice.
David Jarvis.
Wow.
Ronczewski of Poland now on the front. Kenneth Hiltoft of Denmark.
Here they are again.
And Casper Holm of Denmark.
Let's take a look back at our front 4.
So Casper Holm sitting second wheel at the moment. Kenneth Hiltoft sitting at the back. Now the first attack goes. It is the Englishman David Jarvis who decides to put the hood on early, but immediately the 2 Danes jump immediately across on his wheel. Great skills. And Ronczewski in a little bit of difficulty here. He's going to need to hang on that bungee cord stretching. Can he grab that back wheel? The man from Poland. It's tough because the pace still goes on. It will slow up at some point. He's going to need to believe he does get back onto that wheel. Gutsy performance coming here. from the man from Poland. And now it returns of the two hands. The Englishman David Jarvis needs to just sit here and hold his wheel. He's done his work. Denmark moving beautifully together here, looking to try and go 1-2. The challenge will come from Ronzuski. It'll come from David Jarvis. In fact, Jarvis is gone. He's just done too much work. It could be Denmark. Goal goes for the corner. Denmark second, which order though? Gold and silver. Hulthoff takes it from Holt. And Ronzuski picks up the bronze. David Jarvis of the United Kingdom will have to settle for fourth. And look what it means to the man from Denmark. That is a very, very good performance from Hulthoff. Really, really good. Kasper Holt, one of them going pretty wide in that final quarter. They managed to hold it together. And now the New Zealander comes across the line. To the Danes. Gold, silver, Poland the bronze. And now the race within the race amongst the different groups.
American and Poland across the line together. That's the Invictus games right there. Second consecutive finish. I know how we enjoy them. Yeah, Nicola in Romania crosses the finish line for Romania. We'll get a friendly little sprint finish here too.
Well, Kenneth Hulthoff, great performance from him. That came from the Englishman David Jarvis, who went quite early, but he ultimately only hurt himself in the finish. Archery and bike riding.
Right to the very bitter end.
In this final event here on day 6 of the Invictus Games, as the crowd continues to recognise and honour these remarkable athletes. We have medal presentations to come. Let's just sit back, enjoy the moment, look back at some of the highlights and get a sense of the occasion. It's great to see, isn't it? Some of these athletes at the back end of the field getting the same recognition as those athletes at the front end of the point here. He's still smiling. I just love this. Great, fantastic. Oh, that is your moment. That is your moment. Celebrate it with a bit of a cola. Bit of sugar back into the system. And it's wonderful camaraderie, isn't it? Between these 21 countries that have taken part in these 6th Invictus Games. It'll be a very emotional medal ceremony for them, family and friends. So I can confirm for you that Kenneth Hiddletoft has taken the victory in a time of 24 minutes and 11 seconds. 1 second ahead of fellow countryman Kasper Holm. Rafael Ronczewski third in the time of 24 minutes and 12 seconds. And David Just, the United Kingdom, fourth. As we go back and look at some of the highlights of what has been a wonderful final race here on day 6. So a group of 6 riders initially became 5 at the front, and then it came down to 4. With the New Zealand Michael Wood just stroking a little bit of pace. And as we said, when you're in a group of 4 and you've got 2 from one country, the odds are always in their favour. They can control the peloton, they can control the group. And there it is, 1 and 2. Kasper Holm just coming a little bit wide on that final corner, almost into the crowd barriers, but managed to hold it together to pick up that silver medal. And while we celebrate first, second, third and fourth, you can clearly see what it means to the remainder of the athletes who simply getting on the start line has been a great achievement for them based on the journey they've had to take. So there's everything to come, but hope you are enjoying coverage here of the cycling on day 6 of the Invictus Games. And there it is, those results for you. Really good for Michael Cotton, New Zealander. Soren Hall finishing in 6th. Adam Blackhouse, Brian Hotchkiss, the first of the Americans, and great to have Gil Kobe of Israel rounding out a top 10. Christian Munster of Germany, he got plenty of support from the home crowd. Bernard Cassie of Canada, on 3 Canadians. Marian Nikula of Romania, saw him finish moments ago. Very popular figure at these Invictus Games. So just some formalities, some medal ceremonies to come. And special moments they will be for all of those athletes involved.
This is the medal ceremony